what you want to say, baby. When you're alone in the darkest night, maybe you can't keep your radio back. Open your heart and show your eyes that your destiny. And grow your love, baby. The future is waiting for you. And show your eyes that your destiny. What you want to say, baby, when you're alone in the darkest night, maybe you can't keep your radio back. Open your heart do what you want to say, baby. When you're alone in the darkest night, maybe you can give your radio back. Open your heart and show your eyes. Your destiny, and grow your love, baby. The future is waiting for you. And show your eyes. what you want to say, baby, when you're alone in the darkest night. Maybe you can give your radio back. Open your heart and show your
Hello, and welcome to the Renegade stream. Chat, I gotta ask you, are we a bunch of pirates? Are we a bunch of mercenaries? Like, what is our deal, right? Are we machete women and non-women as well? Are we machete people? Like, what? Why are we renegades? What? Why am I a renegade? How is it that I am both a renegade and possibly the nicest person you know? That's a conundrum, especially on Twitch, right? Things are a little, Twitch is like down the rabbit hole, right? Down the rabbit hole as if like they made Alice public enemy #1 or something, right? That's how it feels. There we go. You know what? I need to make a oh my God, Vamps! Thank you for the gift sub to Woody Red. Woody Red, you've now got a gift sub. You can now start to use emotes to annoy the streamer of your choice. No, I'm not suggesting you do that. Like, seriously, like, you know, post them, but if somebody says don't post no comment check emotes in here, I would not suggest you continue to post those. I would not suggest that you bother anybody else. That's what we're trying to do. We're just privateering. Yeah, I never chose the renegade option in Mass Effect. Well, you've chosen the renegade option now. Apparently we're renegade. Random small streamer chick in the house. That's right. Something's a little off though. Why is that? No, that's not the button I want to press. Try that button. Ugh, interesting. I'm just looking at the dimensions of my window here. My wife has a bunch of Alice in Wonderland tats. Since my great uncle wrote that. Wow, that's kind of cool. And we've got a rabbit here. Follow the white rabbit to No Comment Check stream and become a renegade. No, but seriously, I don't know anybody in chat like that would like have done anything like ban worthy, right? I feel like I've got a really nice chat. Doesn't Apartheid anime girl want to move to the US? I don't know. Is that true? I mean, we'll get a little bit of Apartheid anime girl's personal history maybe today. We're gonna watch some of that. Apartheid anime girl spent a long time talking to Lilo and Adam and Sitch. Adam and Sitch. That's who Apartheid anime girl is talking to. What else do we have today? I feel like there's some. Oh yeah, that's right. Ethan Klein. Ethan Klein, of all people. Wap Goblin mentioned something? Oh no. Yo, I'm worried about Wap Goblin. The last time I looked, apparently the Keffals Discord was like tracking Wap Goblin's girlfriend or something. What is up with that? One wonders. But yeah, I think I've got everything that I need to stream today. Oh yeah, that's the one thing I was gonna ask you about. What would you think? You know how the Majority Report, like they've got the waiting music, like the hold music. They've got the, you know, it's like the distorted 90s guitar thing. I'm gonna tell my grandkids that was grunge, by the way. I'm gonna tell them that was Pearl Jam. Anyway, so they've got that, and then they go to the music where like they've got like all the sound clips from like the military industrial complex, and then Sam comes on and coming to you straight from the heart. Like, I feel like I need something like that. I feel like I need some hype. I feel like that would help just set everything off. It'd put another like a lot more pressure on me too to get ready for stream in time. Yeah, I don't know, for some reason I take so long because I need so much stuff for stream, especially if like today it might be kind of a long stream. We are 2 subs, 3 subs. There we go. I made it happen like magic. No, Vamps made it happen. Vamps, thank you for the tier 1 gift sub to Moni. Moni, you just got a tier 1 gift sub. Woody Red, you got a gift sub. You could do a lot of damage with that. You can do it apparently because I'm like a renegade streamer, and if you post my emotes in people's chat, They might not be happy. I'm not telling you to go bother anybody with that, by the way, right? And I'm definitely not trying to, you know, encourage anybody to work your way into a ban from one of these sussy Twitch poll streamers. If you enjoy watching them, right? Because they can now, streamers can keep you from watching their stream. That's a new thing, right? I haven't set that up, so if there's anybody that's banned from my chat that's watching me on stream, hello, I'm glad you're enjoying me still. I'm your parasocial fave. You can't quit me, can you? You can't, you're banned ostensibly for some reason and you're still watching me. So yeah, I'm not one of those streamers that stops people from watching them just because I banned them, but some people are, so watch out for that. Yeah, I'm not suggesting that you get a bounty. This is what it is. Oh my god, Shaxpier with a hype train. With the hype train so early. So proud of me? Well, thank you so much. I'm proud of you. That's 16 months for you. That is 16 months for you. Limited time to earn exclusive emotes. But I feel like we do need like some kind of hype music, right? Oh my god, we're like 93% of the way to like level 2. So there's even more emotes potentially on the way. Yeah, if you've got any bits to donate, if you've got any gift subs to give, if you need to re-up your own sub, now is the time, because you will literally increase the hype train and make the hype go harder. I was just talking about how I need a song to build hype for myself. Maybe just this song. Isn't this like always what I open with? The other thing that I open with is this. Oh my god, thank you for the 30 bits, Shaxpier! Bouncy, 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 bounce. Wait, those emotes are bouncing. I love what the hype train does now. I love what the hype train does. There's that. Okay, so we got this song, and then we got these are my two favorite songs to like open up with, right? After when local elevator. No, but like there's a version of this that I really like. Where is it? Where is it? 10 hours of this song. I feel like it's called like Local Elevator or something. This is the other song that I always open up with, or I sometimes open up with. No, there's like a really cool version of this. I can't find it. Okay, we're just gonna go with the normal one. Whatever. This is just a YouTube classic right here. But yeah, welcome to the chat. Welcome to the stream, everybody. Like I said, I should be ready to go for today. Oh yeah, there we go. What do we have? No, wait, I want my void. I got choices to make today, chat. I think I'm gonna go with void tea. Although it's not really void tea, is it? It's just like green tea. Does this show up as void to you? Oh my god. Shakespeare, hey, thank you for the biddies. Hype train indeed. Yeah, this is the time that you can make something happen by donating on Twitch. And you could always make something happen. Wait a minute. You know what I just realized? People have been donating, people have been giving gift subs, and there's like no... I might actually have the Twitch alerts turned off on this setup. Where is the YouTube alerts? Look at that. Look at that. That's the proper hype. That's the proper hype. That's what you're all expecting, right? For some kind of emote explosion. This reminds me of when I talked to Demon Mama last. It's been a while. It's been a while since me and Demon Mama had our little chat. It was a friendly chat. It was a really friendly chat. The most friendly chat you could possibly imagine. But like one thing that really surprised Demon Mama about being in my stream was that at the time, I think I had switched from Streamlabs, which like this is nerd shit, right? If you don't, this is streamer shit that I'm talking about right now. I changed from Streamlabs, which is kind of bad because like I think they took somebody's code without acknowledging it or something like that. So I switched to Stream Elements, right? We're on Stream Elements right now. And when I did, like somehow all of the alerts got doubled in size, right? So everything was huge. I had this thing called Little Dudes, you know, the little dudes come up and I'm like, little dudes, right? And there was these chonky alligators that you'd see that would show up on the screen when the little dudes happened, when somebody would follow, right? But what was happening was that Lexical, thank you for the follow. What was happening is, yeah, so normally that would be like a little dudes thing and you'd see the chonky gators, right? the chonky gators were little, right? They were supposed to be little, but when Demon Mama was talking to me, like, they had just increased twofold in size. Everything had gotten doubled, right? So it was a giant chonky gator just comes over my face all of a sudden. Hype train, level 1 achieved. Level 1 has been achieved. Level 1 is activated. Lexical, thank you for the sub. Thank you for the Lexical has subscribed, so you can use those emotes as well, and you can miss the ads if you want to watch me on Twitch. Like, seriously, as far as YouTube or Twitch, it's just whatever you want, you know, whatever you feel more comfortable with. If you're watching on YouTube, I'd probably stick to it. If you enjoy streams on YouTube, I would stick to it, right? Twitch people, they get a taste for Twitch. They get a taste for how the streams work, and then they get kind of stuck here. And like I'm telling you, it is Alice in Wonderland. Oh my God, I'm selling it. I'm not trying to do this, chat. Twitch would like me to do this. Twitch would like me to encourage those of you who are watching me on YouTube to watch me on Twitch instead. But I'm definitely not saying that, right? Because it's just a mixed bag, like, right? I get a little bit more of, if you donate to me on YouTube, I think I get a little bit more of the money. Twitch takes a little bit more of the money, but the subs are cheaper on YouTube, so it's kind of a wash for me. I just want people to use the streaming service that they like the most, and I will adapt. I will worry about that stuff. I didn't know it could crash. Did Twitch crash? Yeah, the thing about Twitch, though, is that, like, it's bad, okay? Sorry, Twitch, I'm pissing my Twitch audience off. No, it's not you that's bad. It's not you that's bad. It's the platform that's bad. And by the platform, I mean the people. I mean the culture of Twitch politics. That's what's bad. That's what's wrong. And that's what you don't want to get mixed up in, because there's a lot of people on Twitch representing themselves as leftists who, like, you know, I mean, Lonerbox counts as a lefty on Twitch. Lonerbox. Denial Box. Oh my God, bad lefty. Thank you for membering up. And membering up again. Yeah, what is up with that? It just gives you, well, anyway, you get twice the you get 2 times the stream alerts for your bucks there. Oh my God, Zara, did you get gifted a sub? I thought I'd thanked everybody. Oh, okay. Oh, I'm so confused. Well, anyway, I gotta not be confused because we got a lot to go over today. Ethan Klein talked about Hasan again, and it's like not good. It's not good. It's really clear to me now that the people that are trying to get between Ethan and Hasan, and yeah, that sounds conspiratorial, doesn't it? They're like Ethan thinks this is like this big conspiracy. Like, what? What do you mean? No, literally, Ethan, the people that are DMing you, the people that are adding you, the people that are sending you clips from Hasan, the people that are sending you screenshots from Hasan's Discord would like you to return to being an anti-SJW shitlord. That is what they're trying to do. Ethan, they're grooming you. Ethan, he's getting groomed. He's getting groomed, right? And this is a guy that doesn't groom himself before he go. No, I shouldn't say that. Look, I don't groom myself as well as I should half the time coming on stream. That's why I'm always late. But, oh my God, wait, did I miss it was me, Neo Anna. I was the turkey. It was me all along. I was the turkey the whole time. Why didn't that show up, though? Like, Neo Anna, you were supposed to get a sassy British woman reading your super chat. I don't know why that didn't happen, though. Now I'm inclined to take a look and see what is even going on. Why am I not seeing this stuff? It should definitely be,
New_Anna super chatted $20. It was me. Neo Anna. I was the turkey. It was me all along. I was the turkey the whole time.
What? Oh my God, chat. Oh my God, chat. Molten Panda, thank you for the follow on Twitch. And like, seriously, whatever platform you're happier on I'm happy with. You see what's going on here? This is like a stream staple, more than almost anything. As much as the Gowanus Canal is a stream staple for Sam Cedar, right? This is a staple for me. In fact, this is what happened after I concluded my conversation, my nice, wholesome conversation with Demon Mama back when we were friends, right? Back when she was really thankful for me cutting up her video and Riley Grace Rochong's video into one video that's watchable, and you can see both people at the same time and you can kind of read people's body language. Molten Panda, thank you for the subscription. Look at that, look at that. We're hype trained again, down. Okay, I mean, like, that's the deal with Twitch, is you could, there's maybe, I don't know, I feel like I got toys to play with, yeah, but all that's wrong with the super chats, and also thank you for that super chat, New Anna, I appreciate that so much. Thank you for the $20, that is music to my ear? Is that right? Yeah, but this right here, this is something that always happens. Yeah, like, after I hung up on Demon Mama, right? After I finished the conversation with Demon Mama and it hung up, it, like, defaulted to, like, a picture of me and a picture of the stream, and this is what we call the infinite regress, right? This is a factor of me having had that conflict with RGR, right? Before Demon Mama had a fight with RGR, I had a fight with RGR, and it was because RGR was literally lying about my friend, and, you know, it's a friend that I don't agree with politically a lot, Drew Welty, right? But RGR just made up shit about Drew Welty, right? And at the time, it's like, wait, why are you going to bat for this right-winger? And I was like, because she's, like, literally lying about him. And I don't even know if Drew Welty is, like, I get the feeling that Drew Welty considers himself right-wing without really understanding what actual right-wing stuff is, so, you know, but anyway, yeah, like, so I had a conflict with Riley Grace Rochong before that. That's where the infinite regress came from, because Demon Mama and Riley were talking about that in their debate, and they were trying to remember what it's called. What recursion, I think, is the term that they were looking for. They identified an argument as being recursive, I think. And ever since then, I've been plagued with this right here, the infinite regress. I'm still in Counterpoint's house for some reason. We need more. I know, right? There's infinite Irenes, theoretically, chat. Theoretically, if you look in there and in there and in there and in there. Oh my God, sub goal is completed. Lexical, thank you for the gift subs. Farenvol, Gabriel Midjord, I hope I'm pronouncing your name correctly. It's Be Cool and Rage Weapon. I love that name. And we already hit the sub goal. Already. So yeah, you're committing me to a longer than normal stream already, but I'm here for it. Like I said, I got my green tea, I got my void coffee, and I've even got some rice and beans. Not too exciting, but that's basically what I eat, like, every day. Like, every day, chat. Food is just so expensive. Anybody else? Streamception is what it's called. Well, Streamception, I feel like Streamception is more like, if, like, let's say that Kevin Logan covers a no comment chick video, because, you know, of course he's gonna talk about me. He likes to talk about me, chat. As he once said, she's got the memes and she knows how to use them, right? He's both lauded me and called me complete trash. So, you know, I get everything from Kevin Logan in terms of praise and in terms of insults, right? Oh my God, where was I going with this? With the Kevin Logan thing? Yeah, I'm gonna get sucked into the infinite regress if I'm not careful, but I appreciate you so much, Lexical, for those 5 gift subs. Did I read out everybody that's got one? Catalina Gearbox, you also got a gift sub! Congratulations, and enjoy those emotes. Lexical, I'm sure that these people appreciate getting these emotes from you, and they'll probably cause trouble with them. Look, I'm telling them not to cause trouble. I'm telling them not to be, you know, like, don't go and spam these at streamers that hate my guts, right? Because they will probably ban you. I don't know. Somebody was saying earlier in chat that, like, everybody in here is, like, banned in multiple streams. Are you all a bunch of badasses? Are you all, like, secretly badass? God damn. Okay, so I don't even know where I was at. I think we were left off. I was talking about Kevin Logan. Why Kevin Logan? I don't even know. 24-hour NCC Persona 2 dance stream. Rice and beans are poison. Oh yeah, I was gonna talk to you about, like, that's what Streamception is, right? So Kevin Logan is, like, known for this. That's why I mentioned him. He's known for watching videos of people watching videos of people watching videos, right? So it might be like that I'm watching Kevin Logan, Kevin Logan's watching me, like watch Infrared Haas or something, you know, it's like that. That's what the Streamception is all. I'm banned nowhere. Wait, how can you tell this stuff? Is it easy to see? Also, that's an awesome Mortem 2. Who is that? That's a cool emote you got, Globbits. That's a really cool emote. It reminds me of the Amon animation stuff. Make Irene bounce. Look, I'm ready. I'm ready for you. I'm ready for you, Paul Spall. I'm all in this today. Bossabot can check bans. Okay, well, we don't have Bossabot, so I'm guessing people are checking in other streamers' streams. Yeah, Bossabot, and what's the other one? Posadabot? I used to be like really worried about Posadabot. And it's not really because of OG Prodigy, the creator of Posadabot. It's just because of some of the like... I don't know. There were some memes about Posadabot, but it turned out Posadabot was a friend. And so is Bossabot. These bots keep us safe, chat. I was afraid of AI. I was afraid of the future, and I found out not to be, because like the bots came to me and they were like, bitch, you're literally code. You think that's air you're breathing? And I looked at it and it was like ones and zeros. And I was like, seriously? Oh my god, Globbits, you just effed around and got yourself a tier 1 gift sub. Thank you, Paul Squall. Thank you for the gift sub to Globbits. Bossabot can check the bans, so that's okay. Well, don't check my bans, because I feel like I'm banned in like way too many people's streams. I don't know. Should I explain that sometime? Maybe we should save that for the premium streamium, where we do the dramium momium, the drama of mommy's drama, right? All the drama about no comment check, where it all comes from, how it makes sense, even though it doesn't make sense because it kind of clashes with my personality. I'm really nice. I'm very easy to get along with. Why would people ban me from their streams? Why would people treat me like I'm some kind of like a social disease? Well, you can find out about that in the premium content. Polly has a bot. Polly has the bot. That's true. Polly does have the bot, so Polly mods would be able to have access. Tina 2 blocked me. Okay, sorry. I'm not trying to see. Look, I'm nice. I swear to God. Like, look, I love drama. I subsist on drama sometimes, but I am not trying to spread the drama everywhere. I love everyone, okay? You can tell them. You can tell Chud Logic. You can tell Dylan Burns. You can tell Apartheid Anime Girl that I love everyone. I'm really sweet. I'm really nice. I'm really easy to get along with. And if you don't get along with me, that sounds like a you problem. That's got to be a you problem, right? That's not a me problem. That's not a no comment chick problem, right? That is either like a NCC hater problem, or that is possibly a you problem. I can't tell. I can't really tell. Someone out there just hates cute cat girls, I guess. Yeah, that was the thing, right? When we that was one of the things that the harassers would react to, was the fact that everybody in the chat meows. Not everybody. How many of you meow? Meow in chat if you meow. Like, do you meow when you come in here, or do you meow at all? Are you a meow kind of person? Because I meow, and that caused chat to meow, and then when chat meows, then the people that hate my guts are like, she's leading a cult. She's leading a cult. She's turning them all into cat girls. Forget about cat boy ranch. What about cat girl ranch? You weren't even looking for that. You weren't even watching, right? The real danger was cat girl ranch, where NCC makes everyone in her chat, all of her mods, everybody that's associated with her stream in any single way, you have to meow. You have to meow. Is that okay? Yeah. Oh my god! I just encouraged a giant drama dump from chat, and I'm trying to resist the temptation to dive headfirst. Look, I love the drama, but I don't hate people, right? I hate ideas. Ideas like transphobia, ideas like racism, especially when those ideas try to cloak themselves as like the opposite of what they are. And that's what you get a lot on Twitch, right? If I've ever had a problem with anybody on stream or any other streamers, it's 100% because of their takes. It's 100% because of what they've said, and it's never really like personal. So yeah, if anybody thinks that I hate your guts or anything, or that like there's beef between us, there's probably not. I can't think of anybody that I legitimately like have like smoke for, right? From back in the day. Even Demon Mama, I'm incredibly nice. I'm incredibly gracious to Demon Mama. Whenever she has a bad take, yeah, I'm not gonna bullshit you and tell you it's a good take when it's a bad take. I'm not gonna tell you that like she's free from, you know, implicit bias, because she's not. But you know, when she makes a good call, I you know, usually talk about that as well. So anyway, enough drama for today, chat. I feel like I'm like the girl with the bellows, like the fire. You know, it's like the fire is like, I'm like oh god, what's that called? Howl's Moving Castle. right? And Calcifer's down there, like this little tiny like fire of drama, and I'm just like, you know, just feeding it wood and everything. I'm putting gasoline, kerosene on the fire. Both Woof and Meow are okay on your house. Yeah, thank you everybody for the gift subs. Thank you for taking care of me. Thank you for taking care of each other, because that's the thing with gift subs. When you're doing a gift sub, you're actually you're improving somebody else's watching experience, and I appreciate that, and I think they appreciate that as well. The only people who might not appreciate that are the sussy bakas out there that hate my guts for some unknown reason, right? And like, yeah, I'm definitely not encouraging you to emote spam anybody with NCC emotes. Particularly not Chud Logic, right? I would never do anything like. I would never say go into Chud Logic's chat and give Chud Logic the what for with all the NCC emotes. But what about tomfoolery? Oh my god, John Moe, I don't know that you're not tomfoolery. Here's the problem with tomfoolery, all right? And I know that like it sounds like she's opening up the drama can. I am not. I promise you, I'm not. Okay. Tomfoolery apparently got caught, and this is like confirmed. You can ask Chud Logic about this one, all right? This is where I'm source equals Chud Logic, but I think Chud Logic's telling the truth on this one. Tomfoolery apparently made like an army of alts in order to glaze himself up. Tomfoolery is quite the flexible streamer, right? In that he's able to self-glaze in such an efficient way by having so many alts, and so at any time when I see a chatter that I don't know, for all practical purposes, I don't know that they're not tomfoolery, because I know he's always around. But the thing is, like, they would usually say like Tom is based in grass-pilled or something like that, right? That's how you know it's Tom. They say something like that, like tomfoolery is really the like most, you know, good faith streamer out there or something like that. I don't know. But yeah, you're probably not tomfoolery. I'm probably just giving you shit. Yeah, no, yeah, I don't know. Tomfoolery like scares me. I still don't know what that take was that he was about that he got banned for, right? I still don't know what he was on about as far as digital, like, exploitation, like digital child exploitation materials. So, you know, I kind of ran at that point. But yeah, we used to be friends back in the day. Before I realized that he wasn't just a fake conservative, he was in fact a very real conservative. So only Tom would say that. Yeah, that's the thing about tomfoolery, is I never know if I'm talking to him, right? I could be. Tomfoolery could be in the chat right now, and if he is, he's really happy, because like I usually don't talk about him. Anyway, what are we doing? We're getting stuck into drama. We're getting stuck in drama. Self-glazing drama. Corn Pop would say that he's a bad dude. I don't know, chat. I don't know. Okay. All I know is right-wing Destiny Orbiter hates my guts because I didn't stand up for him when he said some things that I really disagreed with about digital, like, exploitation. So we're talking about stuff that's like created digitally, that's not created through actual harm of children, but rather, yeah, it's just like that's not something I would ever talk about. That's not something I want to think about. And thanks to tomfoolery, I know about it, because that's what he got banned from Twitch for. So more than that, I can't really tell you, right? I know that he thinks that I know that he thinks I'm a bad person, but I don't really think about him all that much at all. Aren't we supposed to be talking about Olay? We are supposed to. Wait, Olay? Oh, Olay and Marianne. Yeah. I want to talk about Olay and Marianne. We'll see if we have time for that, right? If not, we're going to do a stream tomorrow. Okay, I'll make it up to you. Because I love everyone. And look, tomfoolery, if you're out there using like 50 alts, you know, to beef up my numbers in chat today, I appreciate you. And I hope that you're doing well. And I hope that you have time to think about your takes before saying them in chat. Because if it's something that would literally get you banned from Twitch for saying in chat, it's probably not a good thing to be saying. That's all. That's my only advice, right? I don't hate you. I massively disagreed with one of your takes. Apparently you took that to heart. You took that to heart. And yeah, you know, if you are wondering if that tape of you screaming, "She said I'm a PDF," exist. Yeah, that clip probably does exist, all right? But it's neither here nor there because you're not that interesting. So be thankful for that, right? You're not really, like, there's not an issue to cover with tomfoolery. There's just an angry dude with bad takes. That's all. That's all. Okay, anyway, what are we supposed to be covering today? Ethan, I gotta get to Ethan. Oh, that means I have to open this file. I have to go into my clan ops chat. I gotta go to the clan ops. Ask tomfoolery about the clan ops, though. He did like stream a lot about the clan ops. She's got files. And then we found out it was all about that he was just mad that I didn't defend his sussy take. So that's a pretty weird reason to obsessively stream about somebody, Tom. But still, we wish you the well. We should wish you the well. We wish you the well. That's how I say, like, no hard feelings. No hard feelings, my dude. Oh yeah, open the file. What file? The file for streaming. The file with all the secret documents in it, like the links and the timestamps, right? That's what No Comment Chick did. She got links and she got timestamps, and we all know that's not allowed. Okay, so what are we trying to do? Oh yeah, we're trying to go into Ethan's thing. Wow, I just got stun locked by trauma from years past that I really haven't thought about. But apparently people in chat are wait, no, that's not the right one. That's the... Okay, I got ahead of myself there. This is the one I want. On the plus side, we got both clips queued up. Yeah, like I was saying, there's more stuff that I want to get to. Obviously, the Vanguard just covered the Marianne Williamson on Olimey interview. I want to cover that because I heard it was spicy. I heard it was a bit spicy. Chat, I don't know if this is true or not. Was this spicy thing? There we go. See you next Tuesday. That's what we're covering today. And what else did I mention? Oh yeah, Kidology. Kidology super salty at FD Signifier. Find out why on my premium streamium, which all of you who got gift subs, all of you who have memberships, whether they're gift memberships or otherwise, anybody who's even donating to me on Patreon, which I massively appreciate. And I never talk about it, but I probably should. I know other streamers do. Oh my god, chat, we're getting all the minutia out of the way right here. I'm just going for Patreon. Oh, they switched their logo. Look at that. I think I'm still using their old logo. We get the but yeah, if you're donating to me on Patreon, if you have a gift sub, if you have a sub on Twitch, if you have a membership on YouTube, you will all be able to access. Oh my god, what is up with that link? That link is ridiculous. Do you see how long that link is? That's a long link. That's a very long link. Okay, that's what I want to do. I'm gonna pop out the chat. Pop out the chat. Here we go. There's the excessively long link for you too. I think you can get there just by being like patreon.com/nocommentcheck. I think that gets you there too. But yeah, that any of those will get you into the premium streamium, which I'm gonna try to do tomorrow. That's we're gonna make that happen, right? Because like I said, there's too much to cover today. I'll get to what I can, but whatever I can't get to, I'll get to tomorrow. Speaking of which, oh wait, why is this not showing up? Oh my god. I'm still in the infinite regress. I feel like this shit just plays with me. It's this one, right? There we go. No? Why? What is even going on here? We're still looking at an infinite regress. This is not how this is supposed to work. Oh, there it is. There it is. There we go. See you next Tuesday. So this is like this is what like this is like Ethan's. I don't even know what See You Next Tuesday is, but it's some kind of an H3 production, right? We're not gonna watch the whole thing. We're gonna watch the interesting part because I pre-watched this and I found out what the interesting part is. I watched this whole thing just for you, just to cut out the minutia and see what's up between Ethan and Hasan. Because there's two surprising things here, right? You're gonna be surprised maybe at how strongly Ethan calls out Hasan, okay? Because we kind of thought that Ethan was backing off, not going to talk about Israel, Palestine. This whole VOD is about Israel, Palestine, right? And we also thought that, so he gives some clues as to what's going on with leftovers, right? So we're going to find out a little bit more, right? He kind of teased us before. He was like, I don't know, is leftovers coming back? I mean, we're putting it on pause. Kind of sounds like it might be a permanent hiatus, but then again, it might not. Is leftovers going on permanent vacation? Stick around until the very end to find out the answers to these and more questions.
For people, if there's, you know, someone in chat, I mean, fuck, I'll find the clip. Let me see if I can find it.
Oh, so Bad Lefty's telling me this is like a members only H3 stream. It's not about the length of the link. The length of the link. It's about the girth. That's true. That's true.
Look.
Sorry for edging you for so long today. I don't know what's wrong with me. I feel like I edged you a little extra long today. I just got like caught up in the drama cycle. And it's not even drama for me, right? I don't care. I don't care about any of these people that hate my guts. They obviously still care about me, especially Chud Logic for some reason, but that's neither here nor there. We're here to talk about Ethan Klein and the drama between Ethan and Hasan. We're not here to talk about no comment chicks drama. Nobody cares. Nobody cares. It was years ago. Please get over it. I have.
If there's a chat, hold on, is this it? Just
like ultimately, even if it wasn't Israel that bombed this hospital, which I do maintain it is, okay? But even if it wasn't,
I don't know if this is it.
Okay, 500 of the last confirmed kills did not come from Israel. So what? Are you just mad only when Hamas kills people then? Because that's what you're saying.
I'm mad when all people die, but I don't think he or many people seem to care when Hamas kills a bunch of their people. I mean, that's what I'm saying.
That point. You know what I mean? You're saying literally, I do not care when Israel kills someone.
That's not at all what it's saying, actually.
I only care when Hamas kills someone. That's basically what you're saying. You're like, Palestinians, Israelis, I don't give a shit if Israel kills them. I only care if I suspect it's Hamas. Because, like, if you're going to get mad and be like...
First of all, this hospital thing is so fucking dumb, okay? The original accusation is that an entire hospital was exploded, killing every fucking body there. Okay? It's just...
Okay, so you could say the same thing about the 40 babies, right? Do you remember what the original claim about the 40 babies was? What happened to the 40 babies? Yeah, right? Biden even said that. Biden even echoed that. And he had to take it back. And the IDF had to take it back. Because they literally don't have, like, that's not something that they ever had, like, proof of. That's not something that apparently happened. Now, like, bad stuff did happen on that day and to, you know, to babies, too. But that's a little bit different than what you're describing. Because literally, here's what the IDF is doing. Look, okay, this is important, all right? Listen up, okay? This is really important to me. This has kind of been pissing me off. And I don't feel like anybody else has really talked about this, right? So I'm going to say it loud and clear for you, okay? The reason that the babies thing came out is because Israel's setting this up where it's like Hamas equals ISIS, right? What did we do to ISIS? Wiped him off the face of the earth. What? The Western powers? I don't know. Like, right? Or the United States. Wait, who all did? Like, it wasn't just the US. But anyway, ISIS is no longer around. they want to say that Hamas should no longer be around. What are they doing that for? To excuse unlimited carnage in Gaza, okay? So they said the thing that they said that happened to those babies, right, is what ISIS did to prisoners. This is a way of them putting Hamas on an equal par with ISIS, right? And what that's being, used to do is saying like, well, since like ISIS was wiped out, the Hamas, anyway, it's like, it's nasty propaganda. It's been disproven and everybody backs away with it. Well, are you saying that nothing bad happened to any babies? No, bad shit happened to babies. Okay. Bad, horrible shit. Fucking war is bad. Okay. And it's not anything I would make light of. All right, but that particular propaganda point has been debunked, and now Ethan wants to come with the hospital thing, which the hospital thing has been going back and forth. I don't know if we have a definite conclusion on that, right? As far as like what happened in that hospital, in terms of the hospital parking lot, the initial reporting seemed to imply, or at least was taken by certain people to say that the entire hospital was demolished. It wasn't, and so now Ethan's using that as like, well, you said that the hospital was demolished, but actually it was more like the parking lot. And, actually you said this many people died, but actually this many people died, right? It's like it's so hypocritical. It's so hypocritical for them to be working this point like this.
Just didn't happen that way. And it's important to talk about. People say, oh, it was bombed the day before. Dude, it was, okay. It was hit by a illumination round.
I believe it was hit by a artillery round. If that, am I correct on that?
Which was shot to light up the surrounding area. There was no reported damage, okay? And there was 4 injuries. There's no information about how severe they are. Now that's fucked up. But to draw this comparison and say, oh, they bombed it last week, so what does it matter if they didn't blow it up and kill 1,000 people? An illumination round hit it 4 days ago and didn't cause any damage. Therefore,
yeah, I mean, I think I get what you're getting at there, Woody Red. It's like, I mean, of course we care about what happened, but the point is that thousands of Gazans have lost their life. Thousands of not Hamas members have lost their life. Okay, and civilian infrastructure is being hit. Civilians are being taken as the cost of doing business in this thing, including the civilians who were abducted, right? There's no real effort being made to get those hostages back. And they have the means to do that, right? They generally how this works out is like an exchange of hostages, right? This is, and they have the ability to do that. They're not trying to do that, right? So whether or not, regardless of what the actual ordinance was that caused that loss of life at the hospital parking lot, it doesn't change anything. It doesn't make anything excusable, right? It doesn't like negate the all-out attack on civilians in Gaza that's going on right now. It's not negating this a seeming attempt to. Sorry, it's just I got wound up. Turned off the water, turned off the electricity. Yeah. There's enough already, right? Without that like that's the, I think that's the point when people say that the hospital, because like this, we have a tendency. I've talked about this before. We have a tendency to want to look at incidents, at singular incidents, and there's a breaking news comes out. Okay, hospital, massive loss of life. Like right, then it comes out more. Okay, it was. Part of the hospital, it was, there's still loss of life, but maybe not as much as we thought it was. And then there's a question about like, well, what ordinance actually hit that? Was it Israeli or was it, a rocket or what actually hit it, right? And now we're in that part where, there's different people proposing different theories about, what the actual ordinance was that hit, that caused that loss of life at the hospital. But that isn't the be all end all of the situation. Discovering like whose ordinance that was does not tell you, like, okay, this side is in the right and this side is in the wrong. And that's what people are trying to use it for. It becomes a proxy, and it really shouldn't be, right? This is the same thing as you know, God, I don't want to compare it to what, I won't mention the content creators I'm thinking of, but certainly you can think of content creators who, rather than looking at research, rather than looking at data, rather than looking at empirical facts on the ground, would rather look at anecdotes and adjudicate those anecdotes, and based on the result of that adjudication, decide which side is right or wrong based on that. And that's garbage. That is very anti materialist analysis right there, right? That's prisoners that they are asking to exchange for hospitals. Many of them aren't being charged with a crime. They are being persecuted. Yeah, that's what I think Ethan is more good faith. Well, yeah, I mean, like, check this. Yeah, I mean, you're gonna this is I don't want to spoil it for you, right? As far as Ethan. Yeah, they so this stream did start off being about Hila and her time in the IDF, which is like a required part of being a citizen of Israel. So,
or it doesn't matter if a fucking whole hospital wasn't exploded.
Dude, I can't believe the counter rocket barrage from the Hamas teams on the ground
I can't believe that Ethan hasn't figured out how to play audio without doubling it, but whatever.
Actually caused these 500 people to die in the fucking hospital. Then what the fuck are you saying? What about the 3,000 people that died in the fucking week prior by Israeli bombs?
I don't
Hasan's making sense here. Hasan is making sense. Leftist audio for real.
understand the theory that, like, the
For real.
truth doesn't matter. It's like, well, listen.
That's a bit of a jump, right, Ethan? Did Hasan say, like, literally the truth doesn't matter? Literally what matters is my feelings, not the facts? No. What Hasan said is that a singular incident that's being investigated, that's in the midst of the fog of war, that we're finding more and more about. We get the breaking news, and the breaking news turns out to be not 100% accurate. We get more news, and then that turns out to not be accurate, and then, you know, like, right, we're like, there, it is not the kind of thing where you can just Encyclopedia Brown this particular incident and then come out on the other side and be like, depending on, you know, what caused this incident, this is the side that's in the right, you know, this is the side that's in the wrong. There's people being killed on both sides, and the majority are being killed on the Palestinian side, which is not a new thing, but rather a continuation of what's been going on in Gaza and the West Bank for years and years and years, right? That's what we need to be concentrated on. That's the point. That's why you don't, like, even if you want, yeah, sure, you know, you want to know, you know, what caused the loss of life in the hospital, but that's not the, you know, that's not that shouldn't be like your main focus. And you, like so many other people, Ethan, seem to have gotten caught up in that.
That's a pretty fucking terrible thing. I mean, you know what I mean? That's not the clip I was looking for, though.
Adidak says, I understand the theory that truth doesn't matter. Ethan claiming that Israel unaliving civilians is a lie, despite Israel basically saying that they don't even care. Well, yeah, and talk about it in such dismissive terms like cutting the grass, right? That is literally the metaphor that's been used by the IDF to describe reducing the oh God, as I say, reducing the population in Gaza. I realize that I'm kind of come right up into a destiny talking point, which will be showing me a graph of the population in Gaza, and that graph goes up. Like, how could you possibly could you possibly characterize this as a genocide? The population is literally increasing. Oh my God. This guy getting, you know, pivoting from Star Trek to getting involved in politics has been such a curse, has been such an extreme curse, right? The idea that, like, I know what that means, right? That word, that genocide word, that means getting rid of everybody. A whole group of people just down to 0, right? That's what it means, right? No, it's not. Read Limken, look at the UN, stuff, like, right? That's not, and also, but if that's the only thing that's going to get you to care about something is like the prospect of a population being reduced to 0, you are never going to stop a genocide. Because by the time that it even looks like that's what's happening, it is too late, okay? But yeah, that's what we got.
Ugh.
Sorry, I know that that's gonna come from somewhere, right? So I gotta like, I gotta diffuse that that talking point right now. More than half of the population is less than 18 years old. The idea that they're responsible for anything done, yeah, exactly.
Oh, you guys can see. I can't find it.
Hasan yelling at chatter? Oh no. Ethan, you have entirely too much faith in Google search. He's searching Hasan yelling at chatter who said hospital wasn't bombed, right? You're just not going to find that on, you're going to need somebody to send that to you. But what's he looking for, right? What's he looking for? He's looking for a clip of Hasan, probably one that was taken by somebody that's not friendly to Hasan, that very likely takes him out of context. And we've seen this going on with Hasan lately, not just about Israel, but about Ukraine as well. There's another streamer who I won't mention, basically accusing Hasan of having a big Z on his forehead for his support for the Russian Federation's attack on Ukraine. That's like literally not Hasan's position. That's literally not anything that he's ever said. And yet, if you watch this one streamer, you might think that that's what was going on. You might think that that Hasan has a infrared Haas take on the issue of Ukraine, and that's literally not where he's at.
Anyway, he basically says, someone said, hey, I don't think Israel bombed the hospitals, according to the evidence. Something like really mild. And he freaks the fuck out. And he goes, you're a genocidal freak.
Who do you think sent that to Ethan? Any likely culprits? Who do you think sent that to Ethan?
Freak. And then people say the same fucking thing to me from his fan base. And we're acting like surprised, like we don't know where they fucking learned that from. Like, I learned it from you, Dad.
So, let me get this right, Ethan. You're the responsible one who's got the right take on this, which is that the carnage at that hospital was self-inflicted, right? Because you're the responsible one. And you don't know that either. You don't know that either. Fog of war, all right? This is when we talk about breaking news, when we talk about fog of war, this is literally what we're talking about. And you want to play like you're the responsible one. Oh, where'd they learn that? They learned that from Bad Hasan. I'm not letting you get away with this, Ethan. You don't know that, all right? You're making irresponsible claims that you can't back up. That all you can say is like, well, I read it in Reuters, I read it in, this, I read it in that, and, yeah, it's a fluid fucking story, right?
Remember that?
But don't pay attention to the New York Times analysis of what went on, right? Because like that one's obviously wrong.
So, we're friends, but at the same time, I think his coverage in some of these cases has been not good. It's another fucked up thing? This cartoon of Ela murdering Palestinian babies?
Yeah, so we're gonna avoid looking at that cartoon. That's pretty...
Okay. I fucking sent a re-upload to YouTube to ask them to remove it, and they said no.
Okay, so they said what they say to me if I was to ask somebody to remove something that I thought was, you know, an incitement, you know, to violence against me, was, you know, like, right, you're getting what everybody on YouTube gets. And the only reason that's weird to you is because you're Ethan Klein and you're used to YouTube actually listening to you. And this time they didn't. But yeah, if you don't know the cartoon that Ethan's talking about, I'm pretty sure that it comes from an alt-right account. It comes from somebody, not somebody who cares about Palestinians, but somebody who hates Jewish people, right? And so, you know, people shouldn't be, you know, you gotta look at what you're retweeting, okay? But
They said this stays up because it's a valuable artistic expression. So what the fuck? Nazi fucking propaganda of Ela killing babies is important art? That's psycho, dude. I've never felt more unsupported and ashamed to be on YouTube. Ethan, you do the same shit. Remember Frogan? What did I say about Frogan? She literally said that, what do you think? This is what revolution looks like. My coverage is very biased. Literally show me one thing where I wasn't supportive of Palestinians. Like, y'all are fucking nuts, dude. This thing has created people to really just lose their minds. It's crazy. Like, holy fuck, man. You know. And like, yeah, me and Hasan are friends, and we'll probably talk this over eventually if and when we bring back leftovers. But
so what does that make you think, right? So first we get like what I'm getting, okay, because we know the Destiny people and the commentary people and the Doge account people, I will say no more, are up in Ethan's DMs and are trying to get Ethan's attention, and they want the old Ethan back, right? They want the anti-SJW Ethan, shitlord Ethan back, right? And they're in his DMs. They're sending him the stuff from Hasan's like Discord. They're sending him clips of Hasan that are completely out of context, right? So, you know, when I hear that, I'm like, oh God, Leftovers is over. Leftovers is done. It's never coming back, right? But that right there that he just said makes me think it is coming back. Okay.
Again, I challenge any of you to find one fucking clip of me defending the IDF and not supporting the Palestinian people. You know, I am off the I guess, you know, that's why I don't want to talk about this shit. Like, I came out here just to defend Ela, but the chatters get me fucking going, man. Like, I feel like I'm being so fair. I'm trying to be so fair and so open-minded. And when there's so many people on the internet, like, my wife was born there. She didn't choose to be born there. She was born there. Mandatory service is required.
Wait, Post Malone is tweeting about this?
When people compare that to the Geneva Convention, is fucked up. The Geneva Convention tried 21 high-ranking.
You can't just talk out something like this if it means anything to you. I mean, you'd hope that they're talking behind the scenes, but like, anyway, I don't want to spoil it, right? You tell me what conclusion that you're drawing from what Ethan is saying. So far we've got like Hasan's being bad. Hasan's being irresponsible. Hasan is supporting, you know, lies because they're more appealing to his. Hasan's letting his feelings get in the way of the facts, right? That's essentially what Ethan has said, and you know that, like, you know, there's legitimately bad things that not only are going on in Hasan's Discord, which is stuff that, you know, they've been trying to send to Ethan, but there's also, like, Hasan himself is the reason that his chat is misbehaving, and Ethan is the responsible adult in the room to tell us that actually Reuters and this source and that source and that source say that it was definitely like, you know, there was definitely ordnance that came from inside of Palestine, right? So, you know, that selling that like self-inflicted wound bit of propaganda.
Nazis. They didn't try normal soldiers.
Yeah, you're right, Looney LT. Ethan is pissing off his like, I mean, his chat is, I mean, like that's what's kind of going on, right? Is that, you know, Ethan, if you don't know, so anybody that's like new to this, let me try to go over this really quickly. Back in the day, Ethan used to be more of an anti-SJW account. You know, he was just like a YouTube shitlord. I don't know if he was like involved in Gamergate or anything like that, but he was definitely like on that side of things, right? As he's grown and aged, he has changed his mind on a lot of things. And now, you know, is somebody that considers himself like a social democrat, I guess. And, you know, is generally in support of marginalized groups, right? So the people that used to like Ethan and don't like him anymore are people that Ethan refers to as fallen fans, right? They're fallen fans. They used to be fans, but they can't take the SJW Ethan. They hate the SJW Ethan. They hate that he's nice to Hasan. You know, they hate that he's working with Hasan, right? And so, you know, there's like those people, right? Then, you know, there's been a few incidents. The first was a discussion with Hasan about communism, about socialism, and the various gradations of that, like, you know, like where Ethan comes down on ideologically, right? And he got some pushback there because he was just sounding like a lib, right? He's got leftists in his chat now. He's got a good number of leftists in his chat, both people from Hasan's community and just people that like the new Ethan, right? Tend to be more leftist. And so, you know, with those takes and with these takes about Israel Palestine, he's been pissing them off. He does say that he has a problem with what the IDF does. He does say that he's not a fan of Netanyahu, right? But he's just always kind of coming back to this, like, yeah, but they were saying free Palestine like right after it happened. Like, holy shit, what does that mean? It's like they're endorsing, you know, they said from the river to the sea. Like, right, that's like, you know, like he's reading, you know, from the river to the sea, essentially, like, to me, that says one state solution, right? Which is the first and best idea of how this land should be administered, right? The only real fair way to do it, the only way that's not going to end up in, you know, some kind of a quasi-apartheid sort of situation, is a one-state solution. But Ethan's hearing from the river to the sea, and he's thinking they want to push us into the sea, and that's not something that you can. That's not a direct, like. But yeah, because of that, Ethan's chat has like turned on him. Ethan's community, at least half of them, have like turned on him, and you know, there's beef between him and Hasan, him and Hasan's community. That's how we got to where we're at right now. We shouldn't encourage ethno-states in 2023. Straight up impossible to have a normal. Oh, sorry, I'm reading chat's intra-communication. Ethan saw my 10-7 MSNBC comment. Oh no.
Okay, that wasn't a fucking thing they did. So when you look at like, and when you look at all Israelis and say, you know, hey, y'all should just go to jail.
Yeah, to be fair, Gazans are the ones with their backs to the sea. True. And yeah, we're getting pushed into the sea/Egypt, which obviously Egypt doesn't want to, you know, Egypt's not gonna. I mean, they shouldn't be further dispossessed, but even that is like kind of a no-go for Egypt. And you do have at this point, like, the very real possibility of, you know, fighting between Egypt and Israel for the first time. I mean, like, this, if you go back to the, you know, this fight has occurred over the Suez Canal and what was whether Israel's boats were allowed to go through that. And yeah, this has been a thing that's happened in the past. It's, you know, a lot of people thought it was going to stay in the past, but now it's a very real prospect.
Instead of serving, you know, it's extremely, I mean, talk about privileged. Like, holy fuck, man.
Oh wait, so that was an talk about privilege. Let me get exactly what he was saying there, because I thought that was
and say, hey, y'all should just go to jail instead of serving.
okay.
It,
So yeah, IDF requires service from citizens of Israel. I don't know if it's like on your 18th birthday, or maybe you can put it off. I don't know exactly the details, right? But this is a thing, right? This is part of being a citizen of Israel. Some people, I think, choose to be involved in like fighting roles in the IDF, but obviously the IDF is the force that does the fighting, does the killing, right? So if you refuse to do this, you can go to jail. That is an alternative. You can go to jail, right? And so I think people in the chat, like when Ethan's like, you gotta do it. You gotta do it. If you're a citizen of Israel, you gotta join the IDF. Like, Hila doesn't have a choice. The chat's pointing out that there's a choice to there's a choice to be a conscientious objector. And Ethan's like, oh, you're saying this from privilege. So the privilege that he's describing is the privilege of not living in a country that compels service. In a armed force that does a lot of crimes against humanity, right? That's the privilege. That's the privilege that he's describing there. She's an active reservist. I mean, non-fighting roles are still part. Yeah, exactly, Shakespeare. That's what the people in chat are pointing out, right? And his reaction to that is, y'all are privileged. You don't realize how good you got it, not living in a country that compels you into a service.
it's extremely. I mean, talk about privileged. Like, holy fuck, man.
So what he's missing is that, like, the moral thing to do in that situation is, whatever you have to do to not contribute to, the human rights violating machine that is the IDF. That's the correct moral thing to do. If somebody wants to say that they were like 18 when it happened, and it opened their eyes, or something else along the way opened their eyes, and that they are gonna spend the rest of their life opposing that and fighting against that, then I mean, I guess that's I'm not saying that that's a bad person, right? But as far as the act, although it's compelled, it's still immoral. And they're going to bring up Nuremberg, right? And this is where it gets confusing, right? Because I know that when Ethan hears Nuremberg, he's thinking of the outcomes of the sentences, which, if you're not familiar with Nuremberg, right, the people involved in the Nuremberg proceedings weren't soldiers in the German army. They were higher ups. They were, they were engineers. They were architects of genocide, right? And they were hung, right? So I think Ethan's hearing that, like, when people bring up Nuremberg and saying, are you saying that Hila deserves like a, and they're not necessarily saying that, right? Like, the point of bringing up Nuremberg is that one of the moral lessons, I guess, if you will, that we draw from Nuremberg is that I did it because I was ordered to do it is not a defense that means that you did nothing wrong, right? It is not a it's not enough to say I did it because I was ordered to, right? That, I think that's what the chat's saying, and Ethan's obviously reacting as if the chat is saying that Hila herself deserves to be Nuremberged. Yeah, also defends the settlers in the West Bank and elsewhere, yeah.
You're trying to get between you and Hasan? Well, look, at the end of the day, me and Hasan care about a lot of the same stuff. However, there is certain coverage he does that I don't know what you mean. They're trying to get behind me and Hasan. I don't understand this weird conspiracy.
This is frustrating because it's not a conspiracy at all. It's actually what's going on. If I really wish Ethan had asked, "Who do you mean by they?" Because that's the question that I think that's the part that he's missing, right? And he should know, right? If you just said the fallen fans, I think he might get it. The fallen fans want to get between you and Hasan. I think he'd get it. If you want to be more specific, you could say the commentary community, the DGG community, you know, whatever other Doge emotes on Twitter you want to throw in there, right? Again, I'm trying not to start drama today, but I'm gonna start drama regardless. Apparently, he's dragging out the drama at this point. Yeah, Soyprim, that's what you're on. You're on what I'm starting to conclude. Yeah, I think you and I are on the same page here. Hardest choice to make, arguably, but objectively, is the only. Yeah, that's true. If you're talking about a moral choice, that is the only moral choice. Now, if Ethan wants to say, you know, talk about like Hila's age at the time, talk about like, you know, that Hila's viewpoint has changed and given a chance, maybe Hila would have made a different decision. That's another discussion, right? But that's not what he's saying. He's literally saying you have to do it. You can't really come at Hila for you know, being a part of that, because you know that's not a he's not getting that. All the people are saying is that like it's an immoral thing to do, whether you are compelled or whether you are not compelled.
See, I disagree with shit he's saying. You know, like what the fuck? He's literally calling somebody who disagree with him genocidal, and then people come and do the same fucking thing to me, and then we act surprised why.
If what you're doing amounts to a fig leaf for the IDF's actions in Gaza, which have resulted in the deaths of multiple thousands of people, right? Possibly closing in on 10,000 at this moment, then yeah, that's fucked.
I'm not out here calling all Palestinians terrorists. You know, that's crazy. Canceling leftovers, this was crazy. I mean, it's just... Ethan is only a tiny bit biased because his family's there. Any of us would be the same. You know, that's another thing. Like, if any of y'all think that you would be born in Israel and think any different than Hila is fucking silly shit. Like, I just don't believe that there's any solution that will ever happen without people having the empathy to empathize with both sides. As terrible as it is for the Palestinians right now, if you can't empathize with both sides...
He literally just said both sides. That's...
Peace will never, ever be achieved. That was my goal from the beginning. And apparently that's just not enough. The eel pit will never be realized. We will do the eel pit, I promise.
I have no idea what the eel pit is.
Bro, you can see how Chatter's upset. You don't think it does him too? Sure. I mean, I read, but I wish I could find the clip so I could show you, because it was like...
I think he does find the clip.
Hold on.
If I remember correctly.
You know, like, I don't think I could be more... I'm trying my fucking utmost, right? Like, to be as humanistic as possible when it comes to all this shit. There's just no such thing as like pure evil and pure good in the world. There's almost nothing that's that fucking simple. You know what I mean? And anyone who tries to sell...
Shakespeare is saying, yeah, if you're a privileged white kid in Israel, you can possibly get like a doctor's note to get out of service. It's something that's depicted in TV shows in Israel. And if you go to a yeshiva, you can have your service waived as well. So there, yeah, literally are other, it's not a dichotomy between serving and going to jail. tried to argue this to liberals, but they only say there's conscription and it's normalized. Look, if there's any argument, it's that, like, you know, she was indoctrinated, but it still doesn't make the action like any more moral, right? It's still wrong. It's still wrong. But if he wants to say that she didn't realize it was wrong and now she does, that I think that would go over a lot better in his chat than what he's saying right now, because he's just inflaming things. And some of you are on like, do you see what I'm worried about yet? Do you see what I'm worried about?
Tell it to you like it's that simple. Is just not doing an honest analysis. Thought we needed leftovers more than ever. Yeah, I changed my mind. I mean, what do you want me to do? It was fucking horrible. I felt like Hasan's fans were trying to destroy my life. My wife's life. They were calling me genocidal. For what? For what? I'm genocidal for what? For fucking what?
We're literally going along with propaganda that's excusing the thousands of lives, many of them children, as far as we know, probably half of them children, that are being extinguished right now by the IDF. That's...
Like, I know you're mad, but that's not fucking cool thing to say. Ethan, problem is you're preaching to the choir.
God, I mean, like, here's the thing, right? Here's the thing. Like, this reaction makes me think that it's just like, well, you know what? We do a show, it's fun, and we come on and we give our takes about things sometimes, but then now I'm getting called like a, you know, now I'm getting, people are calling me pro-genocide, people are saying bad things about me and my partner, and like, where's this all coming from? And it's like, yo, dude, you got a giant platform. Okay, I'm not on his, I'm not actually on, this isn't on his channel, right? But he's got like, what, 3 million subs on YouTube, right? He's putting this out to a lot of people. Yeah, you're gonna get some backlash if you're you know, giving cover to what's going on in Gaza right now.
The others are mainly Westerners who have lots to say and no solution. It's going to be tiring. Yeah.
Repeating propaganda that supports this genocide. Yeah. Doing IDF apologia and acting like you're the one that's being bullied over nothing. Yeah.
There's a lot of,
like, I mean, this is like, you know, if you want to be like, I don't know. Like, I mean, I guess I would say to him that you don't have to cover this stuff if it's too much of a responsibility, but understand that if you do cover this stuff, you're going to be held responsible for that. You're going to be held accountable by your fans, right? And they actually can't have a conversation about the ethics. Yeah, that's the problem. Too late for that, Irene. Supporting Israel and yeah, I know. I'm not saying I'm going to reach out to Ethan. Like, he doesn't know who I am, and he wouldn't care if he did, and yeah, nothing that I say, even if he did care about what I had to say, would actually get across to him. So
people have lots to say and no solution. Again, I hear this all the time. It's not, they go, it's not actually complicated. It's very fucking simple. Apartheid, good or bad? And of course, that's easy. You say, yeah, apartheid is horrible. It's bad. But of course, that's not the hard question. The hard question is, what do we do now? Because there's a whole ass country with 5 million people there, lots of innocent people there. So what do we do?
I'm glad you asked. I would suggest that instead of trying to adjudicate what is still breaking news in the fog of war, as far as the hospital, maybe call for a ceasefire. Maybe call for Netanyahu to resign. Stuff like that. Like, there we go. Like, what do we do? That's what you do.
But now, that's the fucking hard, complicated part, man.
God damn. Liberals use human rights as a buzzword, then actively shut down the conversation about ethics. Even the UN says that Zionism was racist, white supremacist, etc. It's not complicated. Yeah. Well, like he's quoting Hasan there. That it's not that complicated thing. That's a Hasan quote. Call your senators and demand a ceasefire. Yeah. There's only one senator. Somebody correct me if I'm wrong. If somebody else has come out about this that I don't know, let me know. But all I know is all I know as far as who's called for a ceasefire, Dick Durbin. That's it. One senator, right? You've got 51, I think, Democratic senators. One, and it's not Bernie. Bernie and AOC have not spoken. Have not spoken up for ceasefires or a ceasefire. It's still just one. That is so sad. And like, I understand the mechanism behind it, right? But I wish that they would think more about the crossroads in history that we're at right now, and less about their own political survival, because that's where they're at. They're like, I don't want to get primaried. Okay, you're a coward. All right. What's the point of having power if you're just going to bend to power? I mean, that's a question that really I've often found myself posing.
I'll probably bring back leftovers though, and
so there we go. Probably gonna bring back leftovers.
Just need some time to clear my head and kind of get my thoughts together. Hasan is promoting anti-Semitic propaganda. I wouldn't say that. No. But I do think he's contributing to this idea that all Israelis are, occupiers, which is a really dangerous fucking stance to take.
Can you hold it in your heart that maybe somebody can make that stance without the conclusion of that stance being, and therefore your life is forfeit, and there's no moral value to your life? Because that, I feel like these are bound together in his mind, right? I mean, this is Vosh brain. Sad to say, and I know maybe we got some Vosh fans in here, right? I don't hate you. Continue to watch whatever content you would like to watch. You're not gonna get in trouble for, for practicing Vosh thought, right? But I got a real problem with this, and it's for this reason. This is literally what turned me, what made me start to view Vosh as a real danger to the left, right? It was literally from Professor Flowers, right? If you look back, I said very little about Vosh up until that conversation with Professor Flowers, and since then I've said a lot. I felt morally bound to say a lot about Vosh, and some of you Vosh fans have said the same thing. Has he listened? Not exactly. He's doubled down a lot, but he's never listened, right? I know the chat that hates Vosh is going to be mad that do you think that we're Vosh fans? Look, I don't know who else watching me. I know that a lot of people watch me. A lot of times, I'm trying not to assume people's. I'm trying not to assume like people's takes and stuff. Never seen a bad take. He won't double down on. Yeah, that's the problem.
What's your solution? I don't have a
I'm competing with Vosh and Keffals. Okay.
fucking solution.
Well, maybe we don't have Vosh fans in here today then.
Solution?
Sometimes we do.
You know what I mean? I don't know. I think the solution is 2 states, but that's complicated too. Go back to the borders, like when the peace was almost achieved between Rabin and Arafat, and just, let's make a Palestinian state and a Jewish state. That's what makes sense to me. But at this point,
after this, that's what you're telling the Palestinians. It's like, do a trust fall. Israel will catch you. Do a trust fall. Trust me. Hey, How about get Netanyahu to resign? How about put a completely different government in there with a completely different approach, right? Even then, like a two-state solution is a major freaking trust fall, right? Because that's so easy to just turn that into like an apartheid situation. It's not a two-state solution if one state is constantly undermining the other state's sovereignty, which is what would happen, right? If in fact we've got an example for what happens when you play nice with the current Israeli government, right? Look at what happened to West Bank, right? It is cut up like Swiss cheese. It has got all kinds of holes in it and all kinds of parts of it settled, right? You get into a situation where there's like checkpoints everywhere, and you know you're in danger constantly of being intimidated to leave the place that you're living. And if you're moving out of the West Bank, guess what your options are, right? Gaza. So yeah, I don't think that the Palestinians are going to go for that trust fall. I don't think it would be ridiculous to. Israel has shown no respect for the borders for 75 years. Why should Palestine trust them? Yeah, it's pretty clear what the end game is, right? It's pretty clear now what the end game is.
Either sides fucking want peace. And the power that's in charge of the majority of Palestinians and has the most sway, Hamas, literally was created in opposition to peace. Literally. The stated goal. Like, Hamas is a terrorist, Islamic fundamentalist organization. Yeah.
And why are they there now? Who undermined the PLO in favor of Hamas?
No. When you're on live as much as he is, you're going to have bad takes. Fair enough. That's fair enough, for sure.
I don't think that was a bad take.
It's fair enough for sure. You know what I mean?
Yeah, exactly, Himbo Slice.
I do the same thing. Hasan is not anti-Semitic, though. That's not fair at all to say. And someone said saying Hasan is anti-Semitic is as tone of deaf as saying Ethan is a Zionist. I agree with that. But again, it's like, it just made me feel some type of fucking way, because this is exactly what people were telling me in his Discord, which broke my fucking heart watching that Discord.
Mission accomplished. Congratulations, my DGG brothers. Congratulations, fallen fans. You succeeded. You psyoped Ethan. Good job. Good job. Everybody, you know, all you assholes, give yourself a round of applause. Give yourself a round of applause, because he literally got sucked into your psyop. That's great. That's wonderful. God damn. Okay, this is depressing.
Just leave Ethan alone. Ugh, thank you. Leave Ethan alone.
He was an easy target, sadly, yeah. Well, I mean, look, I gotta say, like, I mean, where did he come from, right? Like, he changed his mind. He's grown. He's you know, he's no longer comfortable with the shitlords, but you know, he was there for a reason.
But I'm not a fucking expert on the damn conflict. I'm just seeing how people are talking and acting, and it makes me uncomfortable. The stance on Israel is easy, right? In my opinion, it's like Israel's fucked. They're way too indiscriminately bombing people. The death count is nuts.
But
The
Ethan,
what?
can
The
I
worst.
ask you something? Like, where's your priority right now, right? Where should, like, do you think that changing the way that pro-Palestinian people talk about this should be your goal? Do you think that's the inflection point that you want to hit? Or might there be one of the sides that has a lot more power than the other side? Right? So if you believe that what's going on in Gaza now is unacceptable, why are you leading with Hasan was wrong about the hospital? Frogan said, I don't agree with Frogan's tweet, right? Why are you worried about Frogan? Is Frogan the one with the power here? Really? Is that your inflection point? Drive Frogan off the internet and everything will be peachy? Like, seriously.
The biggest crime the Israeli government ever committed, which is basically engineered by Netanyahu, is this Western expansionism. The settlers is just vile shit. It's horrible. They should all be removed. All settlements from the West Bank should be absolutely bulldozed. And some of those settlers need to go to fucking jail too for the unbelievable violence, disgusting displays of hatred that happened on the behalf of them. You know what I mean? Have you seen Mr. Beast's apology? Did that really drop? Did
Okay, so I think he misread that. If you're following the Mr. Beast thing, the last I saw, Rosanna apologized, but also said that, I'm getting threats and it's scaring me, and that's a big part of why I'm apologizing, right? And then Rosanna made another tweet rescinding the apology and then deleted that. So I don't think Mr. Beast has apologized. If anybody wants to correct me, go ahead if you got more information. I have seen no apology from Mr. Beast. So yeah, I think that he's either misreading chat or chat's mixed up, because it's God, when did this go on? Tuesday. This was Tuesday of this week. Tuesday, roll that back to, what is that? That's the 1st of November. No, that's the 31st. Tuesday's the 31st. Yeah, I guess it's about the time that I think they're probably talking about Rosanna's apology. We haven't really talked about the Mr. Beast situation.
But I do think we'll talk about it. Yeah, Rich Lux responded. It's super fucking funny. I'm excited to watch it tomorrow. Netanyahu's committing genocide. I agree with that. He's a fucking monster. If you want to talk about, like, doing a war crimes trial, then let's talk about Netanyahu. Let's talk about the psychos on his cat.
So, like, right, if that's really your take, Ethan, why not lead with that? Right? Because that sounds like an inflection point to me, right? The United States support for Israel, the administration of violence by the government of Israel through the IDF, right? These seems like the inflection points that you might want to be hitting, rather than Frogan, rather than, like, you know what? Like, you got to understand, like rather than defending the IDF or defending, people who participate in the IDF, maybe it might have been
it.
Like, if this is really what you think, then why isn't this further forward in your rhetoric, right? Why is this, like, we're all the way, look at this, 2 hours and 3 minutes and 39 seconds. We are 1 hour and 46 minutes into this. That's where we get the, oh yeah, Netanyahu's awful. Yeah, terrible shit, inexcusable. No excuse for it, right?
Let's not talk about 18-year-olds who are doing their mandatory conscription. Okay.
Yeah, exactly. Let's not. Maybe you could. I don't know. Like, I could throw that back at you, right? Like, yeah, I do think that, like, talking about this rather than, what's happening in Gaza is a huge mistake.
Do you see? Hatred begets hatred. It really does.
What? Hatred begets hatred, sure. But how do you stop it? With the side that has no power? Or with the side that has all the power? God damn, this is frustrating.
51st state. Okay, now we're talking, baby.
This is really frustrating.
Now we're talking. But, you know, I know people think like, oh, if you're not in favor of one state, then I guess you're genocide.
Oh yeah, let's excuse the people doing the killing and blame it all on the mean dude. Yeah. That's a fear of mine, right? That Netanyahu is gonna get to enact the massive violence and ethnic cleansing that he's wanted to enact for his whole career. And then he gets removed from power, maybe even convicted, and the entire Western world says, thank goodness the bad man is gone. All that stuff that happened, that was him. We're not with him though, like, right? But the damage is already done. That's a real fear of mine, right? The other fear that I have about Ethan in particular is that what he's doing is building the drama, fanning the flames in order to have this, you know, massive incendiary leftovers, right? That like essentially his mind is still on like, God, I really had it good when I was working with Trish Paytas, right? I had drama every week on schedule. How can I get that to happen again? Oh, I know, Hasan. That's my fear. That's my fear. They even leaked a document saying, oh, I saw that, Shakespeare, saying that it was the government's plan to push them into Sinai. Yeah, which is like so dangerous. Like you're talking about very large risk of starting a war with Egypt, and obviously the human toll of an action like that as well, right? And the fact that there's no there's nothing there for them, like, right? There's you're talking about another like refugee camp situation. You have an interview from Democracy Now! With the author of the 972 article. Yeah, send it to me on Discord.
At all?
Yeah, the Nazis weren't bad. It was just Hitler. Forget about the Nuremberg trials. Hitler's already taken care of the problem, and we'll just leave it at that. We'll just call it all even after that. No, you don't call it all even after that. Like, right?
And I guess I understand where they're coming from, but it really needs to be talked through because the logic of it doesn't make any sense. It doesn't end in any good fucking way. How's the face rash from yesterday? Doesn't seem to be gotten worse. It seems to be getting slowly better. Slowly better. I mean, if you want to say my coverage is biased, you know, I accept that for sure. Of course I'm going to have a bias, but I'm not trying to have a bias. Ben Gvir, yeah, that guy's a psycho.
No Israeli politician has ever been against the occupation. They cannot be by definition.
Man, they literally supplying the fucking settlers with like military grade rifles. It's absolutely sick.
Look, I know that in his mind, this is him letting his audience know that he's not like a cheerleader for what's going on. He's not on the side of Netanyahu. He's aware of what's going on, not just in Gaza, but in the West Bank. Which while Gaza's suffering like massive numbers of casualties, there's more displacement and dispossession going on in the West Bank, right? Uncovered by most news sources. So I know he thinks it makes it better somehow, but it actually makes it worse, right? the only possible mediating factor in like what he said is the possibility that he's just ignorant about some of this stuff, but he's not. He's not. He's perfectly aware. He's perfectly aware. And he thinks that makes it better, but it actually makes it worse.
Oh, Nina says two-state solution is what NGOs and IGOs ask for. Yeah, I mean, one state is pretty radical, you guys. And it might not sound like it, but really you have to think it through.
The only thing that's radical about it is as the trust is broken down, as the hatred is increased, it becomes a heavier lift, right?
Hasan is not anti-Semitic. That's ridiculous. Let's not even fucking say that dumb shit. I don't agree with that at all. I'd love to talk to someone who's like one state because I genuinely want to. I guess Hasan is one state, so I'd love to talk with him about that. I feel that when we talked, I want to get more into the nitty gritty kind of like stuff with him.
Okay, so Ethan, if you do that, like, it's gonna be like taking a course, right? Like there's a lot to go over in the history of this conflict, and yeah, I'm actually kind of surprised that they didn't talk about they didn't really get into one. I guess Hasan was just talking about other things, right? But kind of surprised they haven't gotten into one state, two state earlier.
You know, because at the end of the day, I think we need to be solution based. Realistic solution based. Oh, thank you. Oh, you guys found it? Nice. All right. I'm just showing this.
He's just fanning the flames, is what he's doing.
So here. Okay, I'm just going to show this.
Terrible that the people died, but I encourage you to look into where Hamas was firing. You fucking...
Okay, well, let me go back a little bit.
Doesn't matter. Terrible that the people died, but I encourage you to look into where Hamas was firing. You fucking piece of shit. You garbage, monstrous scumbag. You garbage, monstrous scumbag. You said IDF didn't bomb the hospital, and then you said it did. But Hamas was firing rockets from it in the same 2-minute time frame. So why did you fucking lie at first? Huh? Why did you fucking lie? How can...
So you see what he's saying? There's a chatter that said, like, Hamas did the, did the bombing, and then, like, Hasan disagreed, and then the chatter goes to, well, Israel had to do that because they were firing rockets from nearby there. So it's like somebody that makes an argument that they seemingly know isn't true, and then when they get exposed for that, just changing the argument. Oh, they had to hit him. They had to hit him, and it's because of Hamas was firing rockets from there.
Can you live with yourself?
By the way, for the record, the IDF did not bomb that fucking hospital.
You genocidal piece of shit.
So,
how? Why did you do that? Why did you say IDF didn't bomb the hospital and then immediately retaliated to, well, I guess they did, but because Hamas was firing rockets.
Honestly, there might actually be more.
It's just frustrating when somebody comes into chat and they're not even being honest, right? And they just like the logic tree that this person's going down belies the fact that they're not coming in good faith.
Context to this now that I'm watching it, because he seems to have some kind of history with this.
Israel has literally bombed the largest hospital in Gaza today, including the ambulance bay filled with ambulances. Oh, it's with a caveat on what Shakespeare said, that this is breaking news and fluid situation and fog of war, etc.
Chatter. But that being said, I thought the hospital thing was kind of important based on like the severity and the amount of coverage. Hasan and many others were on a whole day coverage of it. It literally was causing riots. It's not me defending the IDF. But don't you think it matters if Hamas blew up the fucking hospital, or the hospital wasn't even hit?
So, I mean, like, what's your solution, Ethan? Do you want no news outlet should cover breaking news? Right? I mean, like, what are you suggesting? Because it's not Hasan and what he said and how he's reacted to this, right? That spurred riots. It is news of a new atrocity.
Killed like 300 people in the parking lot and then tried to blame it on Israel. Like, I know a lot of...
Again, for somebody that's going to criticize Hasan over making statements with more certainty than they actually have, like, this is just hypocritical of Ethan. He doesn't know this. He doesn't know this. Like, all he's saying is like, well, I've read it in multiple news sources, so therefore it's true. Well, we really don't know that, and there's a lot about this that doesn't make sense, right? The theory that this is a rocket fired by Hamas, there's a lot that just doesn't make sense about that, right? But again, we, as far as I know, there's not like certainty over who fired the ordnance.
People are dying, but doesn't each life fucking matter? Ethan, that's far from clear. Check out New York Times' latest analysis.
Yeah. So, like, Shakespeare is pointing out that the IDF claimed the strike after it happened, right? So if Hasan made a mistake of jumping to conclusions about the source of the explosion, it is literally, supported by the IDF's Twitter. This is kind of like, did they... Like what happened there? What happened there? Like, there's a lot about this that doesn't make sense. That's why, like, I am perfectly content to leave that in breaking news and concentrate on the overall principle of the asymmetric decimation that's being enacted on the people in Gaza right now.
Okay, the New York Times analysis literally just is exploring one specific...
It's debunking the stuff that you're citing, Ethan. It doesn't come to the conclusion. Now, here's me being super good faith. The New York Times analysis does not come to the conclusion that we know with 100% certainty that was an IDF fired ordnance, okay? So I'm being real honest with you about what we know and what we don't know. But what it does say is that shit earlier about this being a Hamas rocket which misfired is not true. Right? Anyway.
Flip. Look at every fucking media analysis. The overwhelming consensus is that it was a misfired rocket by Hamas. It's overwhelming. But like, yeah, maybe
I'm sorry. I don't know like how much of this is like boomer brain, right? Because like, you know the boomer mentality. If it's in black and white and it's in a newspaper, then it's true, right? That is the boomer mentality, right? If ABC, NBC, and CBS all say it, then it's true, right? That's what they're used to. They're used to having this like kind of, like a less diffused set of news sources than we have now, right? And so that's the logic that Ethan's operating on now. Is like he's seen this in multiple news sources, and he's gonna discount the debunking of those news sources because there's three news sources on this side and only one news source on the other side, right?
I think there might be more context on this clip. So, but that being said, people were telling me the same exact fucking thing. You know what I mean? And it's like, well, I don't think it's good. You know, the same way that people get mad at me for I don't know what, but I know that this isn't good. I don't think this is a good way to talk about shit. Even if you're angry and fucking horrible things are happening.
They did not. Oh, back to they did not? Really? No, I didn't.
Oh, here he chose it. This dude's crazy. The change title. Oh yeah, so the title of his stream was like IDF blew up a hospital or something. He said IDF didn't bomb the hospital. Terrible that the people died by encouraging.
Yeah, sorry. As a anti-Zionist Jew, Ethan was asking for Hasan to say that calling for the deaths of Jewish people in America was disgusting, and Hasan couldn't. That's sorry, I didn't. Chat's coming so fast. I appreciate it though. Don't slow down the chat. Don't slow down the chat. I just need to get better at reading. Wait, what? Why am I not seeing all the chats? I'm trying to at least catch some of the chats. Do I have to turn this into live chat? I feel like I'm missing some of it. Okay. Oh my god, there we go. Hasan couldn't, that's why it ended. Not, oh, but that's why what, Leftovers ended?
You to look into where Hamas. Oh, so.
And we just got new word that Leftovers is not ending. He does seem to intend to do another Leftovers. He's also primed the drama pumps. So he's really, you know, kind of incited. He's basically fallen for psyops by his own fallen fans, right? So you know about the fallen fans, the people that used to be a fan of Ethan back when he was an anti-SJW shitlord. Those people want the old Ethan back, and they think that the way to get the old Ethan back is to get rid of Hasan. They're basically clip chimping Hasan at this point and screenshotting his Discord and just doing everything they can to inflame Ethan about Hasan, and he's going for that bait, but he's also, I guess, going for he wants to go ahead and have the Leftovers again. And I mean, you can see what he's doing there. Like, it really feels to me like he wants a replacement for Frenemies. My thumbnail artist Vamps did a design you know, for one of the previous blowups between Hasan and Ethan, and it was like Leftovers or Frenemies. Well, we don't know at this point. It really does feel like he's trying to turn Leftovers into Frenemies. It really does feel like he's trying to ride the drama, and it's like hard to take him. Ethan peaked at Vape Nation, right? My god.
Maybe, I don't know.
They did not. You just said it. I'm losing my mind. I'm losing.
He did?
My mind. Oh, you're saying IDF didn't bomb it because Hamas was firing rockets from right next to the hospital. And it actually misfired and fell into the hospital. Oh, okay. I thought that he was, oh, okay.
Wait, oh, he totally misunderstood? Oh.
Okay, so Satiric, let me see if I'm getting you right. It's that you're saying that Hasan and maybe some other people aren't aware of the pressure that Ethan's getting. I don't know, because like, I mean, I know that, like, look, I don't want to look at Jewish people as like monolithic, and it's really clear to me that a big part of the pushback against this stuff, in terms of the organized events in the Capitol protesting, asking for the ceasefire, is coming from the Jewish community. But if what you're saying is that there's, you know, parts of the Jewish community that might feel the exact opposite from that, I get your point.
Oh, that's actually, now I feel that this was fucked up. Hold on.
Never mind.
I hope I'm not misunderstanding you. Feel free to correct me if I ever, you know, like, I want to interact with chat, but there's always a danger of me not entirely getting what you're saying. So feel free to clarify if I misconstrued anything that anybody in chat says.
You're still a piece of shit genocide denier.
Okay, well, the change title. Oh yeah, so the title of his stream was like IDF blew up a hospital or something.
Okay, I misheard what you're saying.
IDF didn't bomb the hospital. Terrible that the people died. But I encourage you to look into where Hamas. Oh, so
the left treats conservatives as a monolith. By the left, do you mean me?
Maybe I don't know.
They did not.
Do I get to be the princess of the Princess Leia of the left?
Just said it. I'm losing my mind. I'm losing.
He did?
My mind.
Yeah, that is kind of a weird statement. No, I'm not trying to dunk on any chatters, okay? But like when you say the left considers the right monolithic, do you I don't know what to say. I don't know what to say. It feels like you're looking at us as a little bit monolithic, but anyway, we love you and we appreciate you, Grunt Corp.
Oh, you're saying IDF didn't bomb it because Hamas was firing rockets from right next to the hospital. And it actually misfired and fell into the hospital. Oh, okay. I thought that he was, oh, okay.
Wait, oh, he totally misunderstood? Oh, that's actually, now I feel that this was fucked up. Hold on.
Never mind. Yeah, you're still a piece of shit genocide denier.
Okay, well, he didn't really walk it back, did he?
100%. But no, it is not a fucking misfire.
Bro, it was. It's just, you know what I mean?
That's why it's not a fucking misfire.
You know, and here's the irony. He's so passionate. People who say, you should, maybe this wasn't by IDF, genocidal. And now when I want to talk about it and correct the record, now all of a sudden it's not important anymore.
Misfire. Because Israel's own fucking people are saying it wasn't a misfire until they delete it and try to act like it's a...
That's another thing. Like, if you want to talk about like people owning land, like Israel exists, right? I mean, I don't think any of us are going to deny that there's a whole ass country there called Israel with millions of people. Okay. Whatever solution you're working up, this is one of the basic facts. There's people there in a whole ass country. So like if you and we can't undo that. You know what I mean? So if we go, well, yeah, the Palestinians.
Wait, does he think that people are asking for like the displacement of the entire like population of Israel? That's not even what from the river to the sea means.
Were displaced whatever 70 years ago. Sorry.
I mean, like the only thing you could say is that like, yeah, right of return should still be upheld, right? But that's not.
You think you're just hypocritical? I wish you would explain why. If you're going to go back 70 years ago and say, well, they need to get all their land back. It's like a never ending. And I'm not disagreeing. It's just why I think this argument isn't good. Because it's a never ending path backwards into whoever owned the fucking land the oldest. You know what I mean? Like every fucking country, every society on this earth was taken from somebody else. Hey, bud.
Oh my God. What the fuck? And so therefore we should continue to do that? Ethan, I thought you had a problem with the settlers. I guess not. That's just the way things work, right? That's just how things work. Welcome to the stream, Eco Resto Dragon. Oh my God, you've come on a very frustrating day, but we're glad to have you in chat nonetheless. I apologize to all the people that I am not reading your chat. I want to. It's coming at me fast. There's like a lot to keep track of. And I appreciate you all for being here. I appreciate all of your contributions. I will try to read as much of chat as I can. But holy shit, this is like,
You got your sucker? Is it yummy? It's a yummy sucker. Wow.
Mommy. Mama.
You want rah-rah stuff? Okay.
Daddy. Mama.
Hold on.
Daddy. Mama.
You want the Godzilla stuff? Can you guys see this?
Yeah.
You guys want to see the shit he's into?
Yeah. Da.
You want Godzilla
Yeah.
versus Ark monsters? Yes, this is the fucking jam right here, you guys. Godzilla versus every creature in Ark.
Okay, so I don't think we're gonna miss anything else by dipping out at this point. Going full Bosch on decolonization. Yeah, that's Bosch-brained. I think it's very important to mention that this fascist talking point is not even true prior to settler colonialism. People were very rarely pushed off their land. Yeah. Well, look, I mean, it's just like, you're right. You are correct about that. And it's just a terrible thing. Look, this is part of, okay, Nazi Germany, when they were looking to, as far as what to do about Jewish people, entertaining that question, if you will, they looked to the United States, and they saw what the United States had done to black people, right? Other imperialist, colonialist nations looked to what the United States did to indigenous people, right? As an example, as an excuse, as a reason to repeat that. And that is so unbelievably fucked. Right? To point to something horrible that happened in history and use it as a justification for doing something horrible in the future. What is even with that? What is even with that? I don't understand. Oh my God. Look, let me just like, okay, wait. I need something that's like not horrible to like look at for a second. What happens if I just hit the home button? Will I find something good? Chess boxing, there we go. That's the no, I'm not gonna give you chess boxing. I feel like there was some. Oh no! What? The Vanguard? What? Oh no! Oh no! What is going on here? Cat videos. Cat videos sound good. Hey, I'm gonna remember this though. What the Vanguard talked about Keffals? Wow. Okay. YouTube. Okay, so I think that this might be the same video here that, anyway, okay, cat videos. That's the order of the day, right? Cat videos. I think I need some cat videos. This is a really, we're not gonna do like a whole cat thing, but yo, that cat's in a toilet? Okay, that's interesting. Oh, music. Can't have the music. Okay, so we got the cats. Oh wow, okay, escape artist. Cat fights. I've seen this happen. Oh my God, that cat does not want to take a bath. Does not want to take a bath. That's so scary too, because you're like naked and they do like to scratch. They really do like to scratch. Why are we like super fast speed here? Yeah, the cats could be normal speed, I think. Oh my God, chat. I don't know. That's rough. That's rough. Look, I mean, I gotta keep covering this. I gotta keep talking about this. It's not really. I don't know what else to do. But it's a lot for me emotionally, and I just want to encourage everybody out there to do some self-care. And if at any time you feel like you need to take a step away from the stream because it just gets too much, like, you have my blessing. You have all of my blessings to do so, because this is not easy to deal with. Episode 67, part 2 of Skibbity Toilet? That's a great suggestion. Oh wait, is it out on is it out as a short? I literally just got a request for Skibbity Toilet, so this is the new Skibbity Toilet that just came out. Okay, that's like, oh no, wait, what's going on? It's a fight. Don't fight, don't fight. Right, so you might have noticed I am not I'm not very much on mentioning when the ads are coming. Some of you might have experienced those ads already. It's really hard for me to pivot from talking about genocide to like, hey, you know, you can get rid of the ads with a Twitch Prime sub. So you can hopefully understand why I didn't do that, because it just like there's no way to pivot. There's no way to segue, right? There's just like there's nothing I can say. But just so you know, those ads do come on Twitch every 1 hour. The next ones are coming up in 36 minutes. If you no longer want to see those ads, you can stop seeing those ads with a Twitch Prime sub, right? You can also stop seeing those ads for $5 if you pay Twitch $5 to buy an ad. Oh my god, that's a very assertive rat. That's a very assertive rat. Look at that. That cat doesn't want to mess with that. Like a certain size, I feel like a cat stops seeing a rat as food and starts seeing the rat as like danger. Oh, that's so cute. Okay, these cats are great. These cats are awesome. Yeah, they do the mirror stage, right? Oh my god. But the other possibility is that, and it's happened a couple times today, it could happen again, it could happen to you, that you might be gifted a sub just for being an awesome chatter, right? Just for being here. But the key to that is being active in chat, because how that works is somebody sees you there, they see that you don't have a avatar by your name, and they take pity on your soul, and sometimes you might get a gift. Wow, was that eggs? What is that cat eating? Oh, potato salad. I love potato salad. So yeah, you might possibly be gifted a sub. It's more likely to happen if you're wow. Oh my god, chat. So as far as cats go, my cats just my cats. I say my cats. They weren't my cats. You might have seen them. They came on as guest stars a few times. But they're my roommate's cats, and that roommate is moving out. Is almost completely moved out, and I guess I'll be moving into their room, which is pretty exciting, which means that I'll have more a better setup and everything else. But yeah, I had to say goodbye to the two cats that I was living with, which is really sad. But on the plus side, right, the roommate that's moving in also has two cats, so it's like new cat roommates as well, and you'll possibly be seeing those if they want to come on stream. Can we do a Doberman? Are Dobermans cute? Do Dobermans do cute stuff? You're saying you fired the cats on your stage crew. What I'm saying, chat, is that the cats were... The cats are fallen fans now. The cats saw... They sent... somebody sent the cats clip chimps of me, which made me seem like really bad. Right? It looked really bad. They clipped me out of context. They sent it to the cats, and the cats no longer support the stream. So, oh my god, that looks delicious. What the? Oh my god, yum, yum, yum. I didn't know they ate corn. Yo, this one really likes corn. Okay, don't mess with. Be nice. We got some weird little dudes. The cats messaged me and sent me a 40... No, not a 50-page manifesto. Sadly, that would not be the longest manifesto. That would be the longest obsessive piece of writing that's been written about me. I think I've had one that's like 51 or 52 pages, but the cat's bopping its head to the music. We can't hear the music, of course, because the music is probably copyrighted. That Keffals video is going to make... Keffals is going to make 75 videos about the Vanguard, possibly. Well, yo, how easy is it going to be for Keffals to be like, yo, the Vanguard, tankies, They're called the Vanguard. They're called the Vanguard. They must be tankies. Clearly big Stalin fans over there at Vanguard. That's what Keffals is gonna do. Okay, so I got what we're gonna do this like decompress, because the next thing that we gotta do is also Israel Palestine related, right? We gotta see what Apartheid Anime Girl is up to, and I can promise you it's nothing good. But we're just taking a little bit of a break to decompress here, because I know that I need it, and I think that you need it. My biggest complaint about Baldur's 3 is that they include a mechanic. Yo, Agleth, thank you for the resub. That's how a Twitch Prime works, right? And just like any other kind of sub that gets you out of the ad break, just like any other kind of sub that gets you the emotes, it basically the big thing about the Twitch Prime sub though is it's free to you. If you're already paying for Prime, you get a free sub to park at the streamer of your choice. And wow, that's a great way to drink. Yes, that's an engineer cat. That cat is an engineer. Do you see that? That's a smart cat. Okay, that's a smart cat too. That's efficient laziness. I approve. Oh my god, my cat used to do this. My cat used to do this. Yo, that's so cute. They're gonna get... No, but my cat would do it after I ran the dishwasher. See, these cats are actually cleaning the plates. But my cat would lick after it was done to get the water droplets. See, this looks like... Oh my god, that looks so much like the cat that just moved. Very fluffy. NATO Andes think that tankies are everywhere. Yeah, god. This is, And the funny thing is that, like, by most people's definition of what a tanky is, like, Keffals would have actually qualified, right? Although, you know what I'm getting lately? Is that what they've done is they found Nazbuls like Infrared, like Caleb Maupin, and like, you know, people like Pat Socks, right? And then some of these Pat Socks will call themselves tankies, like Infrared Haas, like, is big on calling himself a tanky. And so they'll basically be like, yeah, like, that's what a tanky is, right? Like a national Bolshevik, like a reactionary leftist, right? Somebody that is like, yeah, I like communism, yeah, I like Marx, but trans rights, miss me with that, right? That's what the new definition seems to be. And the people that they're talking about are not people that have these viewpoints. If you compare Infraz Haas to Hakim, you're making a mistake. If you compare Caleb Maupin to Second Thought, you're making a mistake. If you compare Ugopnik... Oh my god, that's adorable! What the actual... Oh my god, you're so cute! That is like the cutest cat ever. Oh my god, that's cute also. That is also cute. Like, if you compare Ugopnik to Peter Coffin, you're making a mistake, right? You're really missing the boat, and you're missing what's dangerous about Nazbuls. Like, you're missing what's wrong with third positionism. The one good thing that you could argue that Vosh ever did was come up with the term Nazbul vortex. Although the way that they use that over there these days, like, they're never talking about Nazbuls. Okay, that was amazing. Oh, that was amazing. Okay, so what did we get? Somebody said Skibbity Toilets 67. Has anybody been keeping up with this? This is a short video, so if you don't like the toilets, you're all good. But yeah, the videos have been getting longer. We're getting into some real serious, like, boss battles here. Let's take a look and see what Skibbity's got for us today. Okay, so that is Skibbity Scientist, evil Skibbity Toilet Scientist. There we have Titan Speaker Man and Titan Cameraman. That's a threat. Those are fighting words. Blast. Blast back. Saw. Blast. Oh, we got it. We got it. What did you just put? What? What is that? What is that? What is that? Yo, he got blasted, but he put something in there. Whoa, he's gonna blast back. What is that? Oh no, you're gonna get blasted, dude. You're gonna get blasted. What does he have in him? What is that, Titan TV, man? No, wait, I can't. Wait, what was that? No. Oh my god! It's G-Man! It's G-Man toilet! G-Man toilet's back! Oh, he's got protection. He's got protection. Damn! Okay, so we're getting to the point where these videos almost like you need the analysis, right? You almost need the analysis of the video to really even understand what just went on there. That was wild. Okay, so I got a few things to say. I think that the Skibidi scientist, like that, he inserted like a headphone in his ear, right? He like shoved that headphone into his ear, and I think that might, usually that's like some kind of a control thing, or like it's gonna make him like, I don't know. I'm so confused. I'm so confused now. Yeah, Skibidi toilet's complicated. I can't exactly tell you. Do we have any Skibidi experts in chat that can tell us exactly what happened? Is there going to be a part 3? Is there going to be a 67 part 3? I don't want to play this on my monitors. They got London in the track. The deep lore and philosophy. Yeah, that's right. The deeper meaning of Skibidi toilets. Anyway, and then the other thing that somebody wanted me to check out was Doberman. Is it Doberman or Dobermans? Dobermans? Yeah, Dobermans. I thought it was Doberman, but whatever. Like, is a Doberman right for you? What's it like owning a Doberman? Funny Doberman dog compilations. Thank you very much.
Ready?
Okay, let's see what the Dobermans are doing. Not very interested in playing fetch, I see. It's like a metaphor for something, yeah. And after this, we're going to look at Apartheid Anime Girl on... I keep on wanting to say Lilo and Stitch. Adam and Sitch. Doberman without the crop. Oh, they crop the ears on Doberman? And what is the deal? They crop the tail too, right? It's a little puppy.
No.
Oh. Oh. But I don't know, in other words, oh my god, of course. I know this about Doberman. Great again, and
That's it.
What is
Do you think that, was the Doberman thirsty, or was the Doberman just playing?
that?
Uh-oh.
That's bad, Sadie. You feel bad?
Wait, what is that? Is that some kind of smell that dogs aren't supposed to like?
Don't do that. No.
Oh no, did the dog chew up a stuffed animal? Oh.
Say I love you. Say I love you. Good girl. Speak. You love me? I love you. I love you.
I thought she was gonna say it. I really thought she was gonna. I'm disappointed that you didn't understand my London on the track reference. Now I want to look it up. They're super smart and have tons of energy. But not necessarily interested in catch. What is he blowing bubbles? Or is there something in the bowl?
You don't need any more food, Leo. You go sit down and be good. You don't need anything else to eat. You don't Leo,
very needy.
Sit.
Why do they crop their ears? That one's singing.
What are you doing? What are you doing?
Oh, so cute.
Are you howling? You are. Did you miss me? Dookie, what are you doing, Dookie?
Go get your bed. Come on, we're going to
They
sleep.
have cute floppy ears naturally.
Bring your bed in.
They're bred to be penned?
Good boy. Good boy. Now let it go. Let it go. Let it go. And go to sleep. And lay down.
That's awesome.
That's a good boy. That's a good boy.
Oh wow. Oh no. Did that one get like something done with their ears? And they're like they don't have balance because of their ears?
Ask every doctor in the hospital for their opinion and no one has any ideas.
You okay, baby?
Oh my god.
I don't know what those berries are. But obviously I should know, chat. I know a lot about berries actually. It's on a tree. It's not a salmon berry. Yeah, it better not be a salmon berry.
No, you can't have any pasta. No.
Coffee? Are you saying I need coffee? You're probably right. I need to finish my tea so I can drink some coffee.
No. Oh, you're gonna eat a nap?
I know a lot about berries. I'm a huge berry, like, yeah, it's like my favorite food is berries.
Hey! Stop being such a baby. You gonna throw a temper tantrum because mommy won't give you a noodle? Okay.
Apparently they like noodles. Who knew? Oh, they're cartilage? Yeah. Has to harden. Oh, you're gonna get some ice cubes. Yo, they are smart. They are really smart. Get that ice cube. Get that ice cube. Yes, yes! Oh, the best food in the world.
Yeah,
Do I know about Marion berries? Yeah, those are the berries that look kind of like blackberries, but they're different. They're I'm trying to think. I think that the middle thing like comes off with the berry.
Annabelle, did you get in the Cheez-Its?
The Cheez-Its, yeah, that's like you gotta protect your crotch from these dogs.
Annabelle, was you
Snout is just another
hungry?
appendage.
He's still eating it.
Annabelle,
I can hear crunching on it.
you're a crazy dog.
I mean, Cheez-Its are good. Scratch, scratch, scratch.
Easy, easy, LeBron.
Wait.
Don't hurt the bird.
Don't hurt the bird. The bird might hurt you, but... Wow.
She doesn't smile like Allie did.
What I wonder is, do dogs do that kind of bark, like, in the wild? Or is it only because they're around humans and human speech kind of sounds like that? Are they like imitating human speech? Oh my god. He just really wants to swing. Like, I've seen how this thing works. How do I get up into this thing? In my experience, dogs can swing on a swing set, but they really don't like it. They whine like cuddles for anything and everything. That's just Huskies and Dobermans being sassy. Get it. Yo! You're gonna pop the balloon, you're gonna pop the balloon, you're gonna pop the balloon, you're gonna scare it! Oh, it's gonna scare you.
Where is it?
Where did it go? No, don't, like, careful, get that away from it. He's gonna choke on it. Or...
Uh-oh.
I would be afraid to have my dog bite it.
What? Manny, what have you been doing?
Oh, look at that face, look at that face.
What? Manny.
I think that's Doberman for I want peanut butter. They act similarly to Cannon Dog. Oh, they do this too? Yeah, I've seen cats do this. Also, they're playing like swing music or ragtime or something. Is it a drone? Oh, like a remote control helicopter. They're gonna bite that thing if it gets low enough. They're gonna jump up, they're gonna jump up, they're gonna jump up. They're afraid of it, they're afraid of it.
What the heck is this?
Jezebel, speak. Speak.
No.
Good girl. Spin around. Turn on. Sit. Down. Sit. Sit. Bag. Shake. Shake. Good girl.
Ah, I can still see you. Branks. Were you a bad boy?
Uh-oh. Oh no.
Were you naughty?
Perhaps.
Why did you do what you did?
Tastes good. Tastes good, okay.
Are you gonna do it again?
Hell yeah. Alright, that is wild. Oh yeah, Keffals. Okay, I guess we gotta see this. What is going on with Keffals? That's the Vanguard from earlier. You can tell I was watching the Vanguard earlier today. See the kidology video. Let's see, what are we looking for? There it is. Keffals' new anti-communist grift. I don't know how old it is, right? But it's...
Shout out to the boss. You guys keep up with Keffals' shameless grift. Have you seen some of her recent tweets? She's like really going in this like anti-communist direction.
They act similarly to Canaan Dog.
Posting shit like this all the time. The reason I'm so passionate about the topic of tankies is because I used to be in the Communist Party. I used to defend Stalin. I used to defend genocide. I know what they say behind closed doors. They want power, and if they get it, they want to put all actors in camps. So you guys know that like I'm not a tanky myself, and Zach and I.
Sometimes I'm like, don't try telling Keffals that. Like, Keffals is going to take one look at your name and classify you as tankies.
Don't really do the whole thing where it's like
we run the tanky brigade. What are you talking about? We're flag waving tankies. We're soldiers.
But I also do think it's really weird when people supposedly on the left somehow end up spending more time shitting on like communists than they do like right wingers or conservatives, or you know what I'm saying? Like why is your whole Twitter timeline about tankies and communists? Like you seem really obsessed with this. But
my best my best explanation for this, and you know, this is me seeing White Leaf not as individual streamers, but as a club, as a group, as like a power structure, which, you know, given my experience with it, it is. You criticize White Leaf, somebody in the White Leaf organization will come after you. And in my case, they tried to take my channel down, right? So they want a monopoly on the left. They want to use their power. They want to use their size. They want to use it because essentially what White Leaf is it is Vosh's sysadmin who administers a website for him, right? That website, what does it do for him? It lets him make twice as much money. So in other words, when I get a sub on Twitch, I get $2.50. Twitch splits it with me, right? When you join up as a member on YouTube, it's like I think I get $2 out of that, right? And YouTube takes $1. Vosh, when he gets a sub on VGG, he gets like pretty much the full amount. So, you know, it's useful. It's very useful for a streamer. He doesn't just extend this to himself though. His sysadmin goes ahead and you know, administers sites for and sets up sites for people that are in good with Vosh, right? So, you know, this is kind of like somebody comes by with an apple. Like, would you like this apple? It's nice and juicy. And you're like, oh my God, I love apples. Thank you, old lady. I will take that apple. Yes, and you'll sleep for 1,000 years. Because once you take that site, now you're dependent on Vosh's sysadmin, right? Keffals fits into this category. Xanderhall fits into this category. Demon Mama fits into this category. Almost everybody that you can think of that's buds with Vosh fits into this category. So can they really meaningfully criticize Vosh? Can they meaningfully go against Vosh? Or do they have too much on the line? Are they liable to take too large of a cut of their income if they do that? I would say yes. So that's why I kind of see them as a unit. And this unit has a lot of the characteristics of Vosh's personality. His narcissism, his ego, his and it's not just like he's confident in his ignorance, right? Whether it's him talking to non-compete or whether it's him talking to Professor Flowers, right? He's not just ignorant, but he's confident in his ignorance. And because he's got the power to back that up, he can make that stick. If you disagree with him, you are a genocide enthusiast. You are a tanky. You are a this. You are that. There's some reason that nobody should have anything to do with you, right? And so as much as he bitches and moans about cancel culture constantly, he is the strongest form of cancel culture on this platform. If you make him and his community mad, if you get in the way of their money in any way, if you're inconvenient to them, you are very expendable, right? And you can see, you know, you'll have like, you know, 8 videos on you like that, right? 8 videos on how you are an abuse. What is it? An abuse enabler? I can't remember the term that they used, but yeah, like this is It's what they do. So, who are Vosh's enemies? Generally people that are to the left of him. Generally to the people that maybe agree with Vosh on, trans rights. Yeah, trans rights, racism is bad. Yeah, racism is bad. But like there's something there's something where Vosh falls down and says, actually, yeah, racism is bad, especially if it's racism against white people. And I'm sick and tired of POC enacting racism against white people. I'm sick of tired of being the victim of it myself as Vosh, because like anybody seeing something racist about what Vosh does is becomes like an enemy, right? So so their enemies are leftists that don't have that reactionary edge that Vosh has, and that his whole community has, because these are people that have bent the knee and bowed down before Vosh, right? So that's why this tanky thing gets used. It's a way to say somebody's on the left, but they're so far on the left that they love authoritarianism and they want to put us all in camps. So you shouldn't support Hakeem. You shouldn't support non-compete. You could Luna Oi wants you in a camp, apparently, according to these people, right? Luna Oi is a danger to the left, right? And at some points, sometimes you see it kind of like reverse, right? Where people calling out racism are accused of being racist, right? We've seen this with people, kind of like intra-community discussions, for instance, between like Black content creators. Vosh jumps in and says that the person calling Shark out, the Black person calling Shark out because they sense like anti-Blackness from Shark, is actually the one doing anti-Blackness themselves, right? And they'll do things like confuse the use of a word to define somebody who's really playing up to a white audience as being a form of anti-Black racism, when it's actually a call out towards anti-Black racism. So that's what you got from Vosh and his community. And Keffals is right up there with him. Now, I will put an asterisk on Keffals as far as her loyalty, right? Because there's a real question at this point. It's very rare for somebody to have a dalliance equally with VGG and with DGG. And especially for somebody like Keffals, who actively fought against DGG, right? Not so long ago, Keffals was fighting the debate bozos. Keffals was fighting DGG. Keffals was fighting Destiny. Now it seems like they are working together to get other content creators deplatformed, right? And it's usually with this thing of like, oh, they're fucking tanky.
I know you haven't followed Keffals' career very much, if at all, Zach, but did you have any thoughts on this?
I know almost nothing about Keffals. I know
Quantum Leaf says Keffals will become a Destiny orbiter anytime. Yeah, because that's the thing, is Destiny and Vosh are not chill, right? I mean, that's probably the one saving grace, is both of their egos are too big to accommodate the other one, right? And even if they did make a temporary alliance, which we've seen in the past, it's only a matter of time until some scumbags somebody else, right? But yeah, this whole thing, the game that Keffals is playing, with you could see it as she's the bridge to DGG, but honestly, I think she's becoming a liability to VGG. So who knows what's going to go on with that, right? These alliances, these loyalties may be in flux.
know that she's popular and that she had beef with Destiny, and then that she was in that one picture of Destiny and Vosh eating dinner in DC the
Oh my god! So they're really coming to this kind of new look. Like I just
other day, and then she did not look very pleased to be there. But
that was the joke. None of them looked very pleased to be there, but here they are, all together to support transmedicalist impresario Brianna Wu.
Yeah, no, I mean this is kind of like, I don't know, it's like larpy. It's like, yeah, dude, I'm sure there are college campuses where there's fucking a bunch of people who are mentally unwell, who are saying things like, oh, if we get power, it'll be death to all who oppose us and whatever. But I mean, it gives all of leftism a bad name. It like shines a light on like the most absolute fringe, most absolute like, basically what you're revealing is that you never had a very good sense of like political acumen. You were like, oh, I got swept up by the absolute most minority position that you could possibly hold on the internet, the like rabid fucking like Stalinist tanky left.
Ableism right fucking away. Hey, it's pretty pervasive.
And like it could happen to you, and it's like, actually, bro, that doesn't happen to most people. That's not compelling to the rest of us. We actually enjoy our
wrong hashtag
rights. I've always held, and so has Gavin, that like, you know, we like to be the apex.
It's the TYT tactic
of like collectivism and, you know, personal freedom, right? So it's like, yeah, you know, don't harm anybody, go after it, but like if you're gonna harm other people, like then we do believe in regulation. Like, you know what I mean? Pretty simple.
Yeah, totally.
Well, I mean, like, look, I mean, I get people saying that they're, you know, you heard what they said. They're not super aware of Keffals. They haven't really followed much of what's been going on. It's a lot to keep up with, right? And look, I do want to be, okay, full disclosure, right? I need to grow. I need to get bigger. My viewpoints, my analysis, especially my analysis of the power dynamics of, you know, groups like you know, like Vosh's orbiters and Destiny orbiters. I think this stuff is pretty instrumental to the left, and a lot of people don't have it. Most streamers like aren't aware of it, and you wouldn't be aware of it unless you'd been attacked by these networks and survived, right, chat? That's the thing about me that's kind of different than a lot of other streamers. Here I'm like I'm really selling myself here, but that I survived. I survived all their attacks, okay? I survived the attacks not just from the Vosh network, but from the Dylan network, which is connected to Destiny, and like I basically had all, you know, like the John Wick picture, or is it like from El Dorado with the knives, right? The picture with all these guns around. That was me, and somehow I survived, right? So I feel like I do have not only privileged knowledge, but also a special responsibility to make sure that this knowledge gets spread, because they came for me, right, back in 2021. They're coming for you next, okay? And if you want to know how to defeat them, then talk to me, because I've got the answers. I know how they work. I know what their weaknesses are, and I don't think that they're anything that we can't handle. I think that all it takes to handle these assholes is solidarity. And yeah, there is a real danger in the left being displaced by these pretenders, by these reactionaries in leftist clothing, like Keffals, like Vosh, like Xander Hall, etc. So.
And to act like this is some sort of like edgy thing to say, or like something.
Dylan's trying to put the heat on Hasan. Yeah, I heard about that. That's what we might have to talk about that in the premium streamium tomorrow.
That's not already the main.
NCC is tough for them. I don't know. I don't want to say that. Look, there's some good soldiers that have fallen along the way. Okay. Maybe I'm luckier than them.
Stream thought, like being anti-communist is somehow a.
Wow. Oh yeah, blaming her love of calling people slurs with on people. Yeah, blaming it on PTSD. Yeah, that's the weird thing too. Is as much as they are reactionaries, they're not afraid to use a bastardized form of like identity politics, I guess. Like basically, you know, the Ben Shapiro caricature of identity politics that says, okay, so what we got here is a hierarchy, all right? And the hierarchy needs to be turned on its head. So now white, straight, cis men, you're at the bottom, you're shit, we're all gonna shit on you, and you know, the more intersections you have, the more powerful you are in this new system. That's not true. That's not how it works. That's never been how it's been. That's not how privilege works. You can't just turn it on its head, okay? And then that's not what the left is doing. That's not the idea of what we're doing. That is a straw man version of social justice. But these people believe it. These people eat it up. And they're not only eating it up, but they're willing to use the tools of social justice, of their bastardized, you know, parody of social justice as a cudgel against the rest of us, right? No, you're the real racist, actually. You know, it's like, it's scary.
What a bold, brave position to take. As if that
controversial 21st century figure known for successful filing cabinet business.
That's not what like
we'll see about that successful business. I hope so. God,
mainstream.
It needs to be successful, or else I'm gonna fall by the wayside too.
Media, the education system in this country, like that's what has been shoved down the throats of all Americans for basically all of time. Don't act like it's some radical position to come out here and be like, I don't really like communism. I think communism is kind of scary. Like, wow.
Yes. Okay. So you know how I just mentioned I was like, so my car, the Bluetooth speakers.
It's so weird to be worried about like communists. Like, what's the real danger to this country? You know, the country that's being swept up in Christo-fascism. Oh, I know, communists. Yeah, we're in real danger of the communists taking control and going a little too far into the authoritarianism, right? That's the real danger. Not Ron DeSantis, not Donald Trump. Ugopnik, Hakeem, Luna Oi, Bad Empanada. There's the real danger right there. Those are the people that we really need to stop.
Broken, so I just listen to whatever's on the fucking radio. So I'm always like fucking sick.
Red Scare, yeah. Wait, oh sorry. So you're talking about the Red Scare? Yeah, it is the Red Scare. That's exactly right. You're not. At first, I thought you were invoking a podcast, but no, you're talking about the Red Scare proper. Yeah, this is the Red Scare. This is digital McCarthyism.
Thing through it. I mentioned how there was a really bass guy that snuck through on 90.1 The Bridge, but when I was driving back home, I hear less bass discussion. And it was just these two fucking boomer assholes, and they were like, we're doing a Back the Blue live event here in Prairie Village, and you guys should come out. And isn't it just a goddamn shame that you have to even do an event like this? Like, you have to say, hey, the police aren't that scary. They're just, you know, they're SUVs and sunglasses, and I don't know what it is about the cops. That's literally what they were saying. Is it the SUVs? They're moms and dads just like you all. And I'm just like, are you fucking kidding me? So they had to get a good bolt of propaganda. But that's basically what Keffals is doing, right? She's basically like, I'm being brave enough to come out here and
no one else will have the bravery to speak up against Hakeem and all of his power, all of his immense power.
Tell y'all that I love my country. Now I know it's or better yet, actually, do you know what it is? Do you know what it is? It's the left wing, or I don't know what you would call it. It's like the terminally online version of the I am not afraid to say Merry Christmas. I'm not afraid to say it anymore. I'm going to say it to you.
War on Christmas.
I love my country. I love my religion. I love Merry.
I mean, and there is a little bit, like, look, as much as Vosh wants to characterize, and Keffals, they want to characterize other streamers as, like, America bad. That's all you've got. That's literally all you've got. And you're willing to get in bed with anyone and everyone just to say America bad. Yeah, I feel like there's a little bit too much America good coming from you. I feel like there's a little too much Biden good coming from you, right?
Christmas to all of us. Merry Christmas, baby Jesus, all that. Now, I'm
Bro,
gonna say it all. I'm not gonna be ashamed.
Do they still? I feel.
Won't somebody think of the doctors in Iraq that read a lot? That's dangerous. That's dangerous, Sarah. That's dangerous.
Like, ever since I graduated from like high school, I'm kind of out of touch with what people like.
That's
you know,
that's because they're letting the liberals win. They're letting the liberals win. Nobody's allowed to say it no more. That's why you ain't never heard it. No, he sees this man, this poor son of a bitch right here, this poor boy right here. He says it's been since he's graduated high school that anybody's been allowed to say Merry Christmas to him. Well, I know we're a little early, son, but Merry Christmas. I'm not afraid to say it. I'm brave.
That's the other. There's a recent like reaction that Vosh did to a Second Thought video that I wanted to cover too. We'll see if we can get to that tomorrow.
Soldier. I'm a soldier of God. I'm a God.
There was like a little bit too much like cop glazing in that one. I do recall.
Warrior, and I will speak my truth. God damn it, and I will shine a light upon those that intend to spread darkness. God damn it. Now, thank you all.
Dude, I will never forget that year. I think it was our senior year of high school.
Oh, donut eaters. How can I get to be a tanky? Do I have to read a lot? Yeah, you have to raise your power level, apparently. I don't know.
Cool. When everyone was freaking out about the red cups at Starbucks and how they were
Bro,
taking Christ out of Christmas.
They took the Christ out of Christmas, goddammit.
They sucked the Christ right out of Christmas like they were in some kind of Chinese dick milking factory. Chad, do you know about that? Do you know about them sucking the Christ? Sucking that Christ right out of Christmas. Sucking it hard. Sorry, I'm gonna stop.
I remember Trump, because it was going on like concurrently to the primary. Trump was talking about like, I think we might have to.
Keffals just reacted to the same Second Thought video live today that Vosh did. They made the same French. Oh my God! Somebody's got to tell these debate perverts that the French Commune is not related to the French Revolution. Like they're right. We're not talking about the French Revolution. Yeah. So what happens is basically, I think Second Thought is reading from Engels, and Engels is talking about the French Commune, and Vosh is like starts talking about the French Revolution, and somebody in chat, like luckily there was a chatter there, was like, Vosh, I think he's talking about the French. I think he's talking about the Paris Commune. I think he's talking about the Paris Commune, right? And Vosh is like, oh shit, is that not the French Revolution? I'm sorry, I don't know anything about history.
Of all the Starbucks from Trump Towers. Who knows?
It was from Engels on Authority, which is like a short piece, right? So
I don't think that ever happened, obviously, but yeah, dude, people were acting like that was such a scandal.
Not a tough read.
They're like, tell the name is Merry Christmas, and then they'll have to say it out loud when they call your name. Do you remember that shit, bro?
So my question now is Keffals just cribbing notes off of Vosh?
Oh,
Is that
dude,
what's going on?
100%. And I'll tell you what now. Yeah, this is no, I can't do it anymore. We're gonna go to the well too much. We can move on to the next story. Do we have any more super chats to get to before we
the uninformed leading the uninformed?
Tankies aren't any worse than capitalist defenders. Actually, they are, Brian, because here's what: capitalist defenders, they're just run-of-the-mill people. They're just people who have been given like one little bit of information. Tankies have all of the correct information, and they chose to abandon it. Like, I mean, I guess if you're talking about like the ANCAPs, like the most fringe, but a lot of people would see when you're talking about tankies, you're talking about a fringe. When you're talking about capitalist defenders, you're talking about people like my dad, who might agree with us on a bunch of shit, but when you say like we're gonna abolish capitalism, he starts to get cold feet because he likes to buy big TVs and like, fucking, it's just like, well, what happened? What about the TV?
I also like to buy big TVs.
Velociraptors are so cool though. Wait, where did the Velociraptors come from? Wait, I feel like that came up recently.
TVs, by the way, as a proud socialist.
Right?
Being informed is kind of gay.
It's just like, so people will defend capitalism even if they're not like a lost cause. A lot of tankies are lost causes, bro. I just don't even have any patience for them, and also they just get on my fucking nerves.
See, I never know what anybody's saying when they like half of the I can't really say much about what they're saying here because some people have literally bought the lie that what is a tanky? It's like infrared Haas. It's like Caleb Boppin. That's what a tanky is, right? It's like it's a pat sock, and it's like, well, okay, that's a Nazgul, and yeah, Nazguls are really bad, but I don't know how far the disinformation virus has traveled, right?
Oh my God, you're just the most aggravating crowd. I don't get it. It's like you're so correct on like 4 out of like 17 things, and then the rest of it just like North Korea is a paradise. It's like, bro, no, it's not. Like,
yeah. The annoying thing about tankies is that like while
okay, so Juche, that would be Juche proponents.
They're defending authoritarianism.
Am I pronouncing it right?
Pretending to do it from the left, whereas like at least capitalist defenders aren't pretending to be leftier than thou. They're not pretending to be more progressive than you or like more of a revolutionary because they have a fucking photo of Lenin on their bedroom wall. That's what's annoying about tankies. But to be fair to tankies, they are fringe.
No, if you're a true tanky though, it'll be a naked picture of Lenin in a suggestive pose, right? It'll be Lenin being sexy.
Not as big of a deal as people like Keffals will have you believe. They really are just like an online.
It'll be like a close-up picture of like Stalin's feet, right? And you lick the picture. That's the true tanky
culture of people that treat
Velociraptors, those prosperity gospel crooks in a Lambo. Wait, I feel like I remember somebody embraced Judaism. No, oh my God. Are you really? It's an autarky, right? That's what you'd call like the North Korean political philosophy of self-reliance, as well as the you could also talk about the Cambodian, although Cambodia had a lot going on, and most people don't understand what Pol Pot was actually about, who empowered Pol Pot. There's God, that would be a great premium streamium. I like, okay, full disclosure, okay? Western girl over here, I don't know that much about Asian history, but I've been trying to bridge that gap. I've been trying to learn more. I've been trying to, kind of fill in those holes. And one of those holes was the, what went on in Cambodia while the United States / France were trying to take over Vietnam. And oh my God, chat, is that shit ever a fucking rabbit hole? Is that ever a rabbit hole to really understand what happened in Cambodia?
Politics more.
Somebody brought it back. Somebody brought it up in chat, and I think accused me of being a tanky and supporting Pol Pot. And I'm just like, I think you got the wrong girl here. I wear glasses. Like, do you notice the glasses? That immediately would put me in danger in Pol Pot's Cambodia.
Like an aesthetic or a club than an actual
There's way more
movement.
people who hate tankies than there are tankies, which is why Keffals has made the pivot she's making.
Which is why it's not really a useful thing to talk about, right? If you want to call out Nazbuls, call out Nazbuls. If you want to call out Jackson Hinkle, people that play around with leftist aesthetics to promote right-wing philosophies, Infrared Haas when he was more relevant, right? Go right ahead. Go right ahead. But yeah, you're not. Don't delude yourself into thinking that these people are tankies, especially like in Haas's case when they call themselves. I mean, that's a pretty slick psyop by Haas, right? Okay, this group of people. What is a bad thing that you can be? A tanky, right? So if Haas thinks if I call myself a tanky, then they're not going to dig deeper and be like, oh yeah, he's actually a Duganite. He's actually a Eurasianist national Bolshevik. Is what this guy actually is, right? They're not going to do any digging. They're just going to be like tanky bad, and they will call you a tanky, and then that kind of screws things up because people aren't making the right the right they don't even know who they're criticizing when they're talking about Haas, and that's dangerous because then Haas shows your takedown of him and shows that you don't know what the fuck you're talking about.
Yeah, they're also deeply paranoid people, from what I've come to understand about tankies. Like
call them Nazbuls, call them Strasserites, call them third positionists or fascists. Just what is actually, yeah, exactly. Don't fall for Haas's shit, right? Don't fall for Peter Coffin shit. Don't fall for Caleb shit. Don't fall for any of these fucking third positionist assholes.
Real committed tankies.
What's wrong with them is not that they are too far left or there's some kind of authoritarian leftist. What's wrong about them is they're not even on the left to begin with. They're just wolves in sheep clothing.
Don't trust any news or information.
Wait, is there a daylight savings time? Is that still going on? I thought they phased that out.
Like, for real.
Are they still doing that?
Goddamn Whitney Webb wrote the article.
It's the gray zone or the what is it?
Wait, is there still daylight savings?
What's the name of that?
Last American, whatever the hell.
Last
Vagabond.
American Vagabond.
Yeah. What would happen if the Unabomber had a military? Yeah. Actually, like you could kind of compare it to the way that MAGA glorifies the rural places in the United States and criticizes the urban cosmopolitan places. Like, right, it's got a lot more to do with that kind of mentality than some kind of like, some kind of leftist excess. This year is the last year. I thought last year was the last year. Okay, this year is the last year.
Dude, that shit is crazy. I remember when we first found out about that shit, and I was like, because it was so funny. We didn't even find out about it from politics.
So does that mean that we're gonna fall backwards, which is good, and then we're never gonna we're never gonna spring forward again, which is bad? I can agree with that. If we're gonna permanently roll the clock back 1 hour and never roll it forward again, I can get on board. But if they're doing it the other way, if the last time is going to be in spring, I am not on board with that. I don't want to be permanently on it's later than it was. I don't know. Arizona does rule for no DST. According to Keffals, completely tunes out of the conversation.
It's like,
and you feel like as much as like I'm as much as I might have some disagreements here, I'm gonna cut them loose. I'm gonna cut the Vanguard loose on the fact that I don't think that they. I think this is their first time talking about Keffals. I don't know that they've necessarily paid attention to what's going on with Keffals, and more power to them. Like, I wish I didn't have to. I wish I didn't have to worry about Keffals either. Unfortunately, Keffals Keffals shows up in my chat challenging me to debates. Keffals attacks my friends. Keffals attacks other streamers that are doing good work and tries to eliminate them. Yeah, I unfortunately have to worry about Keffals.
Judge me a little bit because it's he is
No reason to even have daylight savings time, but the bill to get rid of it would have everybody on standard, not on on standard time, but would not have everybody on standard time. So standard time's like the summer one.
like a turf, and he's kind of gross. But I at one point, just to get the back catalog of all the Tim Dillon interviews, I did fucking pay for them and Patreon for 1 month. And one of the ones that he interviewed was he did this long Whitney Webb Epstein thing. And that's what I really wanted to hear about. I just was like, I wanted the hot goss on Epstein. I don't know how much of it's true. I didn't really care. I was listening to that all for entertainment, just for like smut, right? Like smoke a bowl, fucking go for a walk, like listen to people tell me.
That's not my idea of a good time, but you know, if it's yours. She literally argued today that Jackson Hinkle is a tanky. Yo, Jackson Hinkle loves you, Keffals. Jackson Hinkle thanks you. Thank you, Keffals, Jackson Hinkle says, for not blowing my cover. That's what I want people to think I am. If people think I'm a tanky, then they don't know I'm a fucking third positionist. Keffals, you validated Jackson Hinkle as a leftist, which he's not. He's a bullshitter. He's a Strasserite. He's a third position weirdo. God
like
damn.
Potentially conspiracy theories, but that dude was pretty funny. Like you got to give Tim Dillon at least for like being like a.
Next thing you're going to tell me is that the problem with Jimmy Dore is that he's too progressive. Please miss me with that.
You know, he's a
God.
funny
He
guy.
is
Out
pretty
of all
funny.
the like
He is pretty
Rogan adjacent guys, he actually makes me laugh. Like I think he's actually got a knack for it. He's very charismatic. He's got high energy. I like all of that. He's
Chat's making me laugh today.
always kind of like he's on coke, but people used to say that to me in the
She
comments.
said that he's the most authentic tanky. So secretly, yeah, there we go. There we go. She's implying that secretly, like anybody that every Marxist out there is secretly socially conservative. They're just not telling you. They're just keeping that on the down low.
Sections all the time, so I'm like, I don't think he actually is. I think it's just part of his
Like,
personality.
this is dangerous. This is dangerous. That's Keffals helping Jackson Hinkle out, okay? And this is after Vosh helped Hasan. Do you know that the last person to make Infrared Haas relevant was Vosh / President Sunday, right? Like, this guy's a fading star, right? Not even other reactionaries take this guy seriously anymore. And these jackasses had him on to do a debate. Because, oh my god, big tanky man, make loud sound. Good for, I mean, good for engagement, right? That's literally all they're thinking. That's literally all they're thinking. And they engage him as if he's like some kind of, you know, yeah, that's a problem with him, is that he's a tanky. Oh my god. You are absolutely playing into his game. Stop feeding the Nazbuls. Can we get a sign, chat? Can we get a sign that just says, do not feed the Nazbul? That's all I want. That's all I want. A sign to hang it up. And anytime we see anybody doing this, we tap the sign. We tap the sign and say, do not feed the Nazbul. Thank you very much. Do not feed them.
But anyway, that was how I found out about her. I was like,
They might not even do it, Shakespeare says. They might not even end daylight savings time.
went and I was like, wow, let's see what like her reporting looks like. And then it was like all like Bill Gates and like, you know, fucking why
Only the Senate. Oh no, and we got MAGA Mike. We gotta count on MAGA Mike to pass anything.
Fi and like 5G and all this shit. And I was like, we got
Wait,
one
5G? Are we? I don't think we're talking about tankies anymore.
of these on our hands. And now people, and then I started,
This is indeed.
people actually started taking her seriously in like other contexts. And I was like, oh no, guys, no, not this lady. Like, trust me, bro. Like, and I think she also, what is with it? Like, I'm not even talking shit, right? But like, what is it with like far lefties? They just like move to like some random country and that's where they start doing their reporting from. It's like, yeah, I'm just out here.
I know somebody else who moved to a foreign country to start doing his reporting from, but he's not a tanky.
Costa Rica. And I'm like, yeah, but why? Like, why?
Wait a minute, Keffals! Keffals! Literally Keffals! Literally Keffals.
Why Costa Rica? Like, I get it, probably beautiful there, but like, what took you there, dog? Like, I'm just curious. Like, I'm in Kansas City, and people are like, "That's a weird place to be," and I'll be like, "Yeah, I know. That was where I got shat out, and I've been stuck here my whole fucking life. At least I have an excuse. I have a reason." Okay, right? I don't know. The corn's pretty tasty, and I know my way around. I don't know, fucking anyway.
The corn is pretty tasty, and it smells great on a hot summer's day driving down the highway. True.
Well, wow, if I was in like Uzbekistan,
In Northern Ireland.
where were you born?
We're definitely talking about Russell Brand here. Yeah.
Like Kansas City. They'd be like, how the fuck did you get here? I'd be like, well, what do you mean? How did I get here? Like, how does anybody get anywhere? Like, that wouldn't be like a fucking good answer. You would want to hear. She lives in Chile. Okay, Chile. Again.
Okay, so just so anybody that's watching from the Vanguard knows, the reason people might be surprised that you're in Kansas City is that for a lot of us, if we're trans, if we're POC, the middle of the country, MAGA America is not just like a bad place to be, but it's dangerous. It's dangerous and it's scary. So that's why people. But if you don't have that skin in the game, then good for you. I'm glad you're able to at least have less concerns. I mean, I would still be a little bit concerned living in a red state, but that's.
But it's a beautiful spot.
But that's why you're getting that from people.
I know Salisa's been to Chile and she loved it.
I mean, hopefully, right? Because
But I've never been.
Okay, there we go. Vanguard. So let's see. Yeah, and they covered Marianne Williams' interview today. We will try to cover that tomorrow on the Premium Streamium, right? Which you will receive if you are a sub of mine on Twitch, if you are a member of mine on YouTube, or if you are a Patreon of mine on Patreon. Here, let me just put that out because I never do that. I should actually put this out as a message. That's my Patreon. If you want to join, you do get some bonuses with that. You get stuff quicker than anybody else. You get the videos faster. You get some videos that other people don't get at all, and you also get behind the scenes looks into what I'm working on right now. Which, if you're on my Patreon or if you are a member on YouTube, you may have already seen. Now it's all Twitter drama. Yeah, we do need to do some Twitter drama, don't we? I need to explain to you what is going on between Keffals and Juniper. Why these former friends are now at each other's throats. Soul Life, thank you for the gift membership to Dame Owl. Dame Owl, you just got a gift membership from Soul Life. You just got access to all those emotes. Okay, so here I am looking at this Keffals stuff. Now the problem with Keffals, right, is it's kind of like, have you ever been in a forest, right? You're in a forest and it becomes autumn. And the leaves start to fall off the trees. So maybe you drop something in the forest and you go back to find it and you can't find it. You know why? Because the leaves fell off the trees and they're covering up what you're looking for. That is the situation that I'm in now. But I don't think it should completely stop me from finding out what I'm looking for. Let's just go to the Keffals hashtag. When you search Keffals on Twitter, this is what you see. Right, and you're going to see this account, Wap Goblin, giving you a lot of information. Because Wap Goblin is keeping track of Keffals so that I don't have to. I don't like thinking about Keffals. I don't like... What is this? Oh my god. Oh wait, I think this was a chat. I think this person's been in chat. I don't know anything about them, but they say, this is from the Keffals Discord, I think white people who voted for Obama have more of a right to say the N-word than black people who didn't. Interesting take, but not what we're looking for, is it? Right? That's not what we're looking for. This is Wap Goblin saying they're keeping tabs on my Wap Goblin's relationship, who my partner is on Keffals' Discord. Yo, they posted a tweet and they were like, this is Wap Goblin / Siesta Socialist partner. Wow. Yeah, those debate pervs, they're a little bit obsessive. Average Keffals fan? No, I don't know. Like, we have to take Wap Goblin at their word as far as this being a Keffals fan. But genuine question. Oh my god. Bad takes on the Haitian Revolution. That is some Destiny shit right there. Ooh. Okay, so Keffals is currently calling Juniper a genocide denier. So this is what we're looking for. Now, gotta like scroll away from this or something, because that, yeah, we're not trying to watch Destiny here. Somebody's pointed out that she's made a total of 2 tweets about Palestine since this all started, but currently calling Juniper a genocide denier on the timeline while Keffals simultaneously pals around with Destiny, a man who recently called for, yeah, so that's a clip of Destiny's, if I remember correctly. Destiny's saying, we already saw this, Destiny's saying that at this point, like, he's basically saying at this point Israel might as well go for shit. So now the thing that I'm looking for, and maybe, I don't know, Natalie Marie, are you in chat right now? Because there were some pretty specific posts. This might have gotten deleted. I think Keffals deleted this, right? But there was a threat to Juniper. Who is Juniper? Juniper is no longer on Twitter because Elon banned Juniper. Juniper was a trans shit poster, probably still on Blue Sky. And there it is. Is this it? I don't know if any screenshotted something. Okay. Keffals has been purposefully saving Juniper's tweets. So yeah, Juniper's account got banned, right? So all those tweets are deleted because Juniper's account no longer exists. It's the account that says like pudding person. Like we'll see if like somebody, because there's like you're gonna see that Juniper's avatar is something that a lot of people, when Juniper got banned, a lot of people put Juniper's avatar up on their own, but you know, the account was called Pudding Person, and then it was just like Juniper spelled with a L or spelled with a 1 or something like that. That's the account that we're talking about. They were friends. They were tight. You know, Juniper, you know, from all I could see was, you know, part of the Keffals crew. And now apparently this is the price of going. I don't know what Juniper did that made Keffals mad, but Keffals has been purposely saving Juniper's tweets before her account got nuked to use against her at a later date. Now she's planning on cutting content from it. Yeah, this is supposedly going to come down the wire on Saturday. Keffals is supposed to release the Kraken of genocide takes. And, you know, this is Keffals saying that, right? So take it with a grain of salt. Huge grain of salt, right? Massive grain of salt. The most salt in the world, right? Juniper, yeah, true. Juniper was Keffals' friend for years. This is always who Keffals was, a backstabbing, soulless cretin. And this should go, like, this should be a warning to anybody who thinks you're friends with Keffals right now. It is so conditional, and whenever it's convenient, you will be dropped into the same abyss that Keffals is trying to push Juniper into right now. So we got the screenshotted the tweet before she deleted it. Here is your confirmation, everyone. This is literally 1/3 of the effed up tweets I saved before her account got nuked. I'll release them all on Saturday. So yeah, maybe this post got deleted, but Wap Goblin was able to get a hold of the next tweet before that got deleted. Why does this sound so familiar? Because this is what Keffals does. This is what Keffals does. This is why being friends with Keffals, working with Keffals, trusting Keffals is a really bad idea. Oh my god, and of course we got transphobes trying to latch onto the thread. We're not here for what they have to say, though. Drama demon, yeah, I guess so. Yeah, I'm like anything to get attention, I guess. That's it. You get fed to the fires. I'm curious about what this was. It sounds like 1/3 of the effed up tweets. So it must have been like a tweet with screenshots of Juniper. So Keffals posted this, I guess decided better of it. Now, I don't know if this means, you know, that you know, Keffals and Juniper might have, like, you know, talked behind the scenes and worked something out, and maybe Keffals is no longer gonna drop the manifesto on Juniper, just like Destiny dropped the manifesto on Keffals, or if this means that, you know, Keffals is just waiting for Saturday to you know, be completely ready for the launch. Oh, look at this. Just checked Hasan's chat rules, and it said, he says it's cool just to say it. Everyone is allowed one heated gamer moment. Okay, that's bad faith. Okay, so this is like Keffals' WAP Goblin drama. Now, as far as the helping to get Second Thought, Hakeem, and Ugopnik deplatformed, I gotta take issue with this one. I can see why people would think this, because Keffals did sort of brag about what happened, did sort of gloat about it. But I know also that Second Thought posted a community post saying that the getting taken off of Nebula, here's how that happened, right? So if you don't know, what is their call? What is their thing called? What is the podcast that Second Thought, Hakeem, and Ugopnik have together? Anybody remember what that was called? Anyway, their podcast got taken off of Nebula, and Second Thought got taken off of Nebula as well. So according to Second Thought, according to JT, what happened was that some things that they had said on stream got brought up to Nebula. It was the consensus of Nebula's, you know, leadership that they didn't want to kick Second Thought off. But they wanted Second Thought to provide some clarification, which Second Thought was like amenable to. Yeah, okay. You want me to clarify what I'm saying, just so that like the worst, you know, faith interpretation of that, like pushing back against that? Sure. But what Second Thought was being pushed to say, to Second Thought sounded like both-siderism. So Second Thought decided, okay, you know what? I respect you, I love you, but we got to go our separate ways, right? So Second Thought left the platform on his own, is my understanding of it, based on them wanting Second Thought to post something that Second Thought wasn't online with. So it wasn't Keffals, as far as I can tell. What is the topic? What topic was it on? It was about Hamas, I think. Wait, was it? I'm guessing it was definitely about the Israel-Palestine situation, but I haven't seen what specifically it was about. Okay, this is more about Keffals fans. People complaining that Keffals is boring. I mean, that's, you know, no comment. No comment. Okay, so, oh yeah, so we're back to the, okay, this is Keffals' excuse about, like, so I think we saw this before.
And come back for the rest of the react, so I don't have a heated gamer moment. Like, I already get clipped out of context and people get mad at me for stupid shit. I don't want to give them a legitimate reason to get mad at me. Take, like, 5-10 minutes to cool down and come.
So this is after calling Hasan the R word.
Come back for the rest of the react, so I don't have a heated gamer moment.
Don't want to have a heated gamer moment, right? In this clip, I am walking away from my stream because I have PTSD and something triggered me, mocking me for utilizing skills that I learned in therapy. This is so bad faith. Nobody's mocking you for taking a moment, right? For taking a step away, for cooling down. That's what, like, right? Nobody's mocking you for cooling down, but you said, so I don't have to have a heated gamer moment, which is after you called Hasan a slur, implying that you are tempted to call Hasan maybe a more racially tinged slur. All right? So bad faith, so unbelievably bad faith here. But that is Keffals' excuse. Is there more to this post, maybe? Just the joke about Hasan trying to avoid heated gamer moments. Well, like, look, if you're making a joke, then say that you're making a joke, but I don't think anybody was trying to be ableist to you or mocking any sort of techniques that you might have learned in therapy. I think taking, if you get heated, taking a step back and cooling down is probably a good idea. I would just say that if you're trying to make a joke there about like being tempted to say a slur, being tempted to say a racist slur, maybe don't do it right after you said another slur about the person, right? Because that's what's making people think that you were saying that you wanted to, I don't know what you wanted to call Hasan, but anyway. So I think hopefully have we covered Keffals? Unless Natalie Marie is in chat and has any more clips that I should take a look at. Not that it's your responsibility to do that or anything, Natalie, but I do appreciate it when you sometimes are able to find just the clip that I'm looking for. So, if nobody has anything else for me to cover here, we can be done with Keffals, right? We can be done with Keffals. How does that sound? That sounds kind of nice. I'm being serious. She uses the R word and I have epilepsy. Wait, sorry, did I miss something, Looney Tunes? Let me see what you were saying. Yeah, I hope nobody thought I was trying to downplay the use of the R slur. I don't think I said anything to suggest that, but if I said something that sounded like that, I apologize. It's not right. And yeah, it's just because it's more acceptable for, just because it's been normalized in debate bozo circles doesn't make it doesn't make it more acceptable to say slurs that target disability. Keffals being part of the debate bro communities turned into her full-blown villain arc. Yeah, no doubt. Vosh Network is an aristocracy hive mind? I have PTSD, says Chat Alpha. It never once made me want to call somebody the R slur. Yeah, that's a weird like cope that she's throwing up. But I mean, it's pretty clear she's just being, I feel like everybody in chat understands she's being disingenuous. Yeah, unfortunately, both using slurs against people with disabilities, as well as demonizing traits that might come from having a disability is way too prominent, way too accepted. And the first step to getting past that is to at least be conscious of it. So as much as it sounds silly when somebody takes an issue of me with me, there's innocuous language, like, so when people say I was blind to X, right? Well, okay, so that might not sound like much, and it might sound like really petty to have a go at a streamer for saying that, but imagine being blind and having to encounter that like all the time. Probably doesn't feel good. So yeah, the only way that we can move past the use of ableist language as just basically something that we do without thinking is to start thinking about it and start being aware of it, and not snap at a person that is calling you out for something that is normalized, that other people do and have no problem with. So yeah, I tend to try to listen to people when they have a problem with me, rather than reacting out of reflex. And it does work, right? If you notice when you're using ableist language, even if it's something that like most people wouldn't even notice, most people wouldn't care about, nobody's going to call you on, if you start noticing yourself using it, then you'll be more aware of doing it. So oh yeah, if you grew up in the 90s, I'm sure you heard that a lot. Even the 2000s, I remember hearing the R slur just constantly used with nobody batting an eye. Why do I feel like there's something that I'm like forgetting? Is there something that I said I was gonna cover and I'm like not covering it? Or am I just being silly? Maybe I'm being silly. God, here it is in all its glory. For such a shitty podcast, these two sure do have a lot of fan art. Oh, thank you. That's it. Shakespeare, that is what I wanted to look at. Yeah. I was like, is there any way I could like is there any way I can postpone having to look at the having to watch Aristocracy? And there is indeed. There is indeed. Let me go find that. Thank you for okay, so this is from Democracy Now. Every time I think about Democracy Now, like for some reason it makes me think of Democracy Manifest. This is Democracy Manifest. Here I was trying to enjoy a succulent Chinese meal.
This is Democracy Now!, democracynow.org, The War and Peace Report. I'm Amy Goodman. Israel's facing growing international condemnation for its 28-day assault on Gaza. More than 9,200 Palestinians have been killed in Gaza over the past 4 weeks, including at least 3,800 children. This, according to the health ministry in Gaza. On Thursday, a group of UN experts released a statement to express their, quote, deepening horror over Israel's repeated airstrikes on the Jabalia refugee camp, the largest in Gaza, that have killed at least 195 people in recent days. The group of experts said, quote, the Israeli airstrike on a residential complex in the Jabalia refugee camp is a brazen violation of international law and a war crime. Attacking a camp sheltering civilians, including women and children, is a complete breach of the rules of proportionality and distinction between combatants and civilians, they said. Residents in Jabalia say entire sections of the refugee camp have been...
Again, please do pay attention to the content of the videos that that are suggested. YouTube is not YouTube. Twitch has got a real zero tolerance policy, and that means that I could disappear, like that. Okay.
So but we kind of went to a bunch of different topics. So what was the deal that was offered pre the
particularly if I cover people like aristocracy, and particularly when we're talking about people who already hate my guts, right? That's like the most dangerous time to have anything on stream. So yeah, I apologize for not being able to bring that, but it is something that I should have thought, that I should have thought, to vet myself before putting on. So yeah, that's we're gonna skip that for now. I'll watch it on I'll watch it off stream, and if I can, I'll watch part of it because I think there's like an interview in there, right? You can give me the interview. Thank you. Oh my god, that's perfect. That's perfect. An interview timestamp would be great. The only thing though is like I really do have to put. I probably have to put it off till tomorrow, Shakespeare. Just because even during an interview, sometimes they show footage, right? And like I didn't see much, right? But I was doing something else, and when I looked up, there was some blood, and I know that's like, Twitch has got a real tight policy as far as covering the news.
UN partition plan to some of the people. Like, what did it look like?
Which deal?
You said there was a deal before the 1948 plan that was part of why some of the Arabs didn't want to take the UN partition plan. That was like a better deal for them.
But yeah, it's like this, when you're covering people that hate your guts, right? And we're doing a little bit of that today, right? There's several streamers that I've talked about today that actively just hate me, right? It's like you gotta have all your T's crossed, all your T's dotted, and all your I's crossed, right? They'll literally find anything they can and get you banned, right? And it won't be about the thing that I covered, right? It's something that other people would have like had no problem. But when they mass report that stuff, and like I've actually had from one of the people that I'm covering today, I won't say who, right? I've had an attempt to take down my channel. All right, so yeah, just be real careful, and I will try to be careful as well, because at the end of the day, the buck stops with me. I'm the one who gets banned if anything goes wrong. So I gotta be more careful about that as well.
Oh, okay. There are a few I don't know off the top of my head because there were a bunch, and a lot of this documentation is not being released to the level of detail. We just know that they were much better, and that they were very flimsy. We know that the Balfour Declaration was considered a huge betrayal by local Arab leaders because it went against the initial offers that were made for them. But yeah, we'd probably have to do some digging.
Now, just a little warning. We're talking about some pretty serious stuff here, and I think Adam is a little bit faded and being like really silly, and it's a strange contrast to like the subject matter that's being discussed here.
To find the internal research on this.
Because I've done some minor research on this. I was reading I think the Arab League statement and some other organization statements that were supposed to be representing the Arab people when this was going on. And they seemed to all say that they would not accept any deal, and that they believed, at least the rhetoric they were using, was that the whole region should be an Arab country.
I would say that seemed to be the majority opinion, but the deals that they were offered were primarily the entire region.
Oh, okay. Okay. So do you think it'd be fair to say
it was just about having official safety because Arabs and Jews had been clashing in the region for a long period of time, ever since the Ottoman Empire had fallen.
Right.
And before then, they'd had tons of problems, but they were at least under the thumb of a very authoritarian empire that was somewhat controlling the violence. But once that...
So just a little synopsis of the history with aristocracy. It goes back to the Dylan Burns thing, right? After the blow up with Dylan that came from me bringing him on and embarrassing him on my stream, right? He looked really bad. He didn't know what he was talking about. he really shat the bed on my stream, and he came after me for that. Right? One of the first people to talk to Dylan after that was Aristocracy, and I think the slated content was going to be to talk about Dylan Burns's own experience of CSA, which that's great that Eris and Dylan. That's great that Dylan was willing to open up about that. I know it can't be an easy thing, to talk about, and that Eris was willing to hold that space for Dylan. Like that's wonderful, right? That's something that should be talked about, right? But afterwards, they talked about me. They had an entire just hate stream on me. And the fact that it was paired with Dylan's description of CSA was used as a way to criticize me for criticizing Eris for platforming that hate on me, because they also talked about Dylan's CSA. Do you see how disingenuous this shit is? So that's like my first experience with Aristocracy. Now she pops up again when she does a stream on Canada Day, right? And she starts making excuses for Canada's treatment of First Nations people. She starts saying Canada's not that bad. I'm actually an immigrant and Canada's treated me great. So people should maybe back off Canada. Canada's not so bad, right? So that's pretty bad. And then she goes on to talk about Palestinians, like asserting that the Israelis just need some living room. They just need some space to, kind of stretch out, right? Like, right? She just starts making these like fascist arguments for right-wing Israeli for policy against Palestinians, and it gets worse from there. Bad Empanada, sometimes enemy of the VOD, sometimes friend of the VOD, depending on how he's feeling that way, depending on whether I'm drinking a cup of coffee that's a good cup of coffee or it's a shit cup of coffee, because somehow Bad Empanada can tell. Like legit, I'm not even kidding. Like Bad Empanada called me out for having shit coffee, and he was right. I was drinking absolute garbage coffee that day, so he had to let me know. But that's how he's Oscar the Grouch. You understand this about him if you know anything about him. And of course I don't agree with everything that he says, but he did make a pretty good call out video over Aristocracy's takes, both in terms of Canada Day and in terms of the Israeli-Palestinian conflict. And it's like damning. It's racist, it's horrible, it's and Vosh comes to defend Aristocracy and accuses Bad Empanada of literally endorsing like the German policy towards Jewish people as a result. So that's where she came from. She's kind of, after that was really embarrassing for her. She was very exposed and she disappeared. She went away from the internet, and she, I don't know, she might have still been on Twitter, but she wasn't doing streaming. Apparently, though, she's coming back to streaming, and this is a conversation with Adam and Sitch that
was done. They were constantly clashing, so there were a bunch of, I think, like the British would like require, they're like, okay, you got to commit that you're going to offer Jews some kind of like safety. You can't kick them out here, and like because we don't want them. And there were like a lot of, but it was still like the main offers were still about giving the entire region to Arabs the same way they had given to Arabs in Jordan and Egypt.
Mm-hmm. So do you think it's fair to say that in 1948, like the overwhelming majority of Arabs in the region were not willing to compromise any form of two-state solution?
The leaders that they talked to, yes. Whether or not that, like the average I would not say that those were fair representations of the average Arab of the region, which is your like.
Is this what it sounds like? This is not historically accurate at all. I don't want to, Shakespeare, correct me if I'm putting words in her mouth, but this sounds like Nakba apologia. Is that what I'm hearing? Am I correct in that? Is this literally Nakba apologia that's going on here? We kind of, yeah, this is that's what.
which was basically like the equivalent of they were usually often illiterate. They were working farms.
But no, pay no attention to aristocracy and her Nakba apologia. Pay no attention to her fascist rhetoric about Palestinians. Let's worry about tankies. Tankies are the real problem. Keffals, come and help us go get the tankies. Like, what is Second Thought talking about, right? What is Hakeem talking about right now? What is Ugopnik talking about? Let's go get them.
And they were like operating. They identified closely with their village. They were not. They probably would have not cared as long as they didn't lose their home. Right. Like I don't think that.
Right.
Yeah. So it's hard to say whether or not they would have actually rejected it themselves.
Well, so this is part of why when you hear people like Hasan or Michael Brooks say things like, "This is a
Shakespeare, if you let's get done with their exposition on 1948, and if you want to, I don't know if you're in a place where you can, but feel free to come on. Did anyone see Candace Owens and Dave Rubin going at each other on Twitter? I did not see this. She said all genocides are bad, and he shows a graph that shows the population. Oh no, he showed that. That was what I was talking about earlier. Destiny's community's gotten a hold of this graph too, right? Like, oh, you think this is genocide? Well, just look at this graph. Line goes up. It doesn't look like a genocide to me. Like, right? This is literally the same thing that Destiny's community is saying. Yeah, if you're in a place where you can talk, I would love to have you come on to just kind of straighten out the distorted. Okay, cool.
simple thing. This is not a complicated issue. It's like, this is the dumbest thing anyone could ever utter.
When someone tells you that, they are trying
to. Okay, so now we're talking about Hasan.
Manipulate you.
This is clearly, yeah.
Yeah.
Like when that's the kind of shit an abuser says. Right? Like legit. If your husband or wife ever says that shit to you, like this is very simple.
They're gaslighting you. Yeah.
Have you listened to any of our streams before? Sitch is constantly.
I don't know. I don't think that's your best red flag for an abuser, right? Because an abuser could also say it's actually very complicated. It's actually not very simple. It's not very clear cut. You know?
Abusing me. I'm so glad that you.
Abusers say a lot of things, okay? There's a lot of different ways to gaslight somebody.
That is true. That is true.
I'm glad that I
You just have to finish dinner. Good. We're just gonna get done with this part, and then I'll bring you on. I'm in mod chat.
Call that out.
Yeah.
You got to work on that.
But Adam deserves it, so it's different.
I mean, Adam does.
Sometimes
deserve
I
it.
do. So
I didn't know that he deserved it.
Yeah.
Look, he's
It makes sense then.
We're legally YouTube married, so he's allowed to beat me legally.
That's
oh my
how
God.
it works.
Fuck.
There's like.
I didn't even realize how bad the joke was that I was joining in on. They're joking about domestic abuse. I mean, I was on board for Adam deserves it until I realized what they were talking about Adam deserves. That's not funny. Fuck me. I apologize. I didn't realize that that's what they were saying Adam deserves. Look, Adam deserves a lot of things, but god damn, nobody deserves that. Fuck.
Yeah, there's consent there. There's like pre.
Oh no, it's not. It's non-consensual, but you know.
Listen, for the sake of Adam's
we've hooked
ego,
up for life.
For sake of Adam's ego, he has to tell the chat it's non-consensual, but behind the scenes, it's consensual.
This joke is getting worse and worse.
Is he taking advantage of you in terms of like monetary things?
I feel obligated to tell you that Sitch could easily be in Mensa.
Thank you.
I think I need to start negotiating a two-state solution between you two.
We already have that. So in our audience, you can be.
Look, this might be funny if you didn't just deny the Nakba. Yeah, hilarious, right? No, I don't know. Like at this moment, I think that joking about Israel Palestine is definitely not the right thing to do. Jesus Christ.
part of the S class, which means you're
Okay.
my fan primarily, or you could be part of the A.
Psychic damage is increased. Yeah, especially since I just went along with that. Yeah, Adam deserves it. I was like, wait, what are we saying Adam deserves? It's like, oh, domestic abuse. Yeah, no. I'm gonna backpedal. Debate bozos. Like take note. I'm backpedaling here. You can feel free to criticize me for backpedaling because I am definitely backpedaling the fuck out of that one. Jesus Christ.
A team, which means you're Adam's fan primarily. So
You seem like S class to me, though. It seems hands
Shouldn't
down.
it be S tier? Shouldn't it be? Am I wrong, chat? Shouldn't it be S tier?
well, she's a fellow chosen individual. Okay,
Right.
so I would hope so.
I'm look, before you go, I have to ask you a couple things. I want to know this band you're in. Like, what kind of music do they play? Like, what's going on with that?
Has that been?
Is it like cursed VTuber music, perhaps? I don't know, chat. Also notice the fact that Adam wants her off. Like this whole time. So they've been talking for like an hour here at this point. Yeah, they've been talking for an hour, right? But when I say they've been talking, I mean Sitch and Aristocracy have been talking. And Adam has been, I don't know. It seems like he's maybe a little bit inebriated, a little bit faded here. I can't tell for sure, but he's a little bit too silly for this conversation. And also he's like, well, before you go, we got to make sure to ask you this question. He's thinking that they're about to get rid of Aristocracy. He's thinking that they're almost done with this conversation. They have been talking for an hour. Adam Friended, let the record show that Adam Friended got sick of Aristocracy. Let's see. How far through the interview? Less than halfway. 1/3 of the way? Less than 1/3 of the way through the interview. Right? She stays on and she talks for like almost 3.5 hours. And Adam's done with her already. Damn.
Killing you this entire time.
What instrument do you play?
Look, she's not my favorite streamer to listen to, but that's cold.
I play guitar.
Nice.
Look at that. Oh my.
There you go.
goodness.
I heard you were gonna be sexist earlier.
Oh yeah, comedy show. What does it say about comedy show? The Sitch and Adam comedy show in quotations. Yeah.
Breaking.
It's like the worst, most just. It's like the most like hand palming comedy I could imagine.
A stereotype.
Oh, that's right. Yeah. What?
Well, no,
what
it's
were you gonna be
it's famously known
Yes.
that women all play bass. Like, of course.
I thought it was like
the extra strings
I
confuse
thought
them.
the stereotype
But
was
look, she plays
you wanna know
guitar.
Basses can have like 7 strings, I'll have you know.
Something?
I've never heard.
You know
this
how I was
before.
talking
Eris didn't say what kind of bass.
about coming to conclusions.
Actually, I don't even think she plays. I think she plays guitar.
Not based on rationality. If I was being really rational, I would play bass because it's so much easier to get into bands that way.
Exactly.
You know? And it's way easier. I could
Aristocracy not clickbaity or alt-right enough for Adam? I don't know.
probably focus much more on a bunch of
Adam friended as a poor wingman.
other things. I could be in more bands that way. But I have this emotional need to not be a bassist because I know how stereotypical it is as a woman in rock.
Look at
right?
this. Look, she knows.
I didn't know.
So like, I
Look,
can't-
and
I
she
can't
likes
bring
a
myself
challenge.
to do it. So I can't
Look,
bring myself to do
50%
it.
more strings. Come on, Sitch, think about it.
It's not 50%.
This girl's a smart one. I like.
Yeah, Shakespeare, I agree with you. Getting, this is not the time to be silly.
I like
4 to
you,
6
Eris.
is not 50%, but
It sounds like I'm just I feel
What
like
are
I'm
you
just being a
talking about?
reactionary.
oh, I guess it
you
is. I
know?
can't do math.
Sitch,
You're
you just blew the Mensa thing.
I did. You're
what are you
right.
talking-
There you go.
Anyway, let's move on
all right.
quickly.
No, but wait. So
yeah,
this is
no,
fine.
this is
I had
cool.
no
How quickly can we get her off the show, Sitch? How quickly can we be done with this interview?
clue that this was even a stereotype. I only knew like the South Park stereotype of like where Cartman's giving Token the bass. And he's like, listen, all black people know how to play bass. I didn't know if there was like a chick there.
But black people and
There's
women.
a lot of stereotypes. There's a big stereotype that all drummers are assholes.
So what kind?
That's not my stereotype about drummers. Anybody want to guess what my stereotype about drummers and what they're useful for is? Besides drumming?
kind of music? What kind of guitar music do you play? What's
That's
a
not
cover
what I think of when I think of drummers.
that you might like to? What did you learn? What's the first cover that you learned? How about that?
The first song I ever learned on the guitar was Nights in White Satin by the Moody Blues. So I really
okay.
It's a good song.
I really
Classic
enjoy
rock.
Yeah, I really enjoy classic rock. That's where I'd say. The band that I'm in right now kind of does. I just got
You're not gonna blow up my drummer thirst. You just did.
into this one, but we do a kind of weird mix
They're
of
good with rhythm. That's what I'll say about drummers.
classic rock and Red Hot Chili Peppers type
Sweet.
They're good with rhythms, especially pounding rhythms.
Oh
Yeah.
man, this is awesome.
I'm loving it a lot.
Not do any Yngwie Malmsteen shredding, classical scale shredding.
I am not that type of guitarist. I wish I was that good.
Okay.
But no.
Okay.
You should be. Listen.
Yeah, I should.
I have one more make or break question, but I want you
God.
guys to finish up your conversation on.
Right.
Sure.
I never heard this drummer being an asshole being a stereotype. Yeah, I mean, I'm trying to think. I mean, I've heard of drummers being weird. But yeah, like assholes, not like sometimes a drummer like a drummer being like out of control a little bit.
On the other thing. I don't want to
I'm gonna make you blush. Oh my god.
interrupt you, so I'll ask, when you're ready to
Well,
wrap
what
up.
note? Ask the question. What was the question?
No, look, it could be a terrible question to
Okay.
ask. I'm
He wants to do it right
second-guessing.
before I leave.
They're being so condescending that it physically hurts. And that's Eris's thing, is to just sit there and take it. Like, like not complain about sexism, especially when it's done with a smile and a laugh.
Second guessing even bringing it
Okay.
up, but
Okay. I can feel what the
Rudy Giuliani. What is Rudy Giuliani doing, Soul Life?
question is, and I'm glad that you're not.
What do you
answering
think
this
it is?
question. Okay,
What do
let's
you
go
think
back
it
to the
is?
Israel
What is Rudy up to?
what do you think the question is?
No. So let's go back to the Israel
Wait, Donald loves him some TYT. Wait, what Donald are we talking about?
conversation. Okay. Oh god, I forgot what I was going to say about the Israel. Oh, okay. So, question regarding like the 1948 situation. Do you think like the Jews were more in the right, or do you think the Arabs were more in the right? Or was everyone fucked, or was everyone kind of right?
Oh fuck, man.
The
I
stereotype is the drummer gets passed over by the fans, gets ignored.
what I can tell you is I know who the losers were. in
Well,
that
we all know who lost the war. Okay.
But like the thing is that officially, say a country like Jordan and Egypt lost the war, but they didn't really lose. Jordan gained a ton of territory.
Right.
And
The Palestinians that lost their homes,
yeah,
the
they
people
lost,
we
yeah.
call the
Now, I don't know if she's gotten into this yet, but she does go off on like a theory that, and maybe people have heard this before. She goes off on a theory that, oh my god, I'm trying to remember. Like the third Arab-Israeli war, that Jordan was secretly on Israel's side and provided Israel with intelligence about an intent to attack from the other parties in the war. I think am I right about this? Is it the third conflict that I'm talking about here? And that this is why Israel attacked first, because of some kind of intelligence they received from Jordan, who was secretly on their side. Not the Yom Kippur war, the one before that.
Palestinians now.
For sure. And all the Jews around the Arab world that got kicked out of their homes and stuff, and were basically ethnically cleansed, also lost significantly.
So
and Israel
after
did
this
have
happened,
major
a
losses.
lot of
67, yeah.
Jews got ethnically cleansed from
Six
their
Day War. Yes, thank you. That's the what I was searching for. The 6 Day War.
countries.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
Because I
as
don't think a lot of people know
consequence of
that.
it, and yeah, and the left doesn't care about that. So but-
The goddamn left, the goddamn online left. Look, if you want to sit down for a minute, take a load off. Eris will explain to you about the goddamn online left and how they're ruining everything.
they choose which population deserves to. They give a shit about. Right, it's like a trend, like fashion.
Well, there's kind of a fucked up thing where it's like, yeah, if you kill everyone, then there's no one to complain, and so then they don't care. in the
Mhm.
future.
Yeah.
But okay, so do you
Deeply
say you
ironic.
don't have a take on who you think?
The thing is that I think my own personal bias, right, is that I went through extremely anti-Israel stage
Paul Squall says, I am the goddamn online left, ruining everything.
when I first went to university, which I
Oh god, no,
like,
this is funny.
was
This reminds me of something that like my parents say that, or no, that's not my parents. It's actually like my ex's parents say this. That like when you're young, you gotta be left wing or else you don't have a heart. And when you're old, you gotta be right wing or else you don't have a brain. So everybody just goes through this process of being really young and idealistic and being left wing, and then when they grow up and mature and learn how the world works, they get the proper view of things, which is a right wing view, which was the wonderful politics that I got to experience through my through my ex's family.
Everyone
like
on
a-
the left does, yes.
I think that I don't even know if I would say that I'm on the left. Like I'm such a weird
Or were
mix
you
of
back
things.
then?
Okay, so yeah, that's a very true thing that Eris just said. She's not trying to hide it. What's funny though is that what's funny is how much everybody wants to believe that she is on the left, right? Whether it's Vash's community or here Adam and Sitch, right? There's something about Eris that just has like that people assume is like somewhere center left or something like that, and that's not where she's at. You want to know what Eris's ideology is? Does it? Maybe somebody already knows. Now, maybe this changed because we all grow and we all learn, and maybe our ideology changes. But when I was introduced to Eris, her ideology was monarchist, feudalist, right? Like that crown on her head is no joke. She's a monarchist. She's literally an unironic. Now what? Now no comment, chick. You can't claim that she's a monarchist. You just hate her guts, and you're saying bad things about her because you don't like her, right? That's what this is. You're just fudging the facts. There's no way that she subscribes to a meme ideology. Okay. I mean, normally, yeah, that's a pretty ridiculous thing. There's not a lot of monarchists running around being like, I'm a monarchist. Monarchy would be nice. Monarchy would be great. Monarchy, right? But there is a place where that sort of thing is way more common, where meme ideologies are taken seriously. Do you know what that place is? Do you know where Eris comes from? And I'm not talking about South Africa or Israel. I'm not talking about like literally where she comes from. I mean digitally where Eris comes from is the cesspit known as the Politics Discord. Really boring name, right? Politics Discord. You meet and you talk about politics. That sounds kind of boring. What's so special about that? Glad you asked. Do you remember about a year ago we were covering a certain VTube frog, and this frog went on to Wix panel to talk about Kanye West and proposed the idea that maybe Kanye had a point on certain things, right? And certain things involving Jewish people. Yeah, that's the frog that I'm talking about. That's who runs that politics Discord. We're not talking about the Twitch politics Discord, all right? That one's different, right? Before there was the Twitch politics Discord, which is more like it's like the Twitch politics Discord was designed for content creators, for streamers, right? To meet and greet, get to know one another, decide who to do content with, stuff like that, right? That's what that was for. It was the same people that ran it, right? But the politics Discord is this Frankenstein's monster of a Discord that comes from Doobie intimidating other politics Discord server admins into handing him the admin to their Discord, or shutting their Discord down and moving everybody over to his, right? He literally does hostile takeovers and brags about it on podcasts of other political servers. And I mean, like, I don't know how. I mean, I'm sure there's other political servers out there, but all I know is that if Doobie shows up in your server and says you need to shut down your server, you need to make me admin, right? You can come on and you could be a mod on my server, or you could be shut out of my server. Most of the people, most of the political Discord admins and mods will take Doobie up on that, right? Because literally he blacklists you if you don't. And that's how he's gotten to control the I think the biggest political server on all of Discord. That's where Eris comes from. She even made her own Discord, the Calliopean Club, which if you don't know, the Calliopean cleft is the anatomical name for your butt crack. Yes, that's right. Eris named her server after your butt crack. And on that butt crack server, she has, these kind of meme ideology conversations, but for real, but for serious. That's the thing about that server. Anything goes there, right? The politics server is noted for being like half fascist, right? Like that half of the people on there are like extreme right wingers. And Eris's, server is much the same crowd, right? So when she says that she does not have left politics, I'm inclined to believe her. I got no objections. I believe that's an unambiguously true thing that you just said there, Eris. That's unambiguously true. Who names a Discord? Wait, what? The Calliopean? Yeah, Calliopean Club. I don't know. Ask Eris. I mean, look, making butt jokes is the least offensive thing that Eris has done. So,
no.
Oh,
I was such a weird. I've always been a weird mix of things, but
right.
You literally have to be to survive in that atmosphere.
I think that
like you literally have to be under 5 layers of irony, and nobody knows what's like really ironic and what's not. But I'm inclined to think that she's completely serious about being, because like she's a historian, that's where her degree is. And I'm thinking, like, correct me if I'm wrong, but I think she's like a medievalist, right? She's into castles and kings and stuff like that, and is apparently, an unironic monarchist.
But I just had this instinct. I don't know what the right term is. It's like the political version of a pick me, right? Like where you're, it's like where you just got to go against the stuff you were raised with, just intrinsically.
How is that a pick me?
To feel like you're thinking in an intuitive, like you're as an individual. But in reality, I was just trying to look cool. And feel cool. And
really,
like
that was what that was what was motivating you.
Yeah, I think that motivates a lot of people.
We need to see the degree. I don't know. Look, I mean, she's a VTuber for a reason. Probably because she doesn't want her real life to intersect with her online life. Probably because some of the things that she says would not, be very convenient in terms of real world employment. If you know what I'm saying, being involved with that server is probably not super convenient. So yeah, much like the purveyor of the politics Discord, Doobie, disguises his voice. Aristocracy is normally appears in the guise of a VTuber. Here she's just using her Ransona, which is very, very Adam and Sitch, really fits into the whole vibe of this.
Towards their
politics. No, I think you're right, but I
like
think very few people
social pressure and
yes,
and all that
but
stuff.
I think very few people have the maturity and enlightenment to recognize that about themselves.
Like a black conservative would be an example. Yeah, I mean, that's a
part of the process of getting older.
There you go.
I mean, I guess so. If she says, "Okay, God, this is terrible," I mean, I guess it makes sense if you're from a marginalized group and you have far right politics. That's a pick me. I guess that's what she's saying, right? Am I missing anything? How many reactionary Israelis that moved to South Africa and Canada want to put the face to the positions they stayed online? Yeah, good point. I swear to God, every time someone says pick me, I think they're saying pygmy. Or they're being racist, or yeah, it sounds like it.
It's true.
You can look back at things with a little bit of wisdom, right? But I feel like I've come to I came to something that I would
God, Adam is just derailing this, right?
Say was like in lefty circles was in Israeli circles was a very leftist perspective on Israeli stuff, which was still believing in Israel's right to exist, but thinking that an ethnic cleansing happened of the Palestinians, or like, because that's kind of an anachronism to use, but of the Arabs of the region, and that there should be reparations that should be paid, because I didn't think it was feasible to.
So wait, she's saying Palestinian is an anachronism because Rome like chose the name Palestine. Israeli circles do not.
They want the right of the return. I didn't think it was feasible to give all of them and all their descendants a right to return because of the demographic issues of the region. So that's kind of like where I landed, and where I was for probably the past 10 years. October 7th, what happened changed me intensely.
Really?
Yeah.
So Zira's saying pick me is specifically a term coined by Black feminists describing women that support and uplift the patriarchy in futile hopes that they will be spared from the harm it caused to women. And I get that she's using that term differently, but I think what she's like, it's just a weird way to describe yourself, because literally like a pick me means that you want to be one of the good ones, right? You are appealing to people who are prejudiced against your group, people with power that are prejudiced against your group, to show them that you are different than the rest. Like Blair White. Blair White is like a great example of what a pick me is, right? The gambit, the dingus gambit that Blair White enacts is the idea that if she kisses enough conservative ass, that they're going to keep her around when they liquidate the rest of trans people. So Era, stop saying Arabs when you mean all Swanas. All Arabs are Swanas, but not all Swanas are Arabs. White people should never be allowed to bring up the term demographics. It never ends well. Pick-me's want affirmation from the dominant group. Yeah, that's literally what she's saying. That's the weird thing about Eris is like, if somebody's so reactionary, you might call them a feudalist as a joke, but you don't really think they're a feudalist. But Eris is like, no, this, but unironically, right? If somebody is subservient, is from a marginalized group, but is subservient, to people that hate that group, you might call them a pick-me. But you would assume that they would never call themselves that. But here Eris is being like, I'm basically like a kind of a pick-me. Soul Life, thank you for the gifted membership to Lindsay Robb, who will now have access to all the early release videos, all the emotes, and our premium streamium, which I'm gonna try to do tomorrow. We're gonna do that. We're gonna do it for the first time. I promised it to you, and I want to make it happen. We've been talking about this for a long time. Swana equals Southwest Asian and North African. It was created after some criticized the term MENA.
And so it's like, why, like right now, I don't know where I stand on what I want to happen in the region, because I'm kind of like in
we got the weasels in chat.
A lot of the left-wing policies, or even though it was a right-wing government, there were a lot of left-wing policies that were enacted, like giving a lot of members of Gaza. That was a really bad.
Let's hear that one more time. 704. Let's go back to 7. Okay, let's just like,
because of the demographic issues of the region. So that's kind of like where I landed, and where I was for probably the past 10 years. October 7th, what happened changed me intensely.
Really?
Yeah. And so it's like, why, like right now, I don't know where I stand on what I want to happen in the region, because I'm kind of like in a lot of the left-wing policies, or even though it was a right-wing government, there were a lot of left-wing policies that were enacted, like giving a lot of members of Gaza. That was a really bad.
Members of Gaza? Like Palestinian residents of Gaza? Is that what she's going for? Yeah, and I mean, like, I don't know. It's look, I mean, sometimes a cigar is just a cigar, all right? But slips don't get much more Freudian sounding than that one, I will just say.
Really, a lot of people from Gaza work permits, which
See, this is the whole thing. When you come from a server full of Nazis, right? It's hard not to take that as a dog whistle. Like, it's really hard not to take that as a dog whistle.
was because to fix unemployment, the idea was that if you fix unemployment in the region, you reduce
people say the wrong thing. People mix things up sometimes in a way that's like, you know, undercuts their point, undermines their point, right? But it's just like, I don't know if that's what was happening or if that was a little dog whistle. If that was meant for a separate audience. I don't know. It's hard. You can't know with her.
The radicalization, but instead a lot of those work permits were used by Hamas posing as normal Gazan civilians to gather intel on how many civilians.
Her views haven't changed at all. She's always been a Zionist and an Islamophobe. Not shocking, but I really don't want to hear Adam and Sitch's opinion on this issue. Yeah.
Civilians were in each village. And that's why one of the things that happened on October 7th.
Yeah, she's saying that the liberal policy that she's talking about was allowing Palestinian residents of Gaza work permits to be able to work in work outside of Gaza. You know, she's sorry, I have to say hummus. YouTube won't allow. Oh, geez, there's a bad word there, so you got to say hummus instead.
Was you could
well, Donald Trump has basically made that into like an equivalent. So
the terrorists would go. They would come to a village, they would massacre everyone that they could, but a lot of people would hide, right? People were hiding in dumpsters.
Okay, so she's saying that the work permits resulted in October 7th, right? She's saying that she was a liberal, you know, in terms of agreeing with the policies such as the work permits, that makes her a liberal, but that October 7th changed everything, and she realized the folly of her ways, because if residents of Palestinian residents of Gaza can get work permits, then they can go do some snooping around and know about the like who's in what village, who's in what kibbutz. Is that the idea?
This friend was hiding.
Sisyphean task refuses to condemn Hamas
in a dumpster. They were hiding in there's stores. There are plenty of places that people were hiding.
This is literally far right propaganda.
But they would know that people were hiding because they had intel on the number of civilians that were in everywhere, the number of families.
So Shakespeare is saying that this is what you're talking about, right? This is Omar bin Gavir level propaganda.
The number of kids, yeah. And that's because the people that gathered those intel were the Gazan workers, right, which we now know were members of Hamas, right? Not saying all Gazans are members of Hamas, but they and who were, you know.
Natalie just told me the cheat codes. Okay, I can use J or L to go back or forward 10 seconds, and K to pause. I did not know that. That is easier than the mouse.
Being who are working as plumbers or working the gardens, like things like that, gathering intel on the people, and they all participated in the slaughter of these villages. So that's why
your dad makes delicious hummus. He's an honorary Greek. God, I'm so jealous. I'm so jealous because like I thought I was pretty good at making hummus, and I was for a while when I was like making it more often, but I don't know. I've been sucking at making hummus lately. I've been making crappy hummus.
They would.
It's also because I don't want to like wait, what's the word? I don't want to splurge. Is that the word? Why does that sound sexual? Splurge? It's not sexual, right? Splurge. Spend too much money, right? That's not a sexual. Okay, good. But like the real ingredient that like makes like hummus really good is like a really nice extra virgin olive oil. And I can never justify that expense. Splurge, yeah. I maybe I'm thinking of sploosh. But yeah, sploosh is the one that's sexual. But
know that people were hiding, so they leave. And because the Israeli army was so inept with being able to deal with this because of a bunch of other reasons, they would leave for a few hours and then be like, now we still got to come back and kill some more civilians. There's still some. We know that there's more there. And they'd come back and they'd find them and hunt them down still.
So I'm getting this right, Shakespeare? She's repeating like stuff that Ben Gavir has said. This is like a conspiracy theory, right?
When people thought they were safe.
And Schmotrick.
Safe after a few hours.
These are two members of the cabinet, right? Members of the current government that are actually to the right of Netanyahu. That's who we're talking about.
So is like this has been,
and so yeah,
like,
those policies
solidly confirmed that they were like,
I think as
scouting the
confirmed,
number of civilians through work permits to like know how many people to kill, because that's fucking
documentation's been released by the IDF. So they've shown that, right?
By the most reactionary elements of the IDF, right? Or we don't know. Wait, Schmotrick is Schmotrick in charge of the IDF? Is that right? Slurge is when you go full tactical Vosh and drop a tactical hard R. Of a bunch of other reasons. Yeah. Oh, thank you for bringing me back to that, Drew Chains. Yeah, like my understanding is one of the big reasons that there wasn't much of a response to what happened on October 7th is that a lot of the IDF was involved in assisting the dispossession of Palestinians in the West Bank, which is, on the other side of the country.
I'm never going to say something's 100% confirmed until 20 years later, and scholars have combed through all this shit. But I would say that
stop me from releasing this like far right conspiracy theory for you to believe in for now, right? Let me give you a little something for now.
There's no reason to think it's not true, especially when you combine that with
there's no reason
Hamas's ideology.
I don't know this for sure, but there's no reason to think it's not true. If you know about Hamas and how they are, that just okay, Eris. Okay, god damn,
they're explicit.
This is worse than
goals.
I thought.
And they've shown documentation, right? Like you can look them up and stuff. They're constantly posting this stuff, and
because that's
pretty legit.
That's wild. And I've heard, we were listening to some of these leftist types who are basically trying
leftist types.
To, they were not necessarily applauding what Hamas was doing, but they were sort of giving some level of cover, saying, "Oh well, they're not organized. They're just kind of like a bunch of random people." And so, like, the deaths of civilians wasn't intentional necessarily, or the point. It was just because it's like an unorganized blob of people. And this would be like completely contradictory to that, saying, no, there was a very intentional effort to kill civilians down to how many people they thought would generally be in each area.
Mm-hmm. Oh yeah, and you can read this through Hamas's own ideology, through the Ahmed Yassin that I talked about, the guy who founded it, right? Like this amazing scholar who believed in nonviolence initially, right? He breaks it down in philosophically, right? You can read a lot of his thinkings and stuff online. I mean, you can just go to his Wikipedia.
Paris has always been worse than you could believe.
Page, and where he talks about how he argues from a philosophical standpoint of
she's a fully grown adult with a college degree, with a doctorate, I believe, in medieval history.
That all civilians
I could don't quote me on that medieval. I'm not sure she's a medievalist, but I know that she's very interested in that time period, and I'm pretty sure she's got her PhD is in history.
That there's no such thing as an Israeli civilian.
Anna Kasparian on this show, correct?
That they are all settlers.
Correct.
And this is why, and a settler is naturally violent, even a child, even a baby. And this is why I get very concerned with how often I see leftists parrot that type of rhetoric, because I know that a lot of those leftists are not bad people. I don't think they have these awful goals in mind, right? Like in their head. I think that they have a dangerous
Sisyphean task doesn't believe it. Well, listen, I don't know, I can't tell you. Pizza Cotta, thank you for the resub. That is 5 months for you. And also, welcome to the stream, Holly Oxenfree. Everybody has the cutest names. Seriously, my chatters, best names of any chat I've ever seen.
There's a dangerous idea that can be so misused to justify such cruelty. And I think
you're getting a little bit maybe of Eris's rationale of viewing the left as a danger. And like I would say a danger on par with the far right, except that I don't really see her blowing the alarm on the far right very often, right? In fact, I see her making common cause with the far right more often than not, right? The place where she got her start doing political debates was indeed a far right server. So it's kind of like
comes from it comes from a complete misunderstanding of history, incredibly like biased teaching in a lot of universities, and the dominance of this type of narrative and on social media, which is why you've seen.
Let me tell you about the dominance of the leftist ideology. It's so damn dominant. It's so damn establishment. The left has complete control over anything and everything, whether it's Twitch moderation, whether it's Twitter, even post Elon, or whether it's the federal government, whether it's the judges looking into Trump's misdeeds, right? It's like there's just a huge problem with a institutional left-wing bias, I'll tell you.
80% of Gen Z believes in that Israel has no right to defend itself at all, not just criticizing how they defend themselves. That's a crazy stat. Like, if I'm remembering that correctly.
Well, here's what you're not remembering correctly is how they asked that question, right? Because if they said it like that, you know how polls work, right? A lot of the results that you get from a poll depend on two things. One is the priming, like what have they been doing? What have they been talking about? What have they been thinking about? What have they been seeing right before they take the poll, but right before they answer the questions? And the second thing is the wording of the question. So if that question was wording like, does Israel have a right to protect itself? I am going to guarantee you that you did not get it. There was not an 80% result from Zoomers saying, no, Israel does not have the right to protect itself, right? I'm guessing that they asked a different question, which you're now reinterpreting as, does Israel have the right to protect itself?
I didn't see that one. Yeah. I saw something that was like 50-ish% said that like maybe the Hamas attack was justified or something, which is like pretty fucking insane. But
I think there's just this very problematic idea. And I think this is one of the reasons I've decided I quit streaming a few years ago to focus on music and touching grass and stuff. And one of the reasons why I've come back is because I always knew that this that type of.
Correct me if I'm wrong, but I feel like maybe she didn't touch enough grass. I feel like there was a little bit more grass that needed to be touched. I don't know.
Of ideology that I was seeing, in fact, a lot of academia and stuff, and it was being, and like I saw it, I always saw it as potentially dangerous, but there were some seemingly rational arguments that I hear where it's like, no, but it's far right ideologies that are actually doing, or they're actually enacting the violence, right? But I see that October 7th to me is a demonstration of the consequences of that, particularly because I'm going to use therapy language. I'm just warning everyone. Trigger warning.
Like a lot of chat smells bullshit here. And look, I don't know what's in anybody's heart. I don't know what Eris really thinks. I don't know where she came to her viewpoint, what changed, after October 7th and what didn't. But I'm getting the feeling that she's retconning her reactionary viewpoint by couching it in more recent events. Because she's, as long as I've known her, right, I guess, she does, a lot of people mistake her as being center left, but as long as I've known her, her actual points of view are far right.
For therapy language. Okay. But I was obviously very traumatized on October 7th with what happened.
Sure.
The most intense trauma for me was the way I saw the world react.
Right.
That was really hard, especially where I live in Canada. I think in the United States it was a lot better. But in Canada, it was very much just imagine if right after 9/11, and on top of that, 9/11 gets the videos of the details of it are posted publicly, and everyone's making memes of it and making fun of it. And it's a political issue. you know, like
Mhm.
whether or not you're going to be against it. It
Whether
was very
America
hard.
deserved it or not, yeah.
Yeah, so I think like after that, I feel like I'm a completely different person after watching the way the world reacted. And so suddenly,
Corn Pop says grass touching, if it happened, somehow made her worse. Natalie, I'm gonna try your hotkeys. Hey,
that old idea of like
it works.
This type of rhetoric of the oppressor
wanna
can
go
never
back?
become. I feel like I'm a completely different person.
And if I want to go forward? If I want to pause? Oh, this is so magical. This is so magical.
You know, and you can't ever criticize the way an oppressed resists oppression. That type of, or you can't be racist towards if you're not in a position of power. That
Right.
type of ideology I always thought was so dangerous, even when I had very lefty ideas or when I've been more.
Ms. Heyer says people are shocked by October 7th, but are ignoring the bigger picture when they and at the same time fine with collective punishment.
I guess.
I mean, this is what this kind of propaganda is justifying, right? This is what allowing, you know, people to spread this like 40 babies, you know, canard all over the place and then backpedal without like losing any credibility. Okay, well, you know, it wasn't exactly what we said, but it was still pretty bad. Yeah, it was really bad. It's really bad. Violence against babies is really, really, really bad. Okay, there's no fucking gentle way or there's no non-horrible way, you know, to enact violence against like a baby. Of course not, right? But the direct language of that, the, you know, beheading, right, is a way to conflate, I would say, the Palestinian people with ISIS, and to justify not the removal from existence of Hamas, but pushing Palestinians even further towards that edge. You're talking about a group of people in Gaza with an average age of, is it 19? It's 19. Yeah, lifespans are not very long there.
Makes the left and
Mhm.
and I feel like October 7th, this is why I think everyone should care about what happened, regardless if you're, doesn't matter if you're Israeli or Jewish, like because that ideology is dangerous for every single person, including
Goddamn,
Palestinians.
leftist ideology. It's really dangerous. It's really goddamn dangerous.
Right? Because Palestinians can have,
and that's why aristocracy needed to come back to streaming.
If they take over the region and they win or whatever, they could have a population that they're oppressing, right? Or you can argue it's being sold that they're being oppressed or something like that, and justify this type of cruelty against themselves. Like this is like a very dangerous
Wait, are you talking about
idea? And the largest university in
vape?
Canada, York University, their official student union, all their student unions actually all put out a statement justifying the crimes on October 7th. And
don't look behind the curtain, okay? I want you to concentrate on these college students instead. I want you to concentrate on this DSA group, this chapter of BLM. Worry about this you know, woman tearing down posters, right? Let's worry about that. Let's not worry about the closing in on tens of thousands of people that are no longer alive as a result of Israel's actions in Gaza.
Said that it was justified for all indigenous peoples to rise up, including Turtle Island, which is what indigenous people call Canada, to do it in Canada. So that was basically a declaration.
And this is Voshbrain right here. This is Voshbrain. It doesn't matter how marginal the group of people that you're talking about, how little power, how little numbers that they have, right? The fact that the history of Canada includes genocide against these people should not make us do anything to make their situation better, but rather should put us on edge, should make us afraid. What if they decide to do the same thing to us? That's literally what she's saying. That's literally what she's saying. That's literally what Vosh says, right? the real big concern that white genocide is gonna happen, right? That's what she's talking about. That's what she's waving in front of your face, trying to make you afraid of, like, right? How many people listen to her? So here's the deal. She hasn't streamed for a couple of years, like she says. She, was a moderately decent sized Twitch streamer, right? Was connected to a lot of the people that I've described, a lot of the people connected to the politics Discord, people connected to Destiny, people connected to Dylan Burns, people connected to Vosh. She was in with Vosh. She did a softball interview of Vosh. And because of that, Vosh's community, for the longest time, read her as a center-left person. Or even like as a leftist. I swear to God, there was Vosh people that thought that she was a leftist of some kind, right? Well, if Vosh is doing content with her, she must be a leftist. Why would, right? No, Vosh just wanted a softball interview, right? She was glazing him up and he was there for it. So now at least you've got people in the Vosh network like President Sunday hearing what she's saying, and for the first time saying, I think there's a problem with this, right? So, kudos to President Sunday. You're a little late to that. I feel like, Bad Empanada was talking about her takes more than a year ago. And look, the takes that President Sunday responded to, I think were mild in comparison to what Bad Empanada brought up. And look, I know, like, I don't agree with everything that Bad Empanada says. I don't agree with how Bad Empanada goes about stuff a lot of times. I think he's got like a thumbnail with where he puts a Hitler mustache on at least a couple of people, right? But like Bad Empanada was calling out some real fucked up shit when he talked about Eris's take on Canada's treatment of indigenous people, and when he talked about Eris's takes on Israel-Palestine. And Vosh came to her rescue, accusing Bad Empanada of essentially endorsing the final solution as a way to dissipate his correct criticism of her. Look, here's the deal, like, right, you don't have to like the guy, but like when somebody brings something up that's true, like, listen to it, right? You shouldn't have been on Eris's side for so long, Bosch Network people. And I don't know how many of you are even woken up to that, because my understanding is, no, wait, was this about Brianna Wu? President Sunday's been banned, I think, from the Vosh subreddit, maybe because of some of the things that he said about Brianna Wu. So I guess didn't even get to, come forward with this stuff about Eris. But like, I'm hoping that more people are waking up to this, because like, she's not just like not a leftist, right? She's far right, and she's spreading, propaganda straight out of Ben Gavir and Smotrich.
Jesus.
Yeah.
Where was this that they
Also,
said?
thank you, Chemical Ali. Thank you for the Prime sub.
York University. And right
This
now
is
the
in
university
Canada?
is trying to, largest
You
university.
appreciate me, thank you.
York is trying to, the university itself is trying to get the student unions removed from power because hate speech and stuff is illegal. So you think
Lonerbox also white knighted for her and said she was a strong advocate for the Palestinian people. Yeah, no doubt. Lonerbox, the Destiny crowd, I don't even know what the Dylan crowd's view on her is now, but
for this type of violence is also illegal. But there's a huge pushback movement against it, and I just think it's scary, because the scariest thing to me is not evil people, but dangerous ideas that get good people to do bad things.
Of course.
And I really think that that's what happened in the Holocaust. Not to be the
Sure.
stereotype of a Jew bringing that up, but like, I don't think Nazis were intrinsically evil, like, or anything like that. I think
you real look, I could tee off on this, okay? Maybe I should. Right? I'm not
I
good
can't
at,
believe she actually said that.
I want to try to steelman what she's saying as not being as horrible as how it sounded. This is Shakespeare, everybody. Welcome, Shakespeare, to the stream. How are you doing?
Hello, everyone. I'm doing good. How about yourself?
Oh God. Well, look, to be honest, this is really hard to cover.
Mhm.
Not only is this, is it hard to accept what's going on in Gaza and to deal with that and to talk about it, but it's like dealing with these people again is like reigniting some trauma that I experienced a long time ago, and I thought I was a little bit more over it than I actually am. But
Mhm.
I don't know what else I can do. Like, to ignore this stuff is just not a possibility for me. And
Mhm.
so on we go. Sorry, I didn't mean to bring you into that that moment there, but
No, no,
this
no.
is not easy. This is not easy for sure.
No, it's not easy, and it never will be. And I think that the people that like aristocracy that try to, say that, oh well, it's this millennial conflict that's been happening for hundreds and that essentially try to obfuscate the fact that we're talking about very specific actions and conditions that were predicated on 19th century racialist ideas, etc. Right? As like again, it goes to her Nakba denial. Like it's just, I mean, and even just what she just said, which to me is still
well, like, I want to
it
think
just
that she was like, because like there's different ways of saying that. I want to think that somehow she meant like not every like German had like evil intentions in their heart, but she said every Nazi, right? And like literally
yeah.
what that sounds like she's talking about is party officials, or at the very least, people involved in the administration of the state, which is just like,
Yeah,
if you want to say that
it's
there's people that'll go along to get along, and that don't, that wouldn't go along if there wasn't a strong force like pushing them in that direction. Like, I kind of get that, but like, God, she needs to specify, like, especially considering the bar that these people hold like Hasan up to, right? Anything that he says, if it possibly can be characterized in a certain way that sounds bad, it will be characterized in that way. And yet when she speaks, she's just completely freely, well, I don't think all the Nazis, were evil. And it's like, God, that sounds horrible. And if I was just going for the dunks, I mean, there it is, chat, there it is. I don't think the Nazis, okay, that's, but I want to think that she's not that terrible, but I literally don't know. I literally don't know what she's got going on. But
no.
the more I
Mhm.
investigate, the worse it sounds, the scarier it is, right?
Especially when it comes to this particular topic, like I don't know what it is, but it's like she just has this way of like, I don't know, just like everything that she says just somehow is crossing so many lines that it's very difficult for me to see how this isn't on some level, right, like tied to her like actual like beliefs, right? Like even where you're trying to say like that you want to steelman her position, it's like knowing the history of what else she said is also sort of brings that into question as well. So
Yeah. I think that the more steelmans I give somebody, the more damning it is when I'm unable to steelman them. And we're
Oh yeah.
very quickly approaching that point with aristocracy.
Yes, I completely agree with you on that. It's yeah. But I do know that one thing that she's definitely obfuscating was a lot of the, and this is what was getting me upset initially, was a lot of the historical context for it, especially when she tries to generalize, right, the identity of like, oh, it's an Arab versus Jewish thing, and that's just not the case. And so, if there's anything specifically, if you wanted to ask me anything in particular, I would be happy to answer that, because I don't just want to so this is late 19th century history 101.
Well, I mean,
But
there's several things that I think we both stopped and took a pause on. The first thing was the Nakba denial. I'm trying to remember what the second thing was, and then obviously the third thing was I don't think that all the Nazis were evil, or I don't think the Nazis were necessary. Whatever she said about the Nazis. So probably I don't remember what the thing in between.
There was just so much.
we did get into the 6 Days War for a second too. I think she
Oh
alluded to
yes,
that.
that's right.
But
Yes.
before we get into any of that, look, I'm not going to try to do a fancy segue because it's just that usually involves a joke, and I don't feel like making a joke right now. But I will let you know that we're 4 minutes away from the ad break, and that if you don't want to see those ads, if you don't want to get sucked out of that and miss part of the conversation, you can get out of those ads with a Twitch Prime sub. You can get out of those ads by paying $5 for a sub, or if you're lucky, you might be gifted a sub. It's more likely to happen though if you're active in chat. So that's all I'll say about that, and then let's get into the history, Shakespeare.
Okay, so so first thing, when it came to the Nakba denial, one of the things I just want to just first state is, one, this is not ages old conflict that goes back to the dawn of time. That is part of this framing to make it seem as though the current the state of Israel as it currently exists, right, is not a colonialist project of the late 19th century, which is in essence what it exists as, right, which is why it still bases its ideas in those racializing categories, which I'll get to in a little bit. So one of the things about Nakba denial that's very important that a lot of Zionists, right, will do is that they will try to make this seem as though one, there was somehow a right for the Jewish people to claim that the land of Palestine, when there wasn't, and also the fact that and this is what I think is very important to sort of note, is because she kind of again doesn't mention this because it makes it seem as though, well, the Palestinians weren't willing to participate in this initial process of carving up their country. So essentially on the eve of the end of the British Mandate, the white paper that was in place for the British Mandate for Palestine specifically noted that Jewish people could not own a certain amount of land totally within the entire land area of the mandate. But another thing too as well is that numerically, speaking, the amount of land owned was very small. And so to then be given about half of the land when they made up far less than essentially about a third of the entire population of the entire population from the river to the sea, makes no sense, right? But this was done again for colonialist, white supremacist, settler colonialist reasons. Now, one big thing about how she especially likes to lead into Nakba denial is this following point, is that she acts as though because the as she puts them, the Arabs, but it's actually inappropriate to call the Palestinians just Arabs because one, there are many other people that were part of the Palestinian group and are part of the Palestinian group that are not just Arabs, and also to equivocate them with all of the Arab people is, again, it's a strategy that Zionists and Nakba denialists use to kind of minimize the fact that the Palestinians have a rightful claim to their land. So when she sort of brought this up about how, well, Israel was brought into being by this sort of compromise. Well, it wasn't a compromise that any of the Palestinians were ever brought to the table for. And that's one of the first things. Like, the Palestinians were never brought to the table another thing too is that they had every right to say no, and that does not give them, the UN or the British or anybody, the right to then partition the land and give it to someone else, because of the fact that there was never any consent given, right? There was never anything within the political in the political class of what was then the British Mandate for Palestine on the Palestinian side that ever wanted to partition the land, especially because if you look at the 1947 map, it looks like jigsaw puzzle pieces, right? Like it's like Jerusalem would be an international zone, but the area around it would be for Palestinians. Gaza would be one Palestinian zone. Just the city of Jaffa would be kind of like a little isolate on the coast, et cetera, et cetera.
So wait, no,
and
so it's not contiguous. Like, the land that's being offered to Palestinians is not contiguous. In other words, there's like a name historically for this, like kind of like
yes,
separated.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, it.
Okay.
For some reason, I'm thinking rump state. Is that what it's called, or am I like totally? I'm not an expert on history by any means.
Mm-hmm.
Is that the proper name for that?
So there is an aspect to where it was meant to be a rump state, like essentially to leave it ripe for more colonization. But another thing too was the fact that it actually had this idea of creating a kind of like what is a term that developed afterwards, which is this Bantustan, right? Which is something that occurred in South Africa, where, again, they gave specific areas and even declared them to be sent, in some sense, independent, just so that way they, like, essentially the white South African government was like, well, if we give the people have apartheid under, right? If we declare that they are now independent, then they can't claim we are doing apartheid, by technical terms, right?
Mm-hmm.
And so, in essence, that's what they wanted to do. They wanted to do this kind of like reserve style Bantustan. Yes, South Africa, another of her homelands, exactly. And so, yes, it was essentially to create a rump state, in the sense of that there is no way that they could have governed these distant territories, because, again, they are not contiguous. There was no thought put into the process of why, like, for example, the people who are called Bedouin, that live in the Negev desert, why all of the Negev desert was given to what would become the state of Israel, when, again, the Bedouin people have more of a cultural connection to the Palestinians as opposed to the Zionists when they moved in. So yes, there is a desire to create this kind of, essentially an entity that couldn't be governed centrally anyway. And again, the international zone, which was the capital of even the
This is the area surrounding Jerusalem, right?
Yes, this is the area surrounding Jerusalem, was again, like, this was the capital even under Ottoman times, right? It was given all of this importance, even though, right, there was a province, right, that it was considered Syria, which included Palestine. But of course, it had different divisions within it, and one of them was Palestine. And so in this context, again, that also would have been removed and been governed by, again, they said, in that time, they said the League of Nations or the United Nations, but we
Predecessor
understand that.
Yeah.
Right. But we essentially understand that to mean that essentially Britain and the United States would have been the two countries that would have essentially have ruled over that international zone.
Yeah.
And
like,
so
a lot of what I'm getting out of this is that like they want to give a state, like this two-state solution idea wants to give a state, but it's a state in name only. Everything that's implied by a state, like including like, sovereignty and self-determination, is not something that they're doing everything they can to prevent Palestine from having that, right?
Exactly. I mean, again, it removes major Palestinian settlements from, again, Palestinians themselves. And not only that, but it really only gave them Gaza, which has a port, and Jaffa, which has a port, as their only two port cities for what was supposed to be a population of majority. So you have that. There were 90,000 in that area in 1940. Well, I mean, yes, but the main thing about that is that because they are not a static, right? That is to say, like sedentary people, they still, for the most part, a great number of them still keep to the Bedouin lifestyle of trading and going in that way through the Negev. After Israel, there is that that some of the Bedouins, we have no idea. I mean, again, it's very difficult because of the fact that there was a war that was started, on May 15th, 1948. But what I think is important to note is that the Zionists in Tel Aviv knew that they were going to start a war. This kind of leads a little bit into the 6-Day War aspect a little bit, but at least in the following sense that I remember being told this as a story first, but then kind of reading the corroborating story that Golda Meir, the future prime minister of the state of Israel during the Yom Kippur War, that she essentially dressed like as though she were Arab, right? Particularly in Muslim garb, so that way she could go speak to someone. I forget exactly what position. Essentially, a messenger for King Hussein, if I the first
of Jordan,
and of Jordan, yes. And so, in essence, telling Ben Gurion, who I would like to note, actually himself stated that the Palestinians are, again, this is just an interesting fact. I think of what he noticed is that he recognized that the Palestinians were like as it were, the descendants of the Israelites, right? Like he saw the fact that that they were obviously people who had converted, etc. Like over like that history had happened, so to speak, and that but that they were still from here, right, so to say. And so in essence Golda told David Ben Gurion that in essence that Jordan was going to take the side of the other Arab states, which again pokes a hole in the narrative that Israel did this without knowing that the Arab states were going to do this. But of course, it's the issue is that a lot of the Israeli narratives about this time period are very strange because they will tell 5 stories about it and they all contradict one another. But anyway, that's kind of a different point. But in essence, they declared independence from whom I have no idea. on May 14th, 1948, in a bunker. Essentially, it's essentially the basement of this building, and so when that message was relayed about King Hussein, it essentially was that he was going to join in with the other armies that again fought against the Haganah and the Irgun, which became the IDF. And it must be noted that the Irgun used to be listed as a terrorist organization by the British. So but anyway, but the point being
yeah,
that
they fought the British too, right? Until
yes,
the British withdrew.
Exactly. And Moshe Dayan, who was in charge of the Irgun, eventually became like one of the, essentially just a big government official, like the Minister of Defense, leader of the IDF. And so
this
it's in this kind.
This is all the first Arab is what they call the first Arab-Israeli conflict in 48.
Yes, this is in 48. And this is the part where we begin the Nakba, right? The like this belief that I mean, again, this is something that aristocracy alludes to, or is something related to, again, stuff that has been said since 48, but also has become more virulently, passed around in terms of propaganda from the far right because of people like Ben Gvir and Smotrich, etc. Is that that the Arab governments told the Palestinians to leave and to not go back, right? Or rather, to leave because they were so sure they were going to win that they didn't even have to, which is, again, isn't true. And instead, what you actually have is this genocidal campaign beginning with the Haganah and Irgun, beginning immediately after this, right? Like they were waiting for the chance to be able to, as it were, justify their violence against the Palestinians, which is why which is why it is wrong to call it an independent war, because there was nothing to declare independence from, so to speak. So there's that. And again, one of the aspects that I think is very important when it comes to Nakba denial for us to recognize is that the 750,000, and again, that's just an estimate number, of Palestinians that were forced to leave and became refugees, right? Like now, Gaza, as it exists in its current state, the reason when people first were compelled to live there, it was just after the hostilities had come to an end, because they were no longer allowed to go back to their homes within what is now the state of Israel. So that is why like, again, to deny the Nakba is literally to deny the families of what's currently going on in Gaza and also in the West Bank, and what has also happened in Lebanon, etc. Is to deny them the fact that they were even genocided. That is to say, the fact that they were displaced with this intent to remove them. And I think that it's in this aspect too. Oh,
Reading chat.
Yeah. Did Hamas know that? I don't think that's not really a good
It's
question
really
to
weird
ask.
to think that as much as I might be up my own ass, like that I would have the reach to give advice to Hamas, that they would listen to what I had to say in terms of a strategy, or that I would want to advise them in strategy. I mean, it's kind of it's hard to tell exactly where this is coming from, Larry R.I.
Yeah,
Welcome to
it's
the
a very
chat,
weird thing to
nonetheless.
do. And again, it's not for us to question how any uh how any people decides to go about their liberation, and definitely not to comment on strategy. I mean, that's something that like I know that YouTubers that like to as it were, like play soldier, right, play with like the little soldiers on the board,
Watch
right,
those
that they
lines on the
like to
map
get.
move. That's pretty exciting stuff. Yeah.
Yes. That's not what we're saying,
We're not
Larry.
trying to parachute into this situation, okay?
Yeah. So that's why Arab states don't want to officially announce or open their borders to Palestinians, because once the war is over, Israel won't allow them back. Exactly. That is the reason why Egypt, Jordan, Syria, Lebanon, Jordan, Syria, Lebanon, why they specifically have always been well, there is a kind of interesting case study of what happened with Jordan, because after the war, it did annex the West Bank and give people citizenship. But that's kind of a different historical. Like, I don't want to go down that like tangent. Um, but anyway, yeah. But again, when it comes to Nakba denial, a lot of it comes down to this belief that somehow, because the Palestinians said no, which they really didn't have a say in the first place, somehow justified what happened thereafter by way of the Israeli armed forces. And again, that is not at all how we should view this conflict. Again, it goes to show that IDF propaganda is one. It's some of its central narratives have not changed since essentially the beginning, but also that someone like aristocracy in particular, right, can regurgitate them and even sort of cast them in this new way, but in essence, they are the Nakba denying things that somehow, because of this or that reason, that takes away the right for Palestinians to be able to rightfully claim, the right to return back to their homes.
Yeah, and just for anybody that not familiar with the term, Nakba means the disaster, but as I say it, I feel like I'm not making the point strong enough by translating it to disaster. It's like the worst thing that you could imagine happening. Like I always want to say nightmare, even though I don't think that's necessarily implied in the word, but if you got the idea of what a nightmare is, you maybe you understand what's meant by that. Catastrophe. That's probably a stronger word than disaster. Yeah.
Yeah, and so yes, and that's why, like, her questioning, well, one, again, trying to do this, oh well, this conflict goes back to primeval times, right? That's not true, because
Hey Larry,
again,
They bought into a very dangerous.
Is there anybody else from the Discord that I need to unban? Would you all like to brigade me today again, just for old time's sake? Does that sound good? Since we're talking about Eris, is that what's going on? I don't know. It seems like you came in here spoiling for a fight. It must be pretty frustrating not to find anybody to fight with. Sorry, I didn't mean to.
Oh no, it's totally fine. I understand. So this is why, like, aristocracy's framing of this again as being somehow primeval, or of that somehow there's this, like, latent culpability regardless. I mean, this is why someone like Yitzhak Herzog, the current president of Israel, was essentially, and this is something that he said a short while ago, like several days ago, that essentially he does argue that all Palestinians in Gaza, in the Gaza Strip, are culpable and are therefore legitimate targets because like they uphold, like, again, this is his argument. I would definitely do not believe this, but it's that whole like, well, they didn't, blah blah blah, right? And again, it's in that same vein that a lot of this questioning plays into. So
But so when you say primeval, that she's trying to kind of couch this in a primeval framing, and you alluded to this earlier, like the view of the Arab-Israeli conflict as dating back for, like, thousands of years, right? Am I understanding this correctly? That is a way, and we saw some of the IDF Twitter presence try to make this argument of or no, sorry, it wasn't IDF. I think it was actually Netanyahu said this, like, right, invoking Amalek, invoking the enemy, right, and invoking like essentially a call to wipe a group of people out. In essence, it takes the conflict biblical, which I think is a really, really disturbing thing. It casts the Palestinians as the whatever enemy, whatever biblical enemy of you want to choose.
right.
Is that kind of what you're saying that she's doing in terms of?
Yes, because in essence, what she's doing is saying that, like, oh, the Jewish people have always had to deal with these people trying that have, as it were, usurped them, that have not let them, live in this land that, again, mythic, again, I think Shlomo Sand and even the work of the archaeologist, Israel Finkelstein, is very important here. As like, there was never, like, people like to say, oh, there was never Palestine, right? And which is not true. But like, there never was a united kingdom of Israel. So again, it's like they like to use this idea of like set way in the past, and I mean the fact that she said that in the wake of the fact that Benjamin and Netanyahu has said Amalek, which I should note, Amalek is something that has been used in by people sort of in contemporary time to describe, and I'm not even, again, I the reason why I think it's important is because this is such a horrific equivocation against the Nazis, right? Like against Hitler as him being Amalek, right? And the whole point about the Amalekim is that they were is that in the Tanakh, right, during the conquest of Canaan, that they were ordered to completely genocide an entire people group, and because they did not kill the king Amalek, that therefore it essentially became a punishment, right? That like, oh, that this person is always going to keep reappearing in history to be against the Bnei Israel, or the son, or the children of Israel, which again,
so to pay for the
yeah.
sin of not exterminating the enemy fully enough. This is the
Right.
This is the creature that arises out of that lore.
And
God,
so
that's scary.
and so when Netanyahu brings that up, he's bringing it up because it's essentially seen as a kind of commandment to, again, finish the job, so to speak, because of the fact that, right, that you have these recurring instances that, again, in a narrative like the Tanakh can make sense, but in terms of like actual human history, just it's not a good thing to use these things precisely because they can be weaponized in such a way, and it actually is very horrific to know that like the way how aristocracy is doing it is a way that's kind of like a sugar-coated, I mean, if you could even say that, version of this, right? It's like she's essentially saying what Benjamin Netanyahu said, but she's just saying it in a way that's like, without saying Amalek, right? And again, this is another way to excuse the actions of the Zionist settler colonialists, right? Like this is part of the rhetoric used by particular people like Ben-Gvir and Smotrich to justify why they do not think that Palestinians aren't real, quote unquote, in their own mind, right? But also why they have a duty to colonize all of the land of Palestine, and even in it, I mean, technically, Likud started its ideological forefather is Ze'ev Jabotinsky, right? And he created a form of Zionism called revisionist Zionism, which is essentially this belief that the entire territory that was part of the British Mandate for Palestine, so the land of Cisjordan, which includes which includes the West Bank, and that's what's called Cisjordanie in French, and then the rest of Palestine, and then Transjordan, which is now just Jordan.
Other side of the
Yes, yeah, the other side of the River Jordan. That both of those should belong to the state of Israel, and it sort of delves into some Tanakh history as well. Like again, in the lead up to the story about Amalek, where you have this son of Jacob, right, son of Israel, right, that he gets land on both sides of the river, right? So it's like, again, so it's this strange justification for settler colonialism by people like Zev wasn't even religious. In fact, he was very much an atheist. But they used this again, this idea that there was somehow a historical referent for their settler colonialism to justify, again, the violence that they would enact. And so that's why something like the belief that and this is something that I saw someone in chat say, but it is something that has been said before about the 6-Day War, also called the June War, that Jordan was secretly on Israel's side, which just does not make sense, because some of the most that's just not true, and two, another thing is that completely decontextualizes what was going on in the Middle East at the time, which is to say that this is when you had the Gamal Abdel Nasser, right, who is kind of known for pan-Arabism and essentially a kind of people often will describe him as being socialist, but again, I'm not here to necessarily say, oh, he definitely was this or that. I mean, he definitely was a pan-Arabist and an Arab nationalist, but that's a whole different story. Like famously, he nationalized the Suez Canal, which led, in fact, to the conflict between Israel and Egypt, where Israel was with France and Britain, the Suez Canal, the Suez Crisis. But going to the 6-Day War really quickly, the main reasoning why well, for one, we obviously don't know, whatever Mossad or the Shin Bet, which is the FBI of the. So the Shin Bet does internal security, the Mossad does external security, the state of Israel, and so it is, we do not know everything that that Israel knew or that everybody else knew, but we do know that in the lead up to what was happening, that Gamal Abdel Nasser was purchasing weapons, a vast array of them from the United States, from the Soviet Union, etc., and essentially had made the world's largest, pardon me, not the world's largest, the Arab world's largest military. And this was a time when, again, Gamal Abdel Nasser had, was essentially held in very high esteem across the Arab world precisely because of the fact that he had nationalized the Suez Canal, had stood against their colonial oppressors, right, the British in particular, and also supported movements in Sudan and Yemen, and then tried to create a pan-Arab state with Syria. So in essence, what we have here is that the purchases of these vast armaments were known. I mean, again, because the United States took issue with the fact that Nasser bought from the Soviet Union. The Soviet Union took issue with the fact that they bought from the United States, et cetera, et cetera. And so that is why they launched a preemptive strike. The Israelis, I should say.
Yeah.
That's why they launched a
Followed by
preemptive
the
strike.
French and the British in terms of the invasion of Sinai.
Yeah. During the Suez Crisis, yes,
God,
that's
I'm sorry,
the French and the
I
British.
went back to the. I'm just trying to
Oh,
get
no
the
worries.
history of the conflicts straight. But go ahead.
So the Suez Crisis is 56. So this is just again, this is just about 11 years later, where you get again, because that actually was a very important loss in the face of the Middle East. That is to say that well, anyway, I can get to that in a second. But for the 6-Day War, essentially what allowed Israel to even win as fast as it did or to do anything was because it did the preemptive strike, which is interesting because when other people, like that is to say other countries in the Middle East have done preemptive strikes, they are not seen as being legitimate, right? Like, oh no, this was outside of the laws of war, as people might hear now on the news a lot.
It's considered aggression. That's usually the side that's called the aggressor, unless it's the United States.
Yes, yeah, the United States, or it's it's a little garrison state in the Middle East, that it likes to, again, like and it's viewed as very positive, but essentially because they were able to again destroy so many airstrips of the Egyptian air force. That is why they were able to again have air supremacy, and thus able to because they also did that with the Syrians as well. And so that's like it was that preemptive strike that really gave them the step up that kind of allowed them to win, because essentially, like in terms of infantry forces, like the army is not very strong, right? Like in comparison to other armies, but when it comes to like the Air Force, right, like its technological advancements, because of that, because the United States has it to where at least until very recently, Israel had to be always had to be given more technologically advanced weaponry than everybody else. But still, the point being that it's in this context that Israel takes over the Sinai Peninsula, the Golan Heights from Syria, and also the Shiba farms, which right now is where the reason why Lebanon has kind of been dragged into this conflict as well, because that is part of that is considered part of Lebanon. and of course the West Bank and Gaza. So when you have this the 6-day war, you essentially have the occupation of the West Bank and of the Gaza Strip, and you get things like Gush Ativ and other such places that were built where, again, before the wall around the Gaza Strip was built, there were Israeli settlements in what is now the Gaza Strip, until 2005, when they were given land elsewhere. In fact, I believe it was actually in the West Bank. So, but regardless, this is the 6-day war is kind of, again, this war of conquest where because they are able to defeat the two biggest armies, military forces, the Egyptian and the Syrian one. That is what allows Israel to claim a swift victory. But again, it comes with this fraught nature of everything, because now they are an occupying force, and under international law, that means that, again, you cannot have forced transferal, you cannot displace, again, enshrined in international law are these things. Whether or not they're upheld is a very different story. But that is what you... it's more of a pride thing for Israel, those settlements and gray areas. Well, I find it very hard to believe that Smotrich, for example, is for the full annexation of the West Bank into the state of Israel. But again, I don't want to be discussing like any particular policy right now. But rather the point being that the 6-day war is where is the point, in particularly towards in Israeli history, where the right wing begins to have more of a say in Israeli politics, right? Because it's not until you have Menachem Begin, right, in the 70s, during the same time as Anwar Sadat, who was president of Egypt after Gamal Abdel Nasser was assassinated, that you really get essentially Menachem Begin is the first right-wing. I mean, technically all Israeli governments are right-wing, but the more right-wing government, in my opinion, to ever win, right? And he's from the Likud party, and so it's in this entire thing that you get all of this ideas about pushing the Palestinians, again, when it's under Israeli occupation, the Sinai, to move the Palestinians of Gaza into the Sinai Peninsula, into Al-Arish or other such places, Sharm el-Sheikh, etc. And again, so this is where a lot of those ideas that are which we kind of discussed, that I kind of mentioned in chat, that like that interview, for example, of the author from Plus 972 notes, Yuval, that the Ministry of Security is this ministry that had this document leaked, that since October 13th, Israel has been trying to, or at least it's been their position to try to push out the put pressure on Egypt on many different ways to then move out the Palestinians and have them be relocated, as they use that term, into the northern Sinai Peninsula. But again, this is where a lot of the a lot of issues in terms of for me, and as a historian, is because it makes you want to bring up a conflict that's just to the north of Israel Palestine, which is Lebanon, because that influences also what happens and what's happening now with the Lebanese civil wars. Because that's when you get like Hezbollah becomes a player after the PLO gets or rather Al Fatah, right, which is the PLO, after they get kicked out of Jordan, they go into Lebanon, and again all these moving parts that make it so that you have this current this current I suppose example of Israel going about its genocidal rhetoric, its Nakba denial, its and all these other things, right, that we've mentioned, in order to justify the violence that it's doing. Like, again, like the fact that the president of Israel can say, "Oh, there actually is a way that we could hold all civilians as culpable," right? That's just beyond the pale. Like, there's no reason why any
And it's justified based on the 2006 election, if I'm not mistaken. Is that like his premise? Like
yeah.
Gaza winning the 2006.
Yes, and then the fact that Fatah essentially had to leave, and that ever since then, because and this is another thing to understand too, is Hamas exists, and Hamas is also just like almost like a portmanteau / acronym of different words, right? Like, because Hamas, like al-Hamasiyya, right? Like in Arabic, Hamas means like with zeal. It means like with verve, etc. Right? Like that's kind of what you can translate it to. But it just means the Islamic resistant movement of Palestine. Like that's what Hamas stands for. But again, is that they don't just have a militant wing, right? Like they have a political party that won in those elections, and that then began to provide the social services of, I mean, the closest thing to a government that you can have in the Gaza Strip. But again, yes, they want to justify it based on those grounds. And when I say they, I mean like the Israeli government, as well as trying to, again, accuse civilians of hiding Hamas, of not being forthcoming to the IDF, which is completely just like it's just like a whole different story. Like it just doesn't even make sense for the IDF, who actually extorts people into spying on their family members, etc. in Gaza, because of how much control over the electronic communications it has. Then you essentially get something like now, right, where again you have this justification based on the idea that they should have known that Hamas was going to cause XYZ, and so because they didn't get rid of Hamas, now that makes them culpable, right, in a general sense. And
Bad Lefty is asking you, have you heard anything about Israel offering to pay off Egypt's debt to the World Bank and IMF if they open the border to the Gazan Strip and out of the Strip?
So there was an idea that was floated that if Egypt would be willing to take in the displaced, and it's very important that they use that term, displaced, in exchange for every IDF allegation is a confession. Well, I mean, even besides that, I think that in this sense, what ended up happening is essentially that the offer is being made to Egypt, which again, this is why I brought up Gamal Abdel Nasser and Anwar Sadat, because this Egypt has kind of been subjected to this pariah status within the Islamic Arab world as because of its reconciliation or seen to be working with the state of Israel.
The
It,
1978 Accords.
Yes, yes, exactly. When you actually had Anwar Sadat go to Jerusalem and speak before the Knesset, sign those accords with the state of Israel to actually have a peace treaty. The only other country that did that, again in this context, was Jordan. In 1994. But right after Egypt did that, then they were kicked out of the Arab League. The Arab League's HQ was moved to Tunis, right? Again, like a lot of other moving parts that I don't want to just keep going because I could, I could go off.
But it makes sense that they're seen as collaborators of sorts at this point.
Right. And so that's why, even though there was an offer to Al-Sisi, the idea that they would take it is, again, not something that Egypt is exactly would really want to do right now, especially since, again, Sisi is in power because of a military coup, after all, and as well as the fact that, again, even if they were to give him or to give Egypt that money, it wouldn't necessarily mean that. For one, it's kind of like what you mentioned before, Irene, was that people know that if the Palestinians leave Gaza, they are essentially, as has happened historically since 1948, know that they will never be allowed to go back. And so that is a huge part of that reasoning as well, is people don't want to leave because they know that that is the exchange as well. So that's kind of what puts Egypt in that, even if they are offered, so many billions of dollars, Egypt is not really in a position right now to do such a thing, because again, it would make it a pariah all over again. And that's kind of been something that Egypt's been recovering from ever since, Anwar Sadat in 78.
There's like a poison pill. There's a poison pill mixed into this for Egypt, basically.
Yeah, exactly. Because again, there's already the view that Al-Sisi is in power only because of the United States, which again does have validity to it. I mean, but the point being that again, to actively participate as a collaborator in the dispossession and removal of people from Palestine. In this case, the last two areas that can even be considered to be under Palestinian control would just be beyond damaging for Egypt. So I think, I do understand why people want to focus on the fact that they were offered money, or that there is this idea of an offer being put on the table. But I think that's also to the focus on that has also been to make it seem like Egypt should take everybody in, as if I guess I want to make sure I word this very carefully, as if somehow them taking Palestinians in is the proper, maybe not proper, but rather, I guess the thing that should happen is that Israel should stop attacking Gaza, not that Egypt should have to take in Palestinians, if that makes sense, right? I want to be. Yeah, so I think to me,
dispossessed, you don't come back. That's been shown time and time again. And she does get into later on the discussion of Hamas, how they came to power, how Hamas started versus the PLO at the time, and how Hamas became the dominant force in Gaza, and then the Palestinian Authority in the West Bank. I think is the
Right.
We're not going to get to that today, chat. I might be able to smush it into, like, I'm going to cover the video that Shakespeare sent me tomorrow, in addition to the Catology thing, and we've got so much stuff to cover. But yeah, I'll see if I can get that in. But that's what she kind of goes on to talk about. I mean, we
Okay.
got most of the shocking stuff out of the way already, as far as the things that she says in this interview.
Yeah, and that's why I was kind of like, oh yeah, like if she's gonna keep going on this idea, you know, at first I wasn't sure, like, oh, is she really gonna go this or that path, and she does. So yeah. But anyways, it was really nice talking to you, Irene.
Yeah,
I
you
won't
as well. Yeah, we are coming up on what is it?
6
Almost 6
hours.
hours. So I gotta end stream before that happens. Thank you so much. I think chat appreciates you too, and getting what some people are describing, like what was the description there? That 30,000 foot overview of history. It really does help, because there's a lot to go over to understand. You know, just the quote unquote Arab-Israeli conflict, which, you know, is comprised of 4 conflicts, is usually how it's demarcated, and then the more recent history, i.e. the elections in Gaza and the subsequent Israeli pullout, and the administration of the state almost from the outside, which is, you know, ended in this situation where, you know, people are put on quote unquote a diet. In other words, they're literally limiting the amount of calories that your average you know, Palestinian resident of Gaza can get a hold of, what kind of goods can enter the area, and, you know, and of course the right of movement, which, you know, the only concession given to that was the work program, which, I mean, sound like, when they call it that, it sounds like even worse, right?
Yeah.
God,
Yeah.
God.
Yeah. Well,
But that's the liberal form that aristocracy has decided that she no longer agrees with, right?
right, exactly.
Yeah. God,
Yeah.
this was hard. Thank you for helping me get through this, though, Shakespeare. Everybody, if you're not
Yeah.
already following Shakespeare streams on Twitch, okay? So mind as well. Can we get another shout out? I think we've cooled down. The shout outs cool down after a while, and you can hit them again. But yeah, if you're not already following Shakespeare, make sure to follow Shakespeare, and we will be back tomorrow. I'm gonna try to do the premium streamium. I really want to do it. It's like a hard lift. It's like, it's weird how it works to be able to do that, but that means if you've got a membership on YouTube, if you got a sub on Twitch, or if you're a Patreon, or if you're on Patreon, and that means like paying anything to Patreon, because like I'm just trying to build up the numbers of people on Patreon at the moment. So anything that you can help me out with monthly helps a lot. But yeah, we're gonna try to do 3 different streams that will be available to anyone who supports me in a monthly manner, or the recipients of gift subs and gift memberships as well. But yeah, we got a lot to cover. Then I'm going to try to get that video to you. You've seen it. If you're a member, you've already seen it. If you're on Patreon, you've already seen it. But I'm working on the Anna Kasparian video. I think there's a good video on there. I'm spending entirely too much time, chat. I'm so precious with this. Wait, we got a few more minutes left. Let me see if I can show you this. Let me see if I can show you the, like, oh wait, I don't actually have it open. Okay, I'm gonna open DaVinci Resolve, right? But I kind of want to show you what's been taking me so long, right? And I'm gonna keep my eye on the time, because we've got less than 5 minutes here. That Olay video is a banger. We're gonna watch that tomorrow. We're gonna watch that. That's what I heard. I heard that the Vanguard boys had a good time reacting to that. So damn, but this has just been like, I kept on thinking like, well, you know, this is like a lighter moment here. Let's go over Keffals, and it's like, it's not lighter. It's Also terrible. Properties. Let's see. Does this actually work? Look at this, chat. Looky here. Look what I got. So that's my recording software, aka DaVinci Resolve. It's what I edit things in when I make videos for, which I love making videos for. Wait, what is even going on here? Just gotta adjust the, I feel like I gotta adjust the screen a little bit here, because you're not seeing, interesting that it does that. Oh well, we won't worry too much. You can see most of it here. You can see most of the screen. I don't know why you can't see all the screen, but that's what it looks like. That's what my editing software looks like. So let me just give you a little quick, like a sneak preview for everybody watching, and show you kind of what I'm working on and what the new videos are hopefully going to look like. Some of you might have seen me use these techniques before. I've used them in various videos, like the cost of doing business and Innuendo Studios reaction.
Anna Kasparian doubles down after, this is earlier, this is like 6 months ago, after bashing trans
And some of you might even see your own names in chat.
inclusive term birthing person as degrading to women.
Just to reorient us, what is birthing? Do you see that? Do you see that? Like, it's like the Hasan thing. I'm doing what Hasan does. So when I start to talk, I get big. Person, why does Anna talk about this? It's an inclusive term that is used mostly in healthcare to describe not women, not a synonym for women, which is what Anna takes it as. Birthing person means a person that has the capacity to give birth. You're talking about some cis women, but not all cis women. You're talking about non-binary people, some non-binary people, but not all non-binary people. You're also talking about trans guys. And the reason we use this is when we want to discuss childbirth. It is not women to the biological function of reproduction, which not all women have. It is not a politically correct term that we substitute because we're some kind of like gender abolitionists gone wrong, and we're afraid of referring to terms like men and women. That is a like 1990s level chud take, okay? That's not, you don't even hear that much from, like, this is old school, right? This whole thing of like all the politically correct terminology. We can't use, this term. We got to say, right? It's like, this is something that like, this is something that my uncle would bitch about, right? This is not something that Anna Kasparian should even be in her mind, but here it is.
Progressive media host
So yeah, like the Irene gets big and says something, Irene gets little.
Anna Kasparian stood firm in her criticism
That's what I'm trying to add.
of the term birthing person as
leftist audio
degrading to women. She responded to backlash with humor, stating, laughing out loud, the meltdowns over wanting to be referred to as a woman rather than a birthing person is pretty wild, and emphasized her refusal to apologize, saying, I'll never apologize for that, especially as a biological.
But Anna, if we don't know, oh my God, I can't believe I let him say biological woman without reacting to that. But yeah, that's basically what I'm working on. That's why it's taking a little bit longer. Normally I would only like cut a video down to the interesting part and not really futz around with this. But I feel like it helps it if I, give that visual cue of like when I'm talking versus when the person on stream is talking, and yeah, that's what I'm working on right now. Right now, the video looks to be, wait, are we down to 42 minutes? No way. It's got to be more like 50 something. Yeah, 50. We're down to 55 minutes. It'll probably be like 45 minutes by the time I'm done with it. I'll cut some more, if not more. Like I might cut a lot out of it just to make it more interesting and more viewable and give you that experience. Because like basically, it's like the premium experience of watching a stream. I know you can watch my stream anytime. I want to give you something a little bit special when it comes to videos. So I'm doing a little bit of extra work. I hope you appreciate it. I again apologize about how long it's taking me. I would like to get more videos out than this. I keep on thinking about hiring an editor, but the whole issue with that is that I'm not like really making enough money to pay anybody. So it'd be like on prospect of like, theoretically, if the video gets ad revenue, the editor can have the ad revenue. But like, I feel bad about hiring anybody on that prospect when the ad revenue is likely to be really tiny, teensy tiny at this moment. But obviously, if I have a hit video, that completely changes. And you know, once I cross that threshold, it'll be really easy to hire an editor and to not have to worry about editing the stuff myself. But for now, that's what I'm doing, and I do it for you, chat. AJW is a huge chud. Yeah, what about actual oh yeah, I think actually Irene takes a Mario mushroom every time she, yeah, exactly, every time I want to say something. Anyway, I've let things go on too long. Oh my god. Oh no! Oh no, I literally did. Ugh. Shakespeare was so gracious in watching the time and letting me know that we're encroaching on 6 hours, and then just because I wanted to give you that sneak preview of the video, I end up going over time anyway. Oh my god, I'm sorry. I'm like stun locking here, chat. I'm literally stun locking. Literally I'm just trying to decide now that I've got all the time in the world. Trying to pick. Oh wait, what? Chat, should we? Listen, because they've been talking so much shit about him. Oh my god, I usually raid smaller streamers. Today we're gonna raid. That's right. Because I doubt I will ever get a chance to raid him again. So there we go. Say hi to Hasan for me. And look, like, as much as I disagree with what he has to say from time to time, like, you know, as much as like some of the stuff that he says about trans issues from time to time makes me cringe, I appreciate the stand that he's taking and what he's saying and the knowledge that he's dropping on people as far as what's going on right now. So we're gonna go say hi to Hasanabi, because I don't think I'll ever have a chance to raid him. He's never on when I'm going off, but he's playing Spider-Man. So yeah, give him my thanks. Anyway, I will see you all tomorrow. Tomorrow we're gonna do it somehow. I don't know when I'll edit the video, but I'll edit it sometime. Okay. Yo, somebody in my chat said, but Hasan is cringe though, and I'm like, no, I'm specifically rating into Hasan just for you, bestie. No, we love our chatters. We love our chatters. I don't apply an ideological you know, test to anyone, and you know, you're free to disagree with me and all the rest of it. Much love to everybody, and again, I will see you tomorrow. We'll try to do it like the same time. I think I can make the same time. Stay woke and stay gay, and peace on. Y'all can. Oh, hey, well, if anybody's in Discord, make sure to join my Discord. Oh, I meant to say this before I rated out, right? But YouTube, you're still here, right? Make sure to join my Discord, because, like, I'm not kidding, okay? Like, I pissed off the hornet's nest, okay? Like, I mention people that I try not to mention because they're relevant now, right? And people who've gone after my channel before, and they might go after my channel again. So if my channel goes somewhere, find me on the Discord, find me on Twitter. Like, if I, you know, if I lose my YouTube channel, I guess, you know, the community post won't be a thing. But as long as, like, I'm up on YouTube, the community post will be a thing. I don't think we'll get taken down on YouTube. I think the more likely thing to worry about is Twitch, right? That's usually where it's easier to hit people. And yes, you know, Eris did try to take down my channel once, so we'll hope that that doesn't happen again. But I just know that, like, when you got something that's, did Hasan say my name or something? I'm getting follows from him. Anyway, also Vanguard, Benjamin Dixon, and politics. Yeah, and so, thanks for coming over to Twitch, Solife. Sorry that you ran into that issue where you're giving all these gift subs away on YouTube and nobody will hit you back with a gift sub on Twitch. That's really frustrating. Sometimes it's hard to, like, people don't, like, really read between the two chats. And but yeah, much appreciation to everybody. And yeah, I might have just gotten mentioned. Maybe Hasan thanked me for the raid. I don't know. Anyway, thought I'd read him when I had a chance to do it. But yeah, see you all tomorrow. I'm thinking like the same time. What did I start? Like 1 o'clock Pacific, 4 o'clock Eastern. Sounds good. That's what we'll go for. And hopefully I'll have more of this video done for you. Anyway, if not the whole video, hopefully.